We are connected to the live stream, and I'll return the host powers back to you.
Okay.
And you are all set.
Perfect. Thanks, Tommy.
Yeah, you're welcome. Have a good rest of your day.
Yep, you too. Hey, Stephanie.
Hey, Clay.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. How'd y'all make the rest of the day?
It was a real marathon, but
Yeah,
it
it's a
was really
marathon,
good.
right?
Yeah.
It's long. Six plus hours is long.
Yeah. I nearly regretted signing up for all three sessions.
I know, right? Yeah. It's always like how to manage it. Who knows? Maybe it's the last time we have to do it exactly that way. Let's hope. Oh, I don't mind the digital presentations, but it gets long.
Yeah. That's
How
like
many
the
students did
fastest
you have? You
lunch.
had 10?
I only had 8.
Oh, you had 8. Yeah. You could have done it in two sessions.
Yeah, it's funny. I was anticipating that we wouldn't take the full 2 hours because it was only 2 projects per session, but we ended up just filling the time.
Yeah. Yeah. People can fill the air. That's for sure. No, I can. Well, this should be good. We're waiting on one other person. How are you, Nick?
Oh, I'm muted. Hey, how are you?
You're muted. Not for long though, right?
You must enjoy the power of hosting these meetings, being able to selectively mute people, don't you?
I do. Any power I can get, I'll take. Thanks for joining us. We have one other person, and then I'll try to give a super quick rundown. I won't go through the whole spiel because the students should be able to do that, but I'll show you a few things. And I'll give her maybe a minute and I'll start. She's not here. You're done though, right, Nick?
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I thought so. Wow.
This is like nostalgic for me. Like, oh, I remember teaching this.
I remember studio. That's awesome.
So you're doing 2 sessions today?
3.
Oh, 3.
Yeah, I have 14 students, so.
State schools.
It's
I had 17.
pack them in. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of students. I mean, 14 is right at the edge. I mean, it's doable, but it's 12 is nice. 12 is kind of ideal, I think.
12 is good.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm going to get started in that, and Allison can jump in. I actually was late to hers yesterday, so she's probably just she's probably doing this out of spite. So just a quick rundown of the studio. So the studio is called Living Systems, Designing for a Layered World, and it starts with, like most studios this year, with the questions of the moment, and this notion of sort of radical interiority that we've been kind of living through. But one of the basic questions was, starting to think about what community means and what might it mean not only to design for people, but to make with other people in a collaborative process that includes each other and the communities that we build in within. And so that builds off of Donna Haraway's notion of symbiosis, and how might that help us think about the process of design and ultimately the professions that these students are about to enter very, very soon. So we take a position on interiority as a fundamental condition of the world, and seek to use the position to explore innovations and alternatives to the way we live in and understand the city today. I think it was important for the students not to, and you'll see some things that might seem a little bit, maybe a little bit futuristic, but I think for the most part, we were trying to stay grounded in the moment, and deal with the conditions today. And thinking on with this notion of symbiosis, how can we think about how that reinforms notions of contextual response as well as collaboration? I think, the key takeaway from this is sort of like space is dynamically tied to people and things across scales. The students were asked to operate across multiple scales, from the scale of the individual to the scale of the community and to the sort of semi-urban scale. And so that how can we develop processes that allow them to do that. Just a little bit more information I won't bother you with, but this notion of living systems. So we've been developing that for the whole semester. What does it mean to consider a whole living system? And I was also playing off of the notion of living and the double meaning of living in terms of living as housing, as just a basic kind of typology that each kind of student group will engage in, but also living in terms of starting to think about an ecological set of relationships. Hi, Allison. And so the students were asked to focus on factors needed to address a living system from the inside out, and developed multiple sort of prototypical options and thinking about relations and orientations and this notion of making with throughout the semester. The final sort of piece of this is engaging the city and thinking about the city as a resource, not just as a site. And so how do we engage the city as a spatial, material, and energy resource as much as a sociocultural and capital one? And you'll see varying kind of approaches to that, but that was sort of a fundamental basic question, especially as we move towards more forms of remaking, retrofitting, and reuse as we move forward. And so the site of the project is Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles. This particular zone here, it was selected primarily because it kind of straddles between the sort of more high-rise, dense, capital-centric part of downtown and Skid Row. So there's a little bit of attention there, attention in scale, but also attention in who occupies that part of the city. And so it's this little rectangular bit here, and the students were asked to look at that part of the city and to select sites relative to each other, but also relative to their own analysis of the city. And you'll see different takes on that as we proceed. Just another couple of views of that particular part of downtown. It's pretty interesting just because it has this nice sectional variation from sort of 1 to 2 story kind of warehousey kind of buildings to larger multi-story, but not high rise, but multi-story buildings. And so it gives them and a bunch of parking lots and things like this that are sort of weird kind of conditions. And so the students were asked to look at this in a way, looking for situations, underutilized spaces that were vacant, derelict, spaces that could be thought about in a new way. So this notion of the city as a resource. So that's the basics, and you should be able to hear more about that from each student. And each one has a very particular take on this, I think, that you'll see this morning. And so really thank y'all for joining us. So today we're really happy to have a group of great jurors to kick off the morning. We have from the School of Architecture, we have Stephanie Choi, who's the emerging scholar. And this is your first semester, right, Stephanie?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so Stephanie's first kind of dive into the University of Texas, and and I've enjoyed seeing her work with Studio this semester, and she joined us on a previous review. So it's nice to have you back. And we have Allison Gaskins, who's an adjunct professor in interior design, who just had a really fantastic studio that dealt in some ways with some of these issues of retrofit and reuse and opportunistic kind of forms of interiority. And so I think that's a really good tie-in. And then we have Nick Jelpy, who's associate professor at the Florida International University. I always get the two. There's two different ones in Miami, and is an old colleague of mine. Has his current office, Jelpy Projects in Miami, doing architectural projects all around the nation, and was a longtime member of the Stephen Hall's office in New York City, and a graduate of Columbia as well. We were actually classmates. Disclaimer. I like calling it a member. Don't hold that against him. But all right. So are there any questions before we kick off? We're right at 10 minutes. Should be pretty self-explanatory. And so we're going to kick off with Tinashe. And you have the floor, Tinashe.
All right, can you guys see my screen? Hello? Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, I couldn't hear anyone back. Okay, so my name is Tinashe, and this is my project, Living Systems. Sorry, hold on, let me fix something with Zoom. Basically, throughout the semester, we've been sort of trying to define what a living system means. And so like during my preliminary research, I stumbled upon this guy named James Greer Miller, who was an American biologist. And he sort of was like the first person to sort of like coin living systems. And he considered it a self-organizing system that had special characteristics of life and interacted with its environment. So like in his theory, like living systems can exist at multiple scales, down from the cellular level, all the way to, you know, the cosmic level. So like I sort of decided to define my living system as like whatever we needed to like sustain life essentially. And so I went about trying to figure out sort of what were the basic needs and components we needed to sustain that life. So I organized it into just like two individual categories, pretty simple categories of like sort of biological needs, eating, sleeping, et cetera, whatever we need to like basically survive. And then societal needs, just like, you know, socializing, school, work, all the things we sort of have to do to be a member of society. So I just sort of started doing these basic diagrams of just like, these basic diagrams of like, sort of what are the things we need to do and what are the programmatic components that we need to sort of accommodate these actions. So after like sort of finding out whatever the components that I needed, if you didn't get a good look, just like shower, kitchen, library, parks, retail, etc. The question arose like, how do these program like aggregate on the site? So Professor Odom already like sort of gave you our site, so I won't go too deep into that. But I chose a building at the intersection of 7th and Main Street, as well as a parking lot that was right next to it, because I sort of like started with this idea that I wanted my project to be sort of one for like, you know, a social revitalization, urban revitalization, et cetera. So like I saw this parking lot and I was like, well, it's kind of like a waste of space, so let me like take over it essentially. And another reason I was interested in choosing that site is like Professor Odom said, we're right next to Skid Row. And I'm sure you've heard of Skid Row, but it's home to just over 4,700 people, most of whom are homeless. And there's a significant, you know, there's a pretty, like everyone knows, there's a pretty big homelessness problem in Los Angeles and here in Austin as well. We just essentially, you know, put a ban on, we criminalized homelessness essentially just a few days ago. So this is the existing condition of the site, just a bird's eye view of it. So you can sort of see how it's right at the intersection of two busy intersections, and has this little alleyway up to the north where presumably, like, oh, doesn't matter. Okay, where am I? So formally, and sorry, can you see that? Is it blurry on your screen as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
We can see it now, Tinashe. Keep going.
Okay, cool. Sorry. My computer's like freezing up. Shout out to Miro.
This is why I hate Moreau.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hopefully. Okay. So started with the maximum envelope of the site, just sort of like basically the max that the code allowed at the time. And then I sort of started to carve it out if it's gonna. Oh my God. Let me restart my Miro.
Hey, Clay, is there like a mural board where everyone is pinned up?
No, because I hate Miro.
Okay, so there's no way that we can preview the drawings without Tinashe
Well,
showing?
we
No,
can.
I can share a
We
link
can if-
of it.
Yeah, you
Actually,
can give us.
let me share a link of it.
I came to the same conclusion, Clay, this semester. We broke Miro like real fast in
Oh,
our
man.
studio, real fast. So Tinashe, don't worry. I'm used to seeing those blurry screens. You're doing the right thing. You zoom, you click, you zoom out, you wait. Like,
Yeah.
it's all, yep.
It's a problem. Okay, but let me share the link in the Zoom while I'm fixing this. I even thought to myself I should aggregate all these PDFs into one like place in case this happened, and I just didn't do it. Okay, let's try that again. All right, I think we're back.
It's back. You might try to turn off your video while you're doing this, Tinashe. It might help your bandwidth.
Okay, yeah, let me try that. Okay, so I started to sort of carve out at the maximum envelope because like once I started to like define the program, I sort of decided I wanted to break it up into even like bigger components essentially and make us 4 separate buildings. So then I started to sort of set back the space because I wanted to like create these sort of landscaped it's like northeast and south. I should have included the arrows, but to the top and the bottom here to sort of invite people in. And then I sort of started to smooth these forms. Okay, well, never using Miro to present again. And then after getting those forms smoothed out, I started to sort of landscape the site and add the greenery to it. There we go. Then after doing that, I sort of wrapped the entire building with this screen, which I will talk about later. Then programmatically, this is what I ended up with. If it will. So I had these 4 separate units. I had housing, I had a vertical farm, I had 2 separate community spaces, one on the ground floor that had more public community spaces like gyms, retails, grocery stores, etc. And then more intimate public spaces in the second community center, which contained like library, gallery spaces, and office space. And then formally, because like I wanted to create something that fit into like the existing context, I went a pretty tectonic route with the form and the design. And also just because like for better or worse, I wanted to like essentially to create a place that like that could take homeless people off the street essentially. And homeless shelters don't usually look all that great. So I wanted to try and do something that was a little bit better than that. So the little screen that I mentioned earlier, I sort of saw as an organizing principle for the 4 separate masses, as well as like a way to engage the city in the sense that, move my screen. In the sense that it also consists of like sort of photovoltaic panels that could help to sort of bring a little power to help power like, the vertical farm and some of the retail space. So it consists of these like ETFE panels on the bottom, which rest underneath a space frame. And there's mullions, and then there's an additional, come on, Miro. An additional ETFE like and photovoltaic wrapper around it. And then okay, there we go. So this is like sort of the ground floor level, showing sort of what I meant by like wanting to sort of landscape the site and create these sort of walkways and pathways for people to like sort of engage, even if they're not necessarily using the building, they could like walk through the site and around it and maybe like want to just chill and rest there. And then one of what it feels like to sort of be underneath this like space frame system. And so some of the lighting qualities that are created by these like semi-translucent ETFE panels.
Why are you using ETFE panels?
So I wanted to use ETFE because for two separate reasons. I probably should have made a board of this, but for one, because it's lighter than glass. And secondly, that it actually has a higher visible light transmittance on average than glass. So it's like, it's both lighter on the structure, the space frame, as well as allowing more light, more natural light in. I'm sorry, the end.
Oh, that's the end?
Yes.
Do you have plans of the programs?
I have plans of the housing unit. The other ones unfortunately did not come together, but please.
Could you just remind me what the programs are? So
Yeah.
Housing.
So there is, come on, Miro. Yeah, so there's libraries, gallery spaces, office space, gym. Oh God.
Maybe if you could you center on that frame, and then we can just take a look
I'm
at.
trying to. My computer's like.
Yeah.
It's,
Whenever you get to a still place.
Yeah, it's Miro is doing its own thing right now, not being very helpful.
Oh, Stephanie, you got in. I couldn't get in. I tried to get in, it didn't work.
I'm special.
You are special. You've got a secret link, I guess. Miro heard me bad mouthing it. That's why it wouldn't let me in. Tinashe, before we get really sort of into things, if you don't mind, if you will humor me, if you could go back a little bit to you don't need to move screen or anything, but just speak a little bit about kind of how you arrived in the programming phase of your project, like really assessing the needs. I'm interested sort of the human factors that you considered when you made those very early decisions about your biological versus societal, and you kind of detailed them, what they included. I'm wondering, like, what were your parameters? Like what did you use to develop that list?
Yeah, so like just sort of about the like I sort of mentioned, I'm not explicitly designing like a homelessness shelter, but it is like sort of meant to be affordable micro apartments, units for people who don't mind smaller spaces and or people who are transitioning out of homelessness. So like I sort of started there and was like, like what are the sort of basic human needs that they're not being, having access to clean water, and from there deciding I need a bathroom, or like not having a decent place to rest their head at night, or like, when the temperature gets bad. So, that necessitated a shelter or a bedroom of some kind. And that's sort of how I came about making those decisions. And then I didn't want to stop there. I didn't want to just like create the bare necessities. I also wanted to because life is more than just living. It's like you don't want to just survive. You want to at least enjoy your existence as much as you can. So that's what led me to want to start infusing other programs where people could like, just like sort of the retail space, like where you can meet friends, you can socialize, you can do stuff like that. Like sort of adds
Yeah,
the,
actually, I'm happy you brought that one up because it was the retail that sort of gave me a little bit of a trigger reaction too. Because I totally hear you. Like there's an issue of survival, but then there's that's different from an issue of living. And living has to do with wellness. And one of the things that I was surprised to see retail, and please forgive me if I missed it, but I didn't see like educational or medical on there. Like there, and not medical from like, fixing illness, but medical from a point of wellness, starting with wellness and maintaining wellness. So I'm wondering, because all of these components feed into a healthy living style, but so much of those components of nutrition, actually, there is still a bridge. So if you're going to do some kind of transitional housing, I'm curious about, if you spoke to or worked with or did any research on sort of transitional housing or homelessness, like sort of, or anything sort of adjacent to those programs, or looked at the neighborhood profile of people in that area. I'm curious to hear more about sort of the external factors that helped you decide.
Yeah, so I did look into I was looking at the city of Los Angeles's GIS data and sort of like looking at sort of the surrounding zip codes, the medium income levels, stuff like that. And that certainly did inform my design for sure. In the actually mid review, I actually had something that sort of addressed some of the questions that you raised. Like it sort of talked about like, but yeah, I guess for when I put retail space, I didn't really envision it as, I mean, of course, like I'm not going to be in control of, who rents out the space, but I sort of envisioned it as a place where people could sell their own arts and crafts and just like flea market type retail and less corporate, if you know what I mean. But of course I didn't explain that, so.
It's an interesting idea to think about, whatever you said, whatever is needed to sustain life, and then you looked at biological and societal. I think the question is, are societal things necessary to sustain life, or is it about what is necessary for society to sustain itself?
Right. That was one thing I really did. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I think you were freezing, but that's something that I really did grapple with. I was questioning whether I should go like full on like restructuring of society as we know it, and like perhaps like I'm designing for a world where we now have a universal basic income. A lot of like labor is automated. Like I didn't know how far to take it, so I ended up sort of designing for the contemporary situation, as opposed to like something too far into the future, if that makes sense.
Well, kind of, yeah. I mean, I think it's how you define that question. I mean, if we're talking about what is necessary to sustain life, you look at like the home base in the Antarctic, and you'll see the kind of minimum necessary things. You look at like the space station, and there aren't art museums in the space station, right? The cultural things are kind of missing, and I think it would be interesting to kind of compare your project here with a more normative, maybe corporate development, and really see what the differences are. I mean, a few things that come to mind. Look, by the way, I think you have a really beautiful project. The graphics are very beautiful, and despite the Miro hiccups, everything looks quite nice. And so it's going to look great in your portfolio. A few of the issues I have with it are a little bit the way that you presented it. Like, I maxed out the envelope, I carved it, I smoothed it. I'm not sure why you needed to smooth it. Or I set it back, then I smoothed it. Then I greened it. I mean, that makes it seem like not such an important move when they're just sort of steps to get you to the end, without a kind of critical lens. And in fact, when we look at the final, the greening it are just decorative palm trees. I mean, why didn't you put a bunch of like fruit trees inside this synthetic environment that you create all around the buildings, right? Effectively put the buildings inside a greenhouse. You talked about And then that gives you a reason for using ETFE
Right,
and UV
yeah.
transmission. I mean,
Totally.
this whole could really be, I'm just wondering, is this like supposed to be a kind of hermetic, biodome that could survive the apocalypse, or is it, just slightly different from, what a developer might do? And in addition, one final thought is that this is great, but we're really looking at this as a kind of, form that could exist on the moon. I think you should add back context to all these drawings, the elevations and your site plan 3D. You had it in the initial 3D.
Yeah.
But I also think the selection of the site, like the building and the parking lot, is an interesting one. So it's a space and a building. One question is to think about when looking at a site like this is, why is this a parking lot? Probably it's because somebody owns it and they don't want to sell it.
Right.
Generally, people don't want surface parking lots in a dense urban environment. Some people use them for farmer markets, but they don't really contribute back, and they're not parks, right? They're just a kind of temporary band-aid for usually something that's tied up. But I like the idea, and a developer or the city wants you to have a building and parking for it, so it's a kind of outdated idea about the relationship of urban land and a building.
Right.
So maybe there's something about what happens to the car. I feel there are all these extra layers of questions that you could add and maybe not answer, but just
I agree.
ask them to finish your project, and have it be something, more polemical or provocative, but nice project generally.
Definitely. No, I agree. Thank you.
Yeah, I echo the previous comments on program and living, and I won't get into that. Clay, I don't know if you know this, I spent 5 years as a facade consultant. So I want to talk about your facade because it's the most developed part of the project. And also I think Nicholas has a comment that I was also going to say, which is that I think all of the elements are here. It's a very beautiful presentation. The representations are really nice, but I think the order of the slides in which you went through them are kind of misordered.
Okay.
I feel that I wanted to hear about the programmatic concept first, right? Because you do start from this really interesting thing about James Greer Miller. And then I was hoping to hear, well, then this is the program that I chose, but then you jumped immediately into the operations. And I'm like, well, what are all these, like, what are the operations for? And then you talked about programs. So I think it's just a simple reordering of everything you already have, just so that it foregrounds what is the question you're asking. And then there's these series of operations that fulfill that concept, right? So I think regarding the skin is this incredibly sinuous drape over a really large program. Clay, I don't know if all of your students are going to have such huge projects like this for the.
No, it's a range, but they had agency to select how big these things should be. They just needed to have a reasoning behind it.
I see. Yeah. And like, I'm not opposed to bigness. Like, I think there's a lot of density in downtown Los Angeles. I'm from LA. That this area we have a serious housing problem. So I really appreciate your thinking about micro housing, you're thinking about Skid Row. There's these elements that feel like the program, I think Allison already had some really great comments about living, so I won't get into that. But I think what I want to say about the skin is that you were referencing it as a space frame. And I was looking at it and I'm like, it actually doesn't look like a space frame.
Yeah.
It's not actually a three-dimensional space frame. It's a two-way frame. It's a complex curvature for sure. But then I looked at the images, I was zooming in your Miro board, and I'm like, well, there's tons of layers, actually. There's a lot going on here. And what I want to say about that is the quality of light in the renderings. I can imagine, ETFE, there's various levels of transparency, opacity, but that there's a beautiful glow to it, right? And I can imagine that, I appreciate the sensitivity to light because LA can get very hot. The sun is really direct, right? We need shade all the time. And I think actually what struck me as so strange is that you have such different programs. You have a vertical garden nestled up right against micro housing. You have these office space, retail, you have literally every program imaginable, and yet the skin doesn't really change. So I think the next step in this development, if you were like a facade designer, you were going through this, is that office needs a lot of transparency, right? People want views, they want to see out. Retail, actually, they often want black boxes. So it kind of depends where your retail is up against the facade. Vertical garden, I'm like, why is it nestled against micro living? It wants, if it's a vertical garden, I think it wants as much sunlight as possible. That tower next to it is so tall, it's going to throw tons of shadow on it in the morning, right? It's going to get southern light for sure and western light, but I think there's a way that they're nestled that I'm like, it's a bit strange, actually. And actually it seems like you're blocking views. I don't know what the layout of the micro units are, but the inward part of the L of the micro units also doesn't get light. So there's a funny part in which you're not helping your programs by juxtaposing them, right? So I think you want to pull them apart a little bit. I think there's, ETFE is interesting. I'm not, let's not talk about fire code. It's probably not usable for such a tall tower. I think it's a class B material. But nonetheless, I think there is something to that, which is that residential folks want to open their windows, right? So there's everything starts, all these requirements start to change your facade. And I actually think that's a great thing. I think that it starts to create variation and more specificity, and it allows for a different reading of your project, because right now it's very even, right? It's a very even drape. And I think when you add those layers in of specificity, that it starts to become really beautiful, that I can read it on the facade.
Got it. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's a really good comment too, because I always was wishing that it had more difference, and we had a lot of conversations about that. But really nice work, Tinashe, and a nice way to kick off the morning. And sorry for the Moreau sniff.
Oh yeah. Sorry about that.
So yeah, no worries.
You got
Okay.
access to the board at least. So
Yeah. They did. So that's good. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Who's up? Ashlyn.
Okay, I'm gonna leave my video off just for while I present.
Sure. Yeah, that's a smart move.
Okay, so here is my project. Skid Row is a dynamic and powerful community. This project aims to provide a living space that supports, celebrates, and showcases the culture within this unique neighborhood. This is a housing project, so I began to question what a living space means for the individual. I found that the built environment must feed the functional and basic needs of each user, but also the humanistic identity of the real people that are actually occupying the space. So I started to look at like the different scales of humanity, individual identity and community is what I was focusing on. Individual is classified as like your basic biological needs, while identity focuses on the human experience surrounding emotional and social responses and stuff like that. And I'll get into community later. Looking at this scale I created between individual and identity related needs, I began to place the programming on a spectrum and grouping them into categories: hygiene, rest, food, culture, and socialization. The diagram begins to show the interrelation between the program groupings and what simple experiential traits they share. I found it was interesting how everything fell into order and how like food ended up right in the middle, because it shares a lot of like basic needs, but it's also very cultural at the same time. And so this diagram just goes into more detail on placing the programs within their groupings, and it focuses on like a chronological sequence of events and also the orientation and the boundaries and how it kind of overlaps and stuff like that. I also have this looping form that made me begin to see this middle void as possibly like a space or a thickness that could serve these programs. And so starting off with food as a grouping, I started to diagram just all the different components that could go into the food programming group, looking at like orientation and adjacencies and stuff like that. And this is a much simplified version of just what I was looking for. So then I began to create a module with this logic that is catered towards the food and socialization program groupings, since they're next to each other on the scale I created, and they can definitely exist within the same space. I wanted to create the wall thickness that facilitates the desired programming around its entire parameter. This creates a very ordered and fixed set of actions surrounding the wall module. And you can see how all the adjacencies and orientations are kind of put into where everything's placed on this thickness. The social component exists adjacent to the food because the act of eating can be very social, but without the food, it can also just be like a hangout space if you wanted it to. So you can just begin to see how people fill in the space. This is the backside that has a hydroponic cultivation system for food production, but also just to have pet fish in their little space. Yeah, and just people using it. So I made another wall module with the same reasoning as the previous one, with the wall thickness serving programmatic needs. This one facilitates the rest and hygiene program groupings, which ended up being like a little bit more simple and relaxed than the previous one. It's also much more private, so there's more door options or whatever, so you can choose if you want it to be very closed off or open. And here's the rest space. You can see that either one or two people can exist within the space. There's a lot of storage and personalization. The closet acts as a door, so it's sliding and reveals a mirror. Here's the hygiene portion, which contains your typical bathroom needs. And this is a little axon showing the two wall modules together, making a living unit. The exterior walls of this unit were created to be very close to the minimum amount of circulation you needed to circulate around the wall module. So here's the single unit up here, and this is the ADA unit. You can see that the living unit has rest, hygiene, food, and social within it, but culture is saved for community space later. And these are just little diagrams showing the routines that this design facilitates, and shows how you kind of wake up, wash, eat, and then leave, and you do the same thing, arriving back at night, just in reverse order. So it's a very fixed system, but even though it is very set up with a routine, this just shows how different people can use the different space, and it can end up being very personalized at the same time. So the only part of the previous diagram that wasn't in the unit is culture. And this is because the cultural programs go with the public community space. This little GIF just shows like the logic I had for the community space that is about to be applied to the specific site I'm about to show, but just showing how fluid and it fills in the in-between space and kind of avoids the grid and units. So now I want to talk about site. I chose my project to be in Skid Row because this area deserves some TLC. This map shows a majority of like the public and free spaces that celebrate culture in some way, whether that's art, sense of community, music, volunteer work, stuff like that. There are so many unhoused individuals in this zone of the city. So the logic behind this project was to create more public space that accepts and nurtures the people of Skid Row and humanizes them beyond just statistics. So this is the building I chose, this like red section. It's on the block of 6th in Los Angeles, right on the edge of Skid Row next to the historic core. of Los Angeles. And here's just some street views so you can see what we're working with. Here's just a three-dimensional site of what it was before. This kind of just block showing how much retail is there. There is a little bit of healthcare in this building, so I thought that was good and that could stay, but just looking at what was there. So I began to think about what I wanted this project to be and what it could be in the future. So this middle one is showing what I did to the building for housing, and this is what I predict it to be. So in this one, it just shows my housing buildings and kind of my interior things poking out of the building and adding more cultivation where there used to be a parking lot there, which was fairly ugly. And then for the future, this is what I would hope the site to become moving forward. I think a building on top of the existing building would not only fix the curb appeal of this building, but it could also do wonderful things for the people who live in Skid Row. It would give resources to needs such as cultivated food, hygiene, networking, and general sense of community to the impoverished populations nearby. It could also be just like a nice place to hang out and feel a part of your local culture that hasn't always had a platform. And that's just kind of an overview again. So this is how I would feel the housing buildings. The design would be every other floor is living units and then community space and living units and community space and so on, filling it up. The entire building would have 24 units, would end up being 28 to 40, depending on if one or two or multiple people live in the living units. So then I did sun studies to try and figure out how to get light into the units that were on lower floors without access to edge conditions and windows. So I developed a skylight system that would bring light into those units. Some of the skylights didn't get as much light due to how tall this leftmost building is. So some of them are more solar panels and stuff like that, but most of them are skylights just to bring natural light down. This is just a little GIF showing through the building and showing where the skylights end up and where the units are just throughout the entire space. These are just really diagrammatic plans, but of the first two levels of housing, but it shows you kind of the ratio of living units to community space. You can also see the public spaces fluidity, like I showed earlier that I wanted to apply to the site. So I think it worked out well. So now I want to take you through some of the spaces of the community cultural space. This is the entrance that you would see walking in. Here's a peek into a space that focuses on the arts, galleries, and stages. Let the community present and view their work. There's also a lot of moments to converse with your neighbors and surrounding community. The overarching theme and like goal behind this was just the open sharing of ideas with your community, which can be for leisure things, but also facilitate change if needed. This view shows some hangout spaces, but some like open ambiguous space for more physical activities, whether that's exercise, dance, stretching, meditation. These activities all contribute to the overall culture, so I thought it was important to be included. Another thing that I thought was really important was like workspace. And this shows more of like a collaboration setup, but also private individualized work and educational spaces. These programs can really help foster growth and success for those who don't have access to these privileges. So this is a view into the entrance of one of the housing unit little zones. These spaces have a little bit of a different material application with more transparency and softness to signal you're more at home. This type of space has a lot of social programs because although there's social things within the living unit, you may not want to do that you may not want like people in your living unit or see just everyone that's there. So there's a lot of social things on the outskirts of the living unit zones. This is a view of like a little corridor going into your unit. And now we are magically back into the unit. Once you're done with your cultural activities, you can go back to the day. But to wrap everything up, the basic motive behind this design was to make functionality and identity go hand in hand. The goal is to get occupants' basic needs seamlessly so that they can focus on the more humanistic qualities of life pertaining to experience, emotion, and expression. Thank you.
Can I ask some, I'm just going to go ahead and say maybe they're technical, but like statistical facts and figures about that building that you use? Like, what is the plate height? Like, what's the floor to ceiling height in there? Like, what's the overall height of the building? I mean, you're just working within the shell, is that correct?
Yes. The ceiling height, like each floor was about 18 feet. And so I would kind of cap it at like 12 and give some space for the in-between.
Can we go back to some of your communal spaces? Just want to see.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, is this just an entourage issue with the height in the room? So you've dropped a plenum so you can have some ventilation and building system dropped in there, but it looks, I mean, according to the scale, or my visual scale is saying it's like 7 feet tall in there.
The lowest ceiling is 8 feet.
And what was your thinking with an 8 foot tall space in a communal 8 foot tall space? So you're working with an 18 foot clear space?
Well, no. Okay, sorry. I'm sounding confusing. It's actually each floor in the original building is 18 feet. And so I made 2 floors in that 18 foot zone. So I would have like a 10 foot first floor, or like an 8 foot first floor that sometimes went 10 foot. Sometimes it was double height, 8 feet on the second floor. Sometimes, like it would kind of.
I think a section or a plan would be helpful.
I think it's interesting to get into that level of like detail about sort of how you're going to break down with those, because it's a difficult but sort of wonderful problem to have, to be working within the shell, kind of a shell that you don't really like also. So you're sort of ripe with opportunity to improve. But it's definitely that's number one thing you have to do, right? Really assess that. And I know that like what happens in between those floors, there's a lot that happens. And so what is the depth of space there? Can you actually get 2 floors? Or are we actually talking about some sort of multi-level where your repetition of your units actually starts to have to jog a little bit or something like that? So from a feasibility point of view, I think it's an opportunity, right, to sort of catch that, to try to get behind that. And then just another sort of scalar question, those skylights or the light tubes that you've carved through, what are the like approximate dimensions of them, and like how deep do they go at their deepest?
Yeah, they're like 4 feet in diameter.
Okay.
But depth of how like tall they go, some are 20 feet and some end up being like 40 feet. Okay.
Did you do any studies of what that is to get light down 40 feet from in a 4 foot diameter?
I put them in a lot of reflective materials and stuff like that, and they did in like all my modeling, they brought a lot of light in. So that's what in the, I don't know how, this study I was kind of like looking into, and that's why these ones definitely didn't get enough light. And so that's why those like ended up being a different kind, but all the rest of them got pretty good light.
I think that a section would actually be super helpful for that one too, just cutting through them and being able to see. Claire, are you yelling at me? You're on mute.
Yes, there are sections all over the place. Show them.
Yeah, I had these, and then.
Never mind, Clay. Go back on mute. Stop yelling.
I think this would be a super great gift. So having this with the light studies to be able to see the lights come through, I want to see how those things work. I think they could be pretty glorious, but I think that the materials, and I would love to actually hear more about the materials that you use throughout. It seems pretty streamlined with what you've chosen. So
yes, that's what in these community spaces, I did this bamboo paneling, and you can kind of see, but this dark part behind it is skylights going through. And so like the floor below it would be units. And so those are the skylights going into the units and stuff like that. So I wanted it to be transparent and just where you could see that occurring within the building. And then I used just like a lot of natural materials, this like wicker type stuff, and all the wood is plywood. So I was trying to find like cheaper, more like natural materials. And then within the housing space, this is perforated wood. So there's just a bunch of little like dot holes in it. And I wanted that to create a lot of ambient light. So also in the units, it's being used in a couple different ways to just enhance the transparency and ambiance of the space.
I'm sorry, it drives me crazy that I can't see all the drawings at once. So can you take us to the plan just so I can study the plan?
Yeah, sorry.
And I can't look at that GIF because it gives me a headache. Sorry.
Yeah.
Come on, give me a headache. What? That makes no sense.
it goes so fast. I like the idea of the notion where you have this interior and it starts to radiate outward, sort of even starting with that study. I think you could have even brought it in to a quick sort of anthropometric study of the body, right, as you moved outward and with that ADA unit versus that. And I would have preferred to see the ADA unit be slightly different in the sense of truly being a universal design to really account for sort of clearances more so than just being slightly larger than the other unit, because to recognize needs and differences would be nice. But I like how I actually at first I was like, oh, when that first skin just sort of like was a little bit bigger, but I kind of like that because of the way that you've aggregated them through the floor plate. They're sort of dancing around this grid and they're moving and they're movable, like not really, but in your design, they're movable and they're shifting and they're just going to make their way. And I think that where you make contact with either existing structure, like the column grid or the existing building skin, are places that could be really fascinating. And I would have loved to see how those things intersect, just to see that in that new interior, not bleeding out, but like forcing its way out and really starting to say something new about what this place is and how it can operate, because it might have been another opportunity for you to not only bring in natural light, but to experience what that means to have something, you said seamless, right? But you've created these new seams, but those could be really, really fascinating and you could completely celebrate that. And there's something like about dismantling the actual structure that's there, that where it's not needed, not for the sake of curb appeal, but actually just for this expression of the interior. It might end up being an improved curb appeal, right? That might be a byproduct of it. But if you go in saying curb appeal, I'm thinking like petunias on the sidewalk, it's like not, it's a different thing. So, but where your project really starts to take off is how you start to aggregate these individual units and looking at the relationships of one to another. So I love this diagram. And I would, of course, we always want students to have an infinite amount of time to do this, but see every floor be completely different. Just because whether it's the level of occupancy or the desired level of daylight, and that kind of programming and restraints you could put on that, but notions of how people move through that space and how they use it. It could be the floor plate problem, right? So you could use all this stuff to your advantage, and just to really see those differences, the aggregation, and then kind of like step back and be like, what happened to the outside of the building then? Like, so, and then just sort of to post haste examine versus get to the outside and be like, it poked through in this very even column because all of a sudden it got real nice and it's going to do this mean thing and poke through the facade, but then it got really nice and said, but we're only going to do it this way. right?
Yeah.
And then you were thoughtful about the materials and everything, but so I understand you were trying to think of an economy of production, but I think that you could all of those things could be modular, prefabricated offsite and inserted, sort of almost like a plug and play. So what's the necessary infrastructure you would need to make that happen? And so like running it through a systems and production analysis could be really fascinating versus just working with a formal study and then trying to be apologetic at the end. So
Yeah.
I think it's really starting. I love this diagram and I love the direction it could go. And so I think that it could be like, wow, great. So yeah.
Do these units get natural light?
So ones on higher levels do, where you see the building, there's like that one really tall building that pops up. All of those units would have windows in them with natural light.
I suppose you have to take me back to the,
Yeah, if you go to
okay, great,
this
here.
one, the ones up here, you can see like these little circles, those are going into units and stuff at those higher levels.
But you have units in a very deep floor plate on the plan though. Like I see it, wait, that's administration. So floor 1 is the plan that I saw on the other page.
Yes, yeah, floor 1.
So these are, wait, but people live in these units, so they actually get no light down there.
Well, that
floor 1.
the skylight system goes into these units on the 1st and 3rd floor.
Okay.
And that's what like you can kind of see it hidden here, but
Yeah. And I was confused. Is this an existing grid, column grid, or one that you imposed?
no, this is one that I imposed.
Okay, so yeah, so it's just a shell. I mean, or do we even need the remnant of the building if this is all new column, structure?
No, the columns were existing. The columns were part of the.
So the grid is existing.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The grid and the shell are existing, and then the intervention is Ashlyn.
Yeah, the skylights weren't existing.
Right. Okay, so let's go back to the plan because I'm fascinated by these white spaces. Like what's happening in the white space?
So in those are all like the community space avoiding the columns, so they're not.
Yeah, that's the pink space, but what's the white space?
The white space is wall thickness. Then.
Oh, well, there's a lot. Okay, so I do, despite the lack of, I'm not sure I believe the skylights, the lack of natural light for some of the units, for the units above, sure. I am very fascinated by the oozy quality of this project, and I think there is a bit of going back and editing what these communal spaces are. Right, there's an excess. I mean, I love the excessive part about this, but there's an excess of circulation to some of these units. And I would agree with Allison about this aggregation, right? That the aggregation could feel a little more intentional because I think it's not exactly totally great all the time to have people hanging out in front of your front door. Sometimes depends on what type of person you are. So I think there is something to that, but actually the white space to me is really excessive, right? You don't need that much wall thickness. I mean, you don't need, there's building services, but maybe not that much building services in this project. So I think there's something about that white space that could be theorized actually, because it's a significant part of your project. So I think there's this, you know, we're always asking you to do more things, but I think as you take this project further, you know, maybe you continue these ideas in another studio, that there's a way I think to theorize the HVAC of this project that could actually help that oozy liquid excessive quality, right? That makes it not only because the HVAC of the building is what sustains life in this building, right? That's the kind of other fundamental aspect of this project. And I think I do really appreciate these really curvilinear qualities, the kind of natural textures that you've chosen. The images are quite alluring. I agree, the ceiling height is way too low, it feels like, for a communal space, except for the ground floor that you showed us. But I do love this plan, except for the lack of natural light.
Yes, and I would just add, I'm sorry I missed the end of your presentation, but I liked the beginning a lot. And I thought it was very interesting, your analysis of how you kind of identified food as something like necessary for living, but also cultural, social. I think that's a really apt observation. And I liked, I mean, there's a whole history of, the kitchen and how it used to be in the back of house. And really it's become the kind of, focal point of living space. And I like the idea that you've, developed these modules at a small scale and then kind of worked up from that small scale. And then, these are the issues that you run into when you try to, really relate the micro and the mega. And I agree, I agree with some of the comments. I mean, yeah, it seems like the white space and the kind of community space could maybe become voids in your floor plate. So they're multi-height and light comes down and penetrates into the mass. And, that would help open up the volume a little bit. But again, I'm really impressed by the kind of the graphic beauty of your drawings and the very muted palette that you have. I think you've done a really nice job. I was going to ask you, is this a project intended to exist in the future or now?
Now the one, let me go back. This would be like the future, like 30, 40
Okay.
in the future. This would be the now of the project.
The blue stuff. I mean, yeah, just to follow up, I mean, it seems like at a certain point, the existing past, the shell could go away. And what you're left with is just this kind of new organic, improvised, circulation space. It really becomes a different architecture. But it seems like it's becoming that in a certain sense anyway. So, I like the idea that one could sort of take over the other and over time erode the other, and it's no longer relevant, right? And maybe it's not working top down, so the exterior composition of it is not resolved, right? Maybe you just accept that, and maybe to the point where the old structural system goes away and these modules are both work at the scale of the program and the detail. Maybe they're also stackable and they become structural, and so the entire original structure just becomes a kind of excess relic. But anyway, I think it's I like the way that your project works across all scales, and you put thought into all of that.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, we're running a little long, so I'm trying to move this along. Sorry. Audrey, great job, Ashlyn.
Okay, hello. Could you hear me with these headphones in?
Yep.
Okay. So humans can survive for 30 days without eating, 3 days without drinking, yet only 3 minutes without breathing. And so the guiding idea for this project revolves around issues in the standard model of the home. Especially now with social distancing, many people's mental health has deteriorated, leading to issues such as depression, anxiety, and alcohol and substance abuse. It can be derived that the misfortunes due to COVID lead to such negative spirals. Social isolation and missed and lost opportunities fuel these negative mindsets, which can ultimately be described to derive from a lack of stimulation in life. The microenvironment of the home, in combination with the physical issues of the site, have a great impact on the conditions of the private home. So looking specifically at the physical conditions of the site in downtown Los Angeles, I took specific note of proximity to green spaces, in addition to obsolete public realms due to COVID, and then proximity to mental health facilities. So noting the correlation of lack of proximity to clean air areas, and how that affects the people who live here. So then that leads to an intervention that you see here, which is to be placed inside the Cecil Hotel, which is located on South Main and between 6th and 7th. And then also taking note of its dark psychological past. So it's famously noted for its many negative occurrences that have happened inside. So trying to take this extremely bad place and see how design can essentially help the mental like realm and the person's mindset. And then going back to the re-examination of the home, taking note about our newly choreography in the house and how it's a constant cycle between bedroom to bathroom to kitchen and living. So really deriving it as public or private to semi-private to public. And then in the Cecil itself, looking at scales of intervention and how all of these different components affect life. So at the smallest scale is air circulation itself. And then the private unit for one person. And then for multiple people, like a couple or small family. And then that semi-public realm of the living space and its connection to the new public space. And then in combination altogether, how it is organized inside the Cecil. And then in reality, this is how it's come to be. So trying to embody greenhouses and seeing how the cultivation of air, not only as like needing to get clean air to occupants, but making use of the physical environment of downtown Los Angeles and the air that is wasteful from the occupants itself, and how all those things can be in constant interaction with each other to create a better environment. So this is in the site itself in proximity to Ivy's project, which you'll see later on. And then going back to that choreography of private to semi-private to public spaces and how that is instilled in this project. And then this is the residential floor plan. So trying to keep in mind the idea of interweaving spaces and how trying to keep everyone connected, but then also encourage movement of both people and air throughout this space. And then having unit types, so single to couple to small family, and how this is just the private room, so like the bedroom, but then with the additional new needed programs in the bedroom. And then how that can come to look. And then how that leads to the semi-public floor, which is kitchen, dining, and then work or study, and then having a transitional space here to the public at the end. So then in section, the new public programs that I think would allow for more stimulation in people's life is park, play, climb, and then also having cultivate, grow, and gather. So having this wing be as community and this wing be as produce and cultivation, and then this as nature and activity. And then going into those semi-public spaces. So if this is the area where produce is grown and then are given to the occupant itself, but then also in the restaurant, so like restaurant and then grow and then leading to the kitchen. And then how that leads into a dining and gathering space. And then ultimately to the ground itself, which is the start of it all. So the entry, but then also that pre-treatment to the entire environment and how it's the entry, but then also the excess of air going in and air going out, and how that attempts to create a better environment for everyone.
Can you just say that again, about the air going in and the air going out?
Yeah, so taking note of like the air of the surrounding environment, and so how that would go in just through like natural occurrences of like entry and windows and things, but then also how that comes into interaction with the occupants and how the occupants take it in and then release it. So it's like taking in waste and releasing waste, but then how that is pre-treated from the ground with the new environment, but then also with the activity itself. So trying to release better air than what is going in.
So are we to understand the silver tubes as sort of a revisioning of what an HVAC system could be like?
Yes.
Is this
Yes.
mechanical work? Okay.
Yeah, so if like HVAC is just tubes for movement, how that can be re-envisioned of not only movement of air, but for activity and life and people.
And then the last thing is, what would be my visual understanding of the existing shell if your proposal has been constructed and now we're occupying this? What is the hotel now? Like, what's the skin? What's the brick? What do I understand about that shell?
I think just trying to not tear down the whole city, but seeing what you can put in, if like the energy that is put in can refurbish something.
See, I feel like your project
Remains
is
brick.
Richard Rogers' like dream come true. Like he'd be like, yes, like, this is amazing. This is what I've always wanted to do.
He did
it's
it.
like,
He did it in the Pompidou Center.
well, not like this.
The tubes.
This is just like turned up though. I mean, I appreciate the boldness of your project, Audrey. And I'm really curious about those juxtapositions. I think from the interior, there's very little to not love about your project. I like that you're thinking about the building systems as these sort of rules for the initial folds and how that supports the occupation of the interior. Again, they sound like a broken record. I would love to see the seams of how those two things come together on the exterior as they make their way to the building skin, and how we start to reform that seal of the thermal break between the exterior climate. And so the infiltration of climate into the building is always sort of our ongoing battle. And in some places you've embraced it, and in other places it seems like it still needs to stay outside. So I'm curious. I would love to see, sort of further development. I think you're starting to ask those questions, and that's really good. But the whole idea of where we are right now with building technology and building science is about like, how do we make this building as tight as possible and then just inject fresh air in a controlled manner versus letting the building start to do some of its own. Like we used to just let the building let a little bit of air, the buildings would breathe, right? So we'd let air and whatever water came in, then we let the building dry. So sort of like that natural flexure of a building, but now it's about complete enclosure. I'm always really curious about what that's doing to life cycles of our buildings. So I love that the use of the existing shell still has remnants. I wonder if there was some sort of surface application or gestural component like that. For whatever reason, of all the things like that I'm looking at in this picture that I could say is odd, it's the brick masonry wall that stands out to me as the oddity. So I'm wondering if there was a position or if there was no position taken on it. I'm curious about that.
About like, why did the brick wall stay?
Mm-hmm.
I think just trying to embody the idea that when like along with the process of like bettering one's mental health, like it's not like you completely tear down what is there or what exists. You try to add something or work on components of the thing itself and see how that can become better, as opposed to like tearing it down and starting anew. You want to make good out of what is there.
I totally see that happening here. I'm wondering though that you said instead of tearing down, you can reuse what's there and make better. I'm wondering about how or why in the places where it hasn't been completely cut through with the circulation cores, I'm wondering about how you made it better.
Okay.
Or did you not or whatever that was leaving it the way to make it better?
Yeah, I think it's not so much like trying to make the facade or the exterior, like the face of it better, but more just like the atmosphere of it. So it's more on like what is inside and what comes out of it and what it produces. So having that sort of exhaust and the things coming out of it in these tubes, if that is like the exhaust, then that is like the product of what is going on inside.
I think you have a very nice project, Audrey. I mean,
Thank you.
it's impressive. The plans I really liked. They were like fascinating to look at and to kind of cross-reference the existing plan within them. You know, I think maybe to Allison's point, the way that, you know, these interior, you know, voids, which are really for light and ventilation, you know, the way that they relate, I don't mind it. You know, the kind of radiusing is the new, and the, you know, and then the interior corners of the old. But it all kind of plugs together here in a nice way. And you know, obviously we can always resolve plans more and more. And you had a couple of them. Can you flip through them?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah. I think it's very cool. I mean, you know, yeah, to Allison's point about Rogers and, you know, Rainer Banham as a book, The Architecture of the Well-Tempered Environment. And it would be interesting to think about, you know, if buildings really become a carbon sink or a way to remove a filter to purify air, like they all become Dyson air purifiers in the future. You know, I wonder what kind of ancillary spaces you create. I mean, this seems like it works from a layout perspective, and hotel rooms become new living spaces, and you've added to them, and you know, all of that works. But I wonder if maybe what's missing are the, you know, the spaces around it. What do these like canyons become? Maybe you showed us, but do you have like a view into this now? What do they become? Are they still just like passive light and air spaces?
Yeah, like it becomes more like it continues the opportunity for light access into those lower floors, but having these like circulation sort of tubes extending out into them sort of allow for more light to seep in. And then adding, so if these are where circulation occurs, so adding some activity into those areas too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it almost seems like, I mean, one thing I'll say is that the tube seems like a dated Rainer Banham type of thing from the Pompidou Center. And I wonder if, you know, something like what you're proposing isn't really achieved by, you know, new advances in membranes that sort of absorb things out of the atmosphere. And it becomes less about really pumping air long distances through tubes and, you know, things like that. I wonder if this becomes a more kind of, you know, immersive filter that exchanges with the air. You know, I think that would be a great potential for you to look into as you move on. But, you know, overall, I really enjoyed the presentation and the project.
Yeah.
Hey, Audrey. I remember you from midterm. So congratulations, you've come a really long way. This is really lovely. I remember where you were at. So you should feel great about that. The, you know, presentation is really beautiful. Drawings are legible. They're a pleasure to look at. So this is all great. I also had the same comment about the techno-modernism showing up, you know, Pompidou meets Archigram. And I think there's something interesting about this idea of the plug-in retrofit that's really captivating as like an idea for, you know, not tearing down old buildings, but retrofitting them, right? So there's something really radical about this technology, I think, that you're thinking about. And this didn't come up in this presentation, but I know at midterm we're in COVID times. So there is a lot about this anxiety about fresh air, right? This need, this desire to have fresh air, filtered air, clean air. So I really appreciate all the kind of nuance that you bring to this project. And I think what's lovely about, you know, I'm looking at all of this curvature of the plan. I think there's this really beautiful way that you're kind of creating cocooned domestic spaces. And then this kind of radii become larger and they become communal spaces. So I think there's a nice way that the design echoes some of the programmatic elements that you're thinking about. And I think this plugin retrofit, it's interesting because it's creating a new model for living. So I notice in this plan that there are no kitchens, right? None of these units on this floor have kitchens. So I need to go to a communal floor to eat. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So there's a way that you've totally actually created another form of living, right? I mean, this is kind of like the SRO, the hotel model, but a bit transformed. So I think there's a really nice way that the program is influencing the design. I think there's something interesting about the HVAC element, right? There's this massive stack effect. I know we kind of talked about that at midterm, right? These tubes are quite tall. If we go to your beautiful section, they're not all the way. I think there's some gaps, right? There's some points at which it stops. But for example, between park and play, that's quite a significant vertical rise. And I was thinking about how you're talking about bringing this air in through these tubes, and you had this crazy like circulatory mess of tubes at the base. I'm like, I don't even know what that stuff is. Is it furniture? Is it furniture, but also HVAC? Because actually the best way to cool air, to bring it into a building, is to force it to go underground in a labyrinth, right? So you want to force the air through a cool, dark space, and then bring it up through a building. So there's these kind of HVAC specificities that I think this project is really well developed, but I think to push your thinking more about what HVAC wants, how the air moves, it's not necessarily the most exciting thing to think about, but I think it is fundamental to your project. And you are utilizing the vertical section, right? This is fundamental to your thinking for the project. So I think there's a beautiful way that you can push it even a little bit more, just to kind of emphasize that idea. But otherwise, really great work.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, excellent job, Audrey, in an incredibly compelling project. I think the way that, maybe a different way than most of the other projects we'll see today, but you address this one kind of version of infrastructure that we all take for granted, right, in terms of air. And I think it's something to build on and think about as you proceed. I know I will. Nice job.
Okay, thank you so much.
Who's next? Anne.
Hi.
And we're welcoming Dean Addington has joined us for the middle of that project and for one or two more. So
okay,
for joining, Michelle.
I'm also going to not show my video just in case, because my Wi-Fi is usually pretty bad.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you see the Zoom?
Yep,
okay.
You're good.
So my project covers a kind of a bunch of ideas, but one thing that really inspired me was that I found that LA partnered with 100 Resilient Cities, which is a program that a bunch of different cities do. And LA started it in 2018. And so before I even started designing the project, I kind of took into account like what they were trying to achieve for the future. And this is just a very simple example of like what some things are, just specifically on like one unit. And you'll kind of see throughout the project where I pick up different like areas of that like goal that they had, and kind of be talking about that. So we began with the modules. And so one of the parts of resiliency is that you want to design for equity. And so you see in the middle here, that's a basic home floor plan. And not everyone can achieve that, especially in the area we are in. And so I decided that if I created modular units for only the very necessary programs, then it could be in a way where it was dense enough and modular so that everyone could have it, or it was just more readily available to achieve kind of the more equity side. And so I broke apart the kitchen, living, sleep, and hygiene, and just into like the A, B, C, and D components of it. And so all laundry, dining, workspace is outside of the units. So these are what some of them look like. This is the kitchen module. This is the large sleep module, the small sleep module, the large hygiene module, small, and then living. And so you kind of saw those renders like in the place of the unit. So kind of my idea for taking the modular units, the modular systems into the unit was if I had very like square, simple activities in the center, then everything else, like the walls and everything forming around it, could be very fluid and adjust to where it was on the site, what it was facing, so that two units didn't have like bathrooms facing each other. So there was never, so you couldn't get light into the bathroom, or you didn't have two living rooms facing each other. And so it would never be awkward, and kind of letting the outside shape what is happening on the site, and the interior can stay the same besides just rotating different sides. And so the different types of units I have are single ADA, a double ADA, and a family unit. And so if some of you might have been here for my mid-review, one of my bigger goals was this up here is my original floor plan that I had back in March. And I really thought about it, like, if I want to fit as many people as possible, and realistically, if you want this to be an equitable project, like the square footage can't be too big for the units itself. So I started condensing them and really thinking about like what interactions were happening within the, like from wall to wall, if there really needed to be that big of a clearance, and squeezing some of the like my modular systems into the wall, into the interstitial space, so that they weren't just floating in the center like they were before, which ended up picking up a lot of space. And so overall, my project serves 75 people, and this is just kind of some of the the information on it. And as you can see here, one thing you'll notice is that there are these screens all over the place, and they were in that first drawing. It's like it's titanium dioxide metal, which helps clean the air, and that was also one of my other goals. And so these are the units on the site without any interstitial space. So what I said before, like laundry, workspace, dining, that is all separate from the units, and those are communal spaces. And as for a certain amount of units, share a certain amount of communal spaces. And so this is with kind of that interstitial space filled in, and then this is them together. And so I would go through and carve out exactly where these spaces needed to be. And one of the ways I targeted that was this like pink part is the titanium dioxide screen, as you can see here. And so then specifically in my site, I kind of got lucky with where I chose as I like kept looking into it. This is the north side of my project, and I am cutting into this left building, as you can see here, and I'm over these two, which I intended to have like work together. I mean, I can't really make that happen, but it is a proposal. So LA CAN is Los Angeles Community Action Network, and they connect a lot of people who are homeless or struggling and giving them resources, AA meetings and whatnot. And then Chrysalis is a nonprofit that helps get people jobs. And then Nickel Diner is a restaurant that hires homeless people and also provides 300 free meals a week to the homeless. And so I figured if I could cut into this building and kind of work with this community, then it would bring even more towards this idea of resiliency. And having like the one issue all of these places have is that they are trying to provide for low income people and homeless people, but the one issue they have is they can't house them. And so combining them all would be ideal. And so this is LA CAN. They actually just own the building for units, and they have a headquarters a couple blocks down, but I decided maybe if that was where the entrance was, so I was really integrating into it. And so you enter here and the entry up into the units is up there. And then here's all their like main activities that they do. And then one of the other things they do is they have a rooftop garden that feeds people in the community every single week. And so I figured if I implemented this garden onto the site, then it could also be accessible to the public and you can enter through a public entrance. And since all of the units are individually closed, it could be open up to the public, or it could just be like harvesting for the units themselves. And then some of the other interstitial spaces that I have that I took out from the initial like domestic living situation was food production, wellness and dining. So every single unit has access to their own porch or a porch shared with one other unit. And then back behind here would be laundry and small workrooms. I don't have a render of that. I didn't think that would be too interesting to see the laundry room. But you can see here, and then down there's the food production. So this whole side of units shares the laundry and work back here, and then the porch, and you can walk downstairs and you'll have access to the food production. And so that's kind of where that porch was. And you would, all circulation is up against the side of the building to allow like wind to come in, because again, they are like perforated screens. So the circulation into the units, like the hallway, long hallways, are exposed to air, and they aren't like dark hallways. And then you can come out onto here, and your circulation is always around the units, your communal spaces is always around the units, and everything is ideally shared. So this is just another example of wellness and dining, and the production back there. Oh, this is blurrier than I thought it was going to be. Oh, this is also, I was going to take this out. Sorry. And so just to close out, this isn't really anything, but after I had done all of this with the resilience plan, I had come across, that's when I had come across kind of more of these communities that are working with the homeless people. And so DWAC works with LA CAN, and they wrote a letter to the mayor, who was the one at the time who put in place this 100 cities plan. And they had spoken about a lot of issues within the community and how they're not prioritizing living, especially for women. And so I just had ideas for further development of this project to go not just have big units, but small units that could fit just whoever needed to be there at the time. And other things they really requested were feminine hygiene stations and just mental health, which is also near my site. So that would be kind of ideas for further development. That's all.
Thank you. Can you leave us at a plan, please?
The plan?
Do you have a plan of the full project?
I don't. This would be.
Okay, the AXO. All right.
And just a quick clarification before we move forward. You know, these modules, are they redeployable, or are they simply part of your design process, such as once you've determined what you want to have, it's constructed and that's kind of it?
No, that was kind of like the only thing that is kind of, it is what it is, are the the kind of furniture like program. So like that one kitchen module can be put in any setting, shared with any amount of people, and multiplied any amount of times. And so what my idea was, like, this site had originally been bigger, just to how big it was. I couldn't capture it all, but like my initial idea was that if this was successful, then in the future it could like sprinkle all around the city, and all of the outside shell that wraps the program for the units is customizable to wherever the sun is coming in. If you're looking into another unit, wherever the entrance needs to be.
Yeah, I think actually my question is once it was sprinkled out there, once it showed up, that's it. Like it's as if each one of these is bespoke for its location, but once it's actually constructed in its location, there's no redeploying of it. You could add on to it possibly, but there's no rearranging, redeploying of it. Is that right? Once it arrives at a location.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I do think that calls into question a little bit about your idea of customization. That, you know, you talked about how each one of these was actually going to be specific to the needs of the individuals who are there. And of course, the most salient aspect of homelessness is that it's transient. And, you know, and the whole idea is actually that the best part about it is making it transient, which means that you're not building for a person or for a function that is meant to have, you know, a long life. You're meant to sort of like, you're thinking about a need for that moment and that person at that time. And that might shift in a week, it might shift in 10 weeks. So I'm not actually asking you to have this thing become continually redeployable, but to begin to think about, you know, what is the sort of like the scaffold that is going to be permanent, and what are the things that are more transient in it. I think and this is not to say that this is not amazing, because it's rich in so many different ways. I mean, I feel like we could go down so many different paths to talk about different aspects of it. And I'm kind of dealing with a wealth of riches here, trying to understand which of these paths would be most fruitful for you to talk about. And I also haven't, so that was, first thing was actually a clarification, but the second clarification Why NOx? Why NOx? Is it the concern about the fact that this particular location, because this is also very location specific, is going to continue to have very old cars and trucks. Most of the NOx production has been phased out. So why NOx?
I'm a little bit confused.
You talked about you're going to be removing 95,000, I believe it's 95,000 pounds of
Yes.
NOx, nitrogen oxide.
Yes, sorry. I was yes. So that I have the source if you would like it. It was based on how many square meters of the material is open to the wind and the sun. And then for each square meter of that, it gets rid of 200 cubic meters of nitrogen dioxide.
So why did you pick nitrogen dioxide?
Why did I pick
nitrogen oxide?
Because on the resilience plan, smog was an issue, and I had heard of a couple projects using that before as cladding, and so I had just gone with that material.
Okay, I'll step back. I just wanted to get those two aspects of clarification, trying to sort of understand.
When you have a dean who's a scientist, this is what happens.
Sorry about that. Audrey's lucky I didn't start talking about HVAC systems on her project, but that too is something that would have been delightful to be engaged in. Now let me back up, and I'm sort of going to be rethinking what I want to think about on this. So let our guests speak.
I will jump in. I'm not really, I'm a sort of guest, guest to the studio at least today, but I'll jump in. And I really appreciate the way that you actually walked us through this. I wish that some of the slides were a little bit slower, because I think you have a lot of work there that we would love to see more of. But I'm used to the speed that you talk and look at things, so I tried to keep up, so that was good. But there was a really strong, I kept getting that reference in the slide. Every slide that went through, it kept reinforcing it. And I don't know if you looked at a lot of his work, but I think if you haven't, you should study some of the work that Stanley Sadowitz has done up in Northern California. And so he actually came to UT, I don't know, sometime before COVID, so like a million years ago, I don't know, sometime very long time ago, came to UT, but he came and he presented his work. And one of the things I loved about his work was that he was showing sort of, again, to use the term, like the wealth of riches, like his high-end housing units he built. But then the thing that he was really invested in was the low-income housing, the transitional housing, all of these sort of halfway houses that he was getting to work on. And it was not a way of him giving back to the city, but actually a way of what he was saying was perfecting his craft. And what he understood was that the distillation of priorities had to be so clear in order for him to get those projects built and still be ambitious as far as design goes, and as far as creating and promoting a healthy community within the boundaries of the building. And so knowing full well that everything he ever presented to anybody, the first thing they would say is like, well, what can we take out? How can we make this cheaper? And so he understood that he almost would always provide more, knowing that it would get pared back. And so that would be my question to you. So now you are presenting this to the city of Los Angeles, and they say, well, this looks great. How can we pare back? So what are the essential components of your building that you find like are key, and like do not take that away? And what are the pieces that you feel like could come and go, could change? And, like, I'm not asking you to value engineer your project, but in a way I am. I want to know about your priorities here so that you can be able to present your work and be like, it's 100% nailed down. This is it. This is everything.
Yeah. Well, one pretty easy thing I guess I could do, I was just like really trying not to, was having like, I really didn't want it to be like an apartment where you're in this square and you have 2 windows and that's your apartment. So I tried to give people airways or light on every side. So I feel like even if I kept either the top or bottom open, like like where the circulation is or some of those extra spaces, I definitely could shift the units to have them physically more condensed close together. I like the way the units are inside, like size-wise. I don't think I would change that, but if you were to condense it more, it would definitely be like, I don't need 8-foot pathways. And the vertical circulation is obviously kind of big. I originally had it to where every 2 units had their own private one. But like that, and just some of the community spaces could be combined, like there doesn't need to be as many laundry rooms. I know I don't have a plan, but like there are 4 people to a laundry room, and realistically, there could just be like one main laundromat.
And I think that there's a way to identify those things for you on the side, but then not to eliminate them, but then to look at the other performative aspects and the way that your building actually gives back to the urban fabric there. And so if this is projected almost as a prototype for future infill, so what are the components of energy, resource, and even production that all of those little in-between spaces can make? Well, you could push me to a 6-foot sidewalk and that would be cheaper, and the units could be denser, but if you let me be exposed to this much solar energy, I can collect this, I can give back to the grid. Mm-hmm. So that there's a way of sort of metering the performance of your proposals, and that it's a contributor versus just the energy sink that it could be. So you have that delicate balance. And I think a lot of these sort of buildings that will be determined by public policy are going to have a lot of those attributes. And I think that your proposal is poised for it. And that's why I kind of asked this terrible question about it. But so when you can identify that list, instead of conceding, I think you look back at that list and you're like, how can I make these spaces work harder? So I think that your project is very well accomplished, and I want to congratulate you on a beautiful presentation. And so I really enjoy the project, enjoy the presentation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think, Allison, that's a really nice question to ask. And I remember you also from midterms, so I think you've also come a really long way, so congratulations. I think I remember the craziness of the circles that you had at midterms, so I think you really reined it in, and you've really put a lot of attention into the modules. So the modules they feel really tight, right? They feel really well considered. The layouts are so much better, so great job on that. And I really appreciate your thinking about putting housing, pairing housing with these organizations like LA Can. I think you started off with a really strong kind of social justice aspect to it that I really appreciate. So I think to go back to this idea of the modules as prototypes, which I think is really fascinating. And, I was thinking about a structural chassis that could be another component of this module, because what's interesting about this, we're in Los Angeles right now, all the modules are freestanding, right? Allison made the point that you've got 6 feet in between. How can you capture that? How can you make that a positive? It's essentially like the single family home model, like this kind of suburban model, but on a much tinier scale, which is really interesting to me because the relationship to density, it's an incredibly dense way that you've put them together. And it's a particularly California response. This is something, for example, I was thinking about, I live in Brooklyn, so I'm like, well, there's no way we could do this in the Northeast, right? Like the amount of excess insulation, right, just doesn't justify making all these tiny modules for one person. But actually in California, you know, much more temperate climate, that this is much more believable in a way. So I think there's something really interesting about that, the lack of having to create one kind of monolithic type of housing. Like I was wondering about if you take this further, what the different aggregations could be, right? I really would love, you know, it's not, I'm not pinging you for not thinking about this, but like we're captivated by this idea. And I'm like, I can just imagine this in the future, the way that it adapts to different sites. Does it get more dense? Does it stack vertically? Are there different configurations? What happens when you do put units together? Maybe there's multifamily housing. Maybe there's a large family, right? Maybe there's other types of communities, right? That have different needs, right? That's not just for a single family, single person. So I think really great job in thinking through this and really great development over the semester.
Thank you.
I agree with Michelle's comment. There are so many things to discuss in the project, and it's, you know, it's very thorough and thoughtful. And I appreciate the sincerity of you identifying, you know, community action networks and, you know, nonprofits to try to coordinate with in the project. I mean, you know, the idea, to me, your project seems ultimately about a kind of, you know, site-specific idea of resilience. I live in Miami, and resilience here is all about sea level rise and how to, you know, think towards that, and that's, you know, that's a different definition than you have in LA, obviously, but not only environmentally, but, you know, how to make it a kind of resilient thing in terms of housing and homelessness. And I liked Michelle's comment as well about thinking about these things as being transient, or what is the framework, the scaffold. I wonder if you're familiar with Alejandro Aravina's elemental housing, where he constructed 50% and then left 50% open to be improvised and sort of customized. And maybe these titanium dioxide screens sort of define that framework that could be filled in a future. And you know, they're a kind of porous shade device, but they could also be built out from the inside, or, you know, usable from the interior, and they take on a different shape. I mean, I'm not a scientist, but I thought titanium dioxide was sunscreen, and so maybe, you know, they make sense as shade, right? Like to provide shade and keep
it's on your nose.
Yeah, but I mean, I like the idea of really thinking about because we could think about it in a lot of ways. I mean, it's kind of a tough one to attack. But I think thinking about it in terms of resilience, it would be great to see you really kind of clarify it one last time and hit us like, what is this new resilience prototype, and how can you define resilience in a variety of ways? I think that's the fascinating part of your project, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah, I wish I could do. That was like my last final thing, was getting something together with all of that, because I wanted to do kind of like their proposal had it's like broken up into different chapters, and so I went through originally and like just took out anything that I feasibly couldn't do or didn't have to do with architecture, or like had to do with the sidewalk and having cool sidewalks, and so that like just taking away things that I wouldn't do, and then having that list from the beginning and then comparing it to what I was actually able to achieve at the end. But that
I like the spaces you make. I mean, you know, it all works. I mean, there's a very thorough approach to the thing, but yeah, when you package this for your portfolio, you know, I think you can really sort of look back at it and requalify it once more.
Oh, I will for sure.
Yeah. Great job, Anne. Again, another really and I think the development between the midterm and this has been really something to really think about.
Can I add just a little bit?
Example. Sure.
And you know, I think that you know, it's such a great brief, you know, for this studio, And, you embraced every single aspect of it. And one of the reasons it's a great brief is because, it's kind of, it's both, anti the idea of the static singular architectural object, as an artifact. And yet it recognizes that that's the units in which we construct. We construct in units of architectural objects and architectural artifacts, even insofar as their questions and their problems will be ones that can't be sort of frozen into that moment of time. And so this is a project that has every kind of time domain you can imagine layered into it, whether it's the time domain of, who might occupy, who might live, who might use the resources of this place, to, for example, the time domain of air pollution that, with the phasing out, and already in California, they phased out most of the automobiles that produce NOx. Still have some old ones on the road that are doing that. It'll shift over a longer time period, in which case eventually that will become obsolete on it. As these people move in and out, that's a different time frame of which certain parts of this may or may not become obsolete or may have to transform on it. And you're also sort of serving different domains. And so if you think about serving the people who live there, serving the many people who might be, using resources here, but from a larger community, serving the atmosphere, and then serving the climate, scales in multiple directions, spatial scales in multiple directions, functional users of multiple sizes and types, and then time scales of various things. It is impossible to sort of like define a singular structure or artifact that neatly resolves all of those. And so what you've been able to do there is you've laid out sort of this first cut, like, this is a slice through this one, here's a slice through this one, here's a slice through that one. And you've created something that has all of these different questions about, which route would I go on next? Which route would be the one that would be most fruitful? Which is the route that I can really accomplish in something small scale? But you resolved all this so nicely that it almost seems like the whole project could do that, because you put so much attention into it. So thank you for bringing forward this really important conversation.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Fantastic. So we're running a little bit behind. We have one more. If at least some of y'all can hang over. Is that possible?
I can stay.
I'm sorry. I think I'm going to have to run, Clay.
Okay. No worries.
I can say
as long as we have a few.
Yeah, I will start up again at 12:30 in Lisa's. So I'll.
Yeah. This should take. We should be about 20 minutes. These are that's fine. Great. Lily. But Michelle, we were really talking about heterogeneity being a performance requirement of this, so that it doesn't smooth out into a singular response.
Okay, so the goal of my project is to provide affordable long-term housing for small families, roommates, or individuals. That can be a comprehensive way of living with places to grow food. Can you guys see okay? My screen keeps flashing at me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry. Okay, with places to grow food, better health, and understand nutrition, while simultaneously having areas to socialize and therefore better mental health. Interconnected and dispersed community programs like fitness centers, co-working spaces, and parks join into the residential areas to support this comprehensive idea. So daily life is interconnected temporally among all the programs that make up most people's routines. And so my project aims to also achieve this through its design while bringing more green spaces into downtown LA. So this is the existing building, which is currently just functioning as office space. And as far as I could find, has a lot of vacancies right now. It's one of the taller buildings among a lot of shorter ones, which made it really ideal for sun orientation and being able to grow crops. And so my project is on the corner of 7th Street and South Los Angeles Street. And you can see the building in comparison to this massive parking garage that shares the block with it. And I wanted to kind of expand out to the garage and just expand the footprint of my existing building to create an outdoor space for the residents and also just bring more people from the community in. And so this is a quick breakdown of the program of the building to show the residential massing versus all of the different growing areas. And then because the project has so much interconnections, you can see the horizontal circulation in relation to the residential space, as well as horizontal versus vertical circulation. And then the residential versus communal to show how the communal spaces are kind of integrated throughout it. And then also the business versus communal. And then all of those in relation to each other and how the massing manifested itself into the actual building. And so I mapped out which types of crops would be grown according to the type of sunlight that they are getting, which was one of the main driving factors in how I kind of adjusted the massing of the existing building. And so these terraces are the ones that get the morning sun and are ideal for growing things like carrots, celery, and bush beans. And I not only wanted them to be able to sustain all of this green life, but also be a space that can really be enjoyed and utilized by all of the residents. And so these are the south terraces, which kind of get that all day sun and are ideal for like tomatoes, melons, and peppers. And I also wanted these to be organized spatially more so through these like inserted objects, which you kind of see contrast with the units that you will see later. And then this is the west one, which is ideal for more climbing plants, which is why I have metal screens in order for those plants to be able to climb on. And then because a big part of my project is all about the interconnectivity, these axons kind of map out the circulation between each level, which I'll be zooming into each one individually. So on the ground level, I kept 2 of the existing retail spaces because, like I said, there were some vacancies, but not all of them were vacant. And then I also decided to program a restaurant. And then on the left is the main entry for the residents. And then there's also a separate lobby for people who are trying to get up into that park space that's atop of the parking garage. So this is the residential lobby, and I intentionally wanted the stairs to feel kind of more light and loose so that it could contrast with the feeling of this park lobby, which is kind of underneath that parking garage and feels more monolithic as it brings you back up to the outside. And so on this second level, all the spaces are meant to be used by anyone in the community. So there's this indoor-outdoor coffee bar space, as well as a library and another lounge area. And the idea behind this stair that's on the exterior of the building was to make it clear from the street level that if you're entering the building from the space below that render that I just showed previously, that you do have kind of access up into the park space. And so this is the coffee bar. I wanted it to feel more atmospheric and kind of almost dreamlike in contrast to all of the other spaces that are open air, like the growing terraces that use more of a natural material palette. And then you also have another view of the stair that brings you up into the park space. And so on the third level, I also kept some of the existing office space, as well as a new nutrition clinic and then that main park space. So in this area, I have all of this paving and it slopes up to these modular seating areas that I was trying to think about having a similar language to the extruding pieces that I added onto the actual building. And then there's another view of that where you can see how the paving kind of changes material for circulation or for accommodating for things like the trees. And then this is the first residential level that it has 4 units and also those east and west terraces. And so now kind of going back to how I initially began the project, these are the individual room modules that I designed, where I kind of focused on carving away the minimal amount of space needed for daily tasks to, or from a solid volume. And then I considered different factors that might want rooms to orient themselves towards each other or away from each other. And then this was the result where space kind of had to stretch a bit between rooms to accommodate for circulation, which is these kind of grayed out pieces. And then this was after further aggregating those modules where I tested prioritizing things like views out and having private entries. And this is just an axon of those aggregations. And so here is the result of inserting my aggregations into the existing building. And the diagram on the bottom shows how, again, space had to kind of shift to allow for things like circulation and then extruding through the building to create more space or also conforming to the existing boundary. And next I'll be zooming in on this upper left unit. So this unit was designed for 2 to 3 people, and it's about 815 square feet. And my intentions behind the units were to make them available for people who are kind of needing those built-in elements and abundant places for storage. And so here is a view facing out in that unit where I was trying to work spatially similar to the original modules where space is kind of carved away for the various different programs. And then here is the view opposite. It also has a little laundry station back here kind of near the entry. And then bringing you out to the corridor, this was another space that I wanted to feel kind of more atmospheric, similar to the coffee bar. And then it also has these other growing systems that are supplemented with artificial lights. And then into another unit that is a little bit smaller at 750 square feet, but still intended for 2 to 3 people. And again, has a big emphasis on all of these kind of built-in elements. And then bringing you out to one of the terrace spaces again that connects to the level above it from these stairs on the right, which that level is this one. And it's just another example of how the beginning aggregations kind of shift and adjusted in a different form. And the corridor on that level was also used to emphasize not only the circulatory connectivity between everything, but also showing visual connectivity, which extends up through the rest of the building. And then there are other spaces distributed throughout the building meant to be shared by the community, like the gym on this level. And then there are also 2 units and also the co-working space on this level that has 3 units. And lastly, bringing you up to the roof that is shaded by this solar screen unit and has these similar kind of seating modules as the park space. And it has this really great unobstructed view into downtown. And I was thinking of it as kind of one of the final destinations as you circulate upwards through the building, kind of in conjunction with that other park space. And then I just wanted to end on another overall view of the whole building that gives you another perspective of all of the terraces that are interconnected to all of these spaces and also interconnected to the park. And then here's just an overlay of everything in case you want me to flip back to something.
It's too bad Stephanie had to leave. She would be so happy.
When you say the park, Lily, is the park remain outside on the ground, or where does the park exist here?
It exists on top of the parking garage. It kind of digs in a little bit into that top layer of it.
Sorry, let me ask a stupid question. What year are you in your curriculum here?
I'm my last year, 4th year.
Thank God, because if this is such an impressive project. I mean, it's really great. I mean, I visually terrific. I love it's very thorough. Kind of moving back and forth between 3D plans, interior views. I love that we see it, the kind of overall, we understand the organization of it. We see the modules, the logic, and then you really take us through it. And we see the sequence of views. I mean, I think the site selection is interesting, the sense of, the tower and the low level parking, but really it's a kind of tower and a mat. So vertical and horizontal. And so I'm really, curious in that relationship. And, I think you've done a good job speaking about the interconnectedness being a kind of important thing in your project and the 3 different types of program. I mean, something that I like the plans. I mean, because they draw me in and I don't get bored just looking at them, but there's something to figure out in what you've ended up with here. And, we could just spend the whole time looking at that. But one thing that I like a lot is the kind of welded wire mesh material that you bring inside, and there are some glimpses of it outside. And I wonder if that couldn't become more pervasive in your project. One thing that seemed a little timid is you mentioning the idea of the built-in and the built-in being very important. And I wonder, like when I look at the units, the interior apartments, the built-ins, I feel they fit into a pretty conventional idea of space. And I wonder if you maybe start with those pieces of furniture more and then kind of, build out the space based on them, and we get something a little bit less conventional. They are built in and they're nice and they work. Still, I think, they're kind of fit into generic corners and are hung there in most cases. And I think you could kind of take that on a little bit more as a kind of, generative thing to start with. And you did, but, that's a kind of minor point given what we see here, which is, incredibly thorough and really nice. So thank you.
Thank you.
I wanna follow up, and I think that by saying ditto. Absolutely, Lily, you've once again delivered an amazing project, and congratulations. I love seeing this page because we can actually get a little bit of your brain. It's a little bit of like a mind map, the way that you have the ability to zoom out and understand the scale and the larger context of urban fabric, and then how you quickly zoom in. And I had to laugh at your comment about the built-ins, because I'm sitting here, I'm like, well, Lily, what are we going to talk about? Because you nailed it. Ooh, we can talk about millwork. And so that's what I came out with. Like, Lily, these millwork details. I mean, that door, it spans the edge of the counter. We could do all. So congratulations, you designed an enormous building, and I would like to discuss the finesses of your millwork that go into an individual unit. So I think that speaks to the success of the project, actually, but it does, and nicely framed, put place into the importance of, for all of those built-in aspects, to really be carrying all of those things through. So the dangerous fall back into convention, right? So those are the very few instances where we're seeing that happen. And and you're a great thinker, and I know that you can take all those pieces and put that together. All of the same logic that you brought to those public sort of amenity spaces, the way that you talked about how we see masses that have been carved, and when they're carved away, you infill back with that metal mesh. And I'm wondering if we couldn't introduce that into that at the residential scale and some of the built-ins, and to recognize sort of those functions, not to introduce the metal mesh, but start to understand that the functions that happen within the millwork pieces and the built-ins are actually carvings instead of accumulations and assemblies, even though we would fabricate them as such. So I really just want to say congratulations. I think that the scale, I will say that the final aspect, the final viewpoint that you gave us of the building visually, I think is more successful than the initial. The initial seemed, I made a quick note. I was like, this is a strange child between like the grown-up OMA meets Olsen Kundig meets Allied Works kind of all together. And it felt sort of like parts and pieces. But then I think that final image, we start to see how you use that exterior vertical circulation to start to bridge those floor plates, how you took those window units in the back and you pulled them together so that they spanned the floor plate. Because I think that's where a lot of these projects that come from this aggregation of the individual floors, they start to read as individual floors. And I think that that's where I would start to be critical at that scale. Would be at the first initial view we had of your building, it felt a little bit disjointed in that sense. But as we start to see the rear piece that faces the park, that is all coming together really nicely. And not that I want to smooth the exterior of your building, but I want to really still understand that the verticality of it isn't a pancake, but that it actually has these cores and these elements that do extend past beyond their given floor. So I think that might be an area of potential improvement, but I think that overall we're looking at a really comprehensive and very successful project for an advanced design studio. So I mean, congratulations, it's really great.
Thank you.
And I just have to chime in, I'm really blown away, blown away. You had 45 slides on top of it, but the comprehensiveness of this, but it's also, there's kind of a magnificent irony here. Often when we're reviewing architectural projects, it exists in the realm of the autonomous plan, the very well developed plan that we're never able to connect to a richness of context and never able to get back to the body, the human experience in here. The irony is here is you kind of didn't really get the plans, and Nicholas, we could talk a lot about the plans, but the plans are actually the easiest part to come back to later on and work. You've done the important things, which is sort of understand a body in this space, understand it all the way down to the tactile quality of the space. But you've also sort of like created this sort of rich context for this building, for this entire building. I'm fascinated by the two different language elements you have, from the screening to the way you have those terrace stairs wrapping your two different wrappers that basically are sort of what provides the armature for everything that happens in between, but also sort of connects it beyond to its context. The thoughtfulness about the layers of occupation that take all the way through. I don't care about the plants. And it makes me see that we're at a point where these are really the kind of levels at which there's so much fruitful discovery that can happen when you're thinking about the body and when you're thinking about the place and you've been doing this. So you're graduating?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. Well, I have to leave right now because I got to go record the graduation speech. You will have to sit through. So I got to run over to the auditorium and put on my gown and get recorded, but fabulous work. Clay, I'm just regretting I had this other meeting earlier today because I would have loved to have seen all these projects. So I think I'm going to find a way to take a look at the other projects as well when I can.
Great.
Fantastic work.
Thank you.
They've done amazing. Thank you for joining us, Michelle. And thank you, Nick and Allison, also for spending a little bit of extra time and for all of the really thoughtful and incisive commentary. It was really helpful and spot on. So I really appreciate y'all and thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Allison. Nice to meet you and great work.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah,
really nice to meet you, Nick. Yeah, thanks everybody. Congratulations to those that we saw. I think we saw 5 really accomplished projects today. Not that we expect to see any less. And I can see you turning your videos back on, you. And I know that I'm missing some really accomplished projects by not being here in the afternoon, but best of luck to you. Congratulations to everyone else. And yeah, enjoy your day. This is the end of the road, I know, for the ID students. And
I think everybody's really out. Sad. This time. So maybe if 1 or 2 or 4th year architecture, but the rest.
Can you just keep them? Just make them do one more.
Believe me, I want to.
This whole
group is amazing. It's
I
really
know.
been awesome.
Totally agree. And it's like the NCAA, like you get one more year of eligibility. So you guys get one more year. Come on.
Yes.
Don't
I don't
leave
know
us.
if I don't know if the University of Texas offers anything like this, but at my school, Florida International University, we have a postgraduate 1-year certificate program that you would all be perfect for, and great weather, by the way.
Love it. I
I
love it.
love the recruiting. That's
Of course,
amazing.
always. Always. That's
Oh,
perfect.
all
And we're
right.
thinking
Well,
about. I mean, Miami's awesome, and Nick is equally awesome. So,
yeah.
but thank y'all very much, and
Hey
we'll
guys, thank
talk to
you.
you soon. Yeah,
Yes,
I'll
congratulations.
be out to go fishing with you, Nick, soon, man.
Oh yeah. Soon enough. Okay, bye guys.
Great.
Bye.
Take care. All right, good. We have like 5 minutes before the next thing, so that was worth everybody being able to talk. So great. I don't know what to say. Nothing. We'll get ready for the next one. I mean, I expect they'll hop on here pretty soon. I think Shay, you'll kick off this one, and but great work to the first group. Every project was really fantastic. A lot of work. Fantastic. All right. It's like it's hard not to talk, but I'm doing my best. I do get annoyed from time to time. I'm sure you can tell. My wife always tells me I don't even have to talk and they know when I'm annoyed there. So I'm sure y'all are getting close to that level of knowledge. So anyway. If you do have like if your internet's a little wonky right now, it's I think if you turn off your video, I think that's been helpful. So Hey, Brad Bell.
Hello, sir.
How are things going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, doing well. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. I think
Been a while.
I dropped in a little early
Oh, cool.
before.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
no worries. The more the merrier.
You guys been going since this morning?
Yeah, we came since 10, so went a little bit long on that one. We only have 4 on this in this session, so we should be good on time. Hey, Jose.
Hey, Clay, how's it going? Hey, Brad, good to see you.
Hey, Jose. Good to see you.
Thanks for joining us.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. We'll wait. We have a couple more people joining us once they. I won't belabor the introduction of the studio, but I'll give you a little bit of a rundown. They actually do a better job of it than I do at this point, so it's probably should just let them do it. Sure that nobody's emailed me with problems. Jose, are y'all done? Are you done for the semester?
Yeah, I'm finished. We finished the final review last week.
Okay, cool.
So this is the first week of the break in a way.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of kind of paperwork and like, I don't know,
Yeah,
materials to submit, and we have a faculty meeting coming in, but like after that, I think that Monday next week, it's all a bit more clear.
Perfect.
How about you? This is the end, right?
Yeah, this is the last day. This is kind of the last day of reviews, and then sort of the cleanup week next week, and then finally the end. I have a grant that I'm working on that runs out at the end of May too, so I have to scramble to get some things finished.
Exciting.
Oh, there's Dora. Great. Hi, Dora.
Hi, I'm getting a cup of coffee. I'll be there in just a second.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. We won't wait for Corey, but it's like. I'm going to share screen.
Hey.
Hey, Corey.
How's it going? Brad,
Thanks,
good to see you.
Thanks for joining us.
It's good to see
Hey,
you.
Corey.
Hey.
Good to see you.
Dora's getting a coffee, and then we'll kick off. Great.
Here.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us. I'll give you all just a brief, couple minute, 3 or 4 minute rundown of this. The students really do a better job of it than I do, I'm sure, but I'll give you the sort of overview. I mean, like most of the studios that across different campuses, we were really kind of dealing with COVID and the current issues, let's say, for lack of a more direct term, that we've been dealing with. And so one of the deep questions that we started to think about is in terms of sort of interiorities, what does it mean to sort of recalibrate how we relate to context? And how do we start to think about making with as a sort of a new kind of contextual or a different kind of mode of contextual interaction. And so not just with context, but with people and other living things in the environment. And how does that help us sort of think about the process of design or recalibrate that for the contemporary moment we're living in? So I asked the students to sort of think about interiority, not as something separate, not even as a disciplinary concern, but something as a fundamental condition of the world. And I should say this is a really a transdisciplinary studio. It has an undergraduate interior design students, a grad interior design student, undergrad architecture students, and a graduate architecture student. So it's a range of students from their 4th year in undergrad up to grad level. And so, but thinking about that notion of interiority, how do we think about sort of alternatives? I wouldn't say total alternatives, but contemporary alternatives that deal with the existing context in a more direct way. So it's not about the future, although maybe some of the things you'll see might seem like it's a projection, but it was really trying to deal with the current moment. And again, this notion of sympoiesis that comes out of Donna Haraway's work, but how does that inform the work, and how do we think about that sort of building upon this notion of responsibility we have? One of the key takeaways from all this, thinking about the current moment, was that thinking about space as being dynamically tied to people and things across multiple scales, thinking about how to sort of interrogate, conceive, and develop meaningful spaces using design as probably the most synthetic, creative, and powerful tool that we have. And so it wasn't about a rhetorical response to the current moment. It was about like using design as an action. I won't go into that. So the premise of living systems is sort of the double meaning of living as sort of basic typology like housing, but also thinking about living as a sort of a reconsideration of what an ecology might be, that's not just about the natural environment, that includes what we make, how we interact, what are the formal, spatial, and programmatic conditions that can be constituents in a larger ecology. We thought about the project sort of from the inside out, and sort of began with prototypical, what the students thought of as a pre-contextual kind of like set of considerations, but really it was setting the context. And so the context was set by domestic situations and about the human body and perception and social interaction. The final sort of piece of this was starting to think about the city as a resource, rather than just as a site for intervention, but as something that has its own energetic, sociocultural, spatial, and material, as well as sort of capital and all of those other kinds of issues that kind of exist in the city, but that often as designers, we don't really appreciate. The location is downtown LA, which y'all all know really well. But the specific location is right here, which is between 6th and 7th in this sort of block. And the students were allowed to sort of select and navigate that part of the city. Some of them kind of maybe strayed a little bit away from that, but the idea was to sort of create an area within which they could all intervene. And they were asked, and we'll see maybe different ways they did this, but they were at least supposed to acknowledge each other's project as much as the existing conditions. There's the specific kind of location. It's right at the edge of Skid Row. It kind of overlaps with Skid Row and sort of greater downtown LA. Just a couple more views of that particular. And for me, the interesting thing was both the sort of situation of that, but also the sort of the change in scale across that whole area of Los Angeles that moves from sort of low rise, super low rise, to sort of maybe definitely not the high rise end, which is further over, but at least multi-story, larger buildings. So we'll stop that share. And so it's really great to have y'all joining us. I'll do a few quick introductions. We're really thrilled to have all of you joining us. From the School of Architecture, we have Associate Professor Corey Beeg, who is the graduate advisor for the architecture program and a frequent collaborator with me over a period of years. So thanks, Corey, for joining us. We have Brad Bell, another friend of the school and a long-term friend of mine, and as well as a colleague, who's associate professor and program director for the School of Architecture at the University of Texas at Arlington, and has been involved with many different organizations, including TextFab, Acadia, amongst his own work at the school. We're also thrilled to welcome Jose Sanchez. He's associate professor at the Taubman School at the University of Michigan and the director of Plethora Project. You all probably already know, if you didn't know Jose before, you do know him now after his really fantastic lecture at the school this semester. So thanks, Jose. And one of the main reasons I wanted Jose to come, other than just hearing what he had to say about the work in general, but because of the projects that he's been doing recently, which deal with questions of the commons, dealing with how do people collaborate to create space and to create communities, which I think is really important and incredibly cool work. So thank you, Jose, for joining us. And then also Dora Epstein-Jones. Thank you for joining us, Dora, who's the chair of the College of Architecture at Texas Tech, and has been really instrumental in, from my perspective as a graduate of that program many years ago, has been fundamentally like reshaping for the better that program and really leaving an important mark on a whole generation of students. So thank you, Dora. And Dora, who comes from LA and knows this site and location incredibly well. So thank you all for joining us. It's a real pleasure to have you join the studio. So maybe if there aren't any, I think it'd actually be better if you don't have any sort of pressing questions. I think the first project should start to clarify things. Are there any initial things that I could answer for you? Great. I've never been described as being clear, so I just think you're being nice. So thank you. All right, Shay.
So this is a proposal for a transportation center on South Broadway. And living systems are defined in this project as ecologies of interacting living and non-living entities that are symbiotically sustaining life and energy flows. Perpetual flows of light and air and matter sustain an organism's basic need for survival and living. These primary flows can be redirected and used by design systems to expand human wellness and also engage in reciprocal relationships with other living and non-living entities. To provide and expand on basic human needs, communities rely on their ability to access basic resources such as air, water, food, shelter. However, current cities do not provide adequate access to all of these resources for all populates. So a new attitude where a city is in exchange with other buildings and interacting in a transferred shared network of buildings can begin to kind of address these issues in the urban context. So the city of LA was analyzed to understand various resource centers in surrounding areas such as medical resource centers, living and food resource centers, green spaces, and current transportation lines, specifically the metro line that define the city. In this context, the intention of this project is to create a domestic transportation center that serves the community and provides transitional to semi-permanent housing. The semi-self-sustaining context leverages site-specific solar and wind conditions for energy generation, and the close adjacency to Pershing Square also positions the building as a crucial access point to the network of resources that were shown before. The strategy for this system is, for this project, is to use the concept of geomorphology. So geography can be understood as the archetype of this living system where in the Earth's layer information is stored and transferred through geomorphology. And essentially these sedimentary formations in particular illustrate rich layers with chemical novelty that can combine and to form a lure of the whole formation. So for this context, it means that heterogeneous geomorphological forms compress, vault, and kind of reorganize space to facilitate the transfer of information through the building system's materiality and form. Zooming into a more specific site within the context that we were given, more layers of this city are examined. So things like what are the resource stores specifically around this area that were shown in the larger map? What are kind of other space types such as vacancies and residential spaces, commercial spaces and retail spaces, kind of looking at underlying water systems that also kind of run through below the surface, and then also looking at other projects in the studio and how this intervention is trying to connect transportation routes to the other projects in a way. And so all of these things essentially form a context that exists in a context and also creates a context of its own. The specific site shown here is close to the underground red and purple metro lines of Perishing Square, and efforts to try to directly link this area to the class sites and to the larger resource hub as described before. So existing conditions was to use these two unused office spaces with this one-story vacant space as well in between, and define these public and domestic spaces to infill these existing interior structures. There were also prevailing climate conditions that were analyzed to try to take in consideration ways that the system could be considered more in terms of this specific context. So trying to look at the way that solar affects the building and prevailing wind conditions. And overall trying to create a discrete forms of public spaces with curves to connect to linear circulation elements, which lead to domestic housing blocks. In this diagram, the circulation is highlighted to show levels of flow created for the movement of people. And this is one of the transitional spaces shown, some of these circulation elements. And these flows occur within systems as well with the building, such as with water connecting to the outer city, with hydroponics that link to each unit, and looking at the flows in and out. And then looking at the ways that the public spaces and the domestic spaces link to the circulation zone, looking at the public programming. There was different ideas of trying to create layers of wellness. So trying to think about opportunities for co-working spaces, potentially kind of consulting spaces, telehealth kind of spaces, lounges, and waiting areas too, as it is a transportation center. And then trying to define an ecology for the domestic spaces by looking at various orientations that can be aggregated and stacked and have different sort of openings and conditions based on the orientation, as these rooms are kind of the units themselves becoming different layers and components, but the rooms themselves also another layer of components within the units themselves. So looking at these aggregations, they're stacked in the interior in various formations to try to create a heterogeneous community of people, potentially spending different lengths of time at the transportation center or having different space needs. The one-level units are one-room or two-room conditions that connect to a living and kitchen area. So the rooms are on the sides here, and then the shared space in the middle. And then there are also two-level units, which feature bedrooms with a queen-size bed for one person or a couple shared with living spaces below. And then there's also an alternative configuration where there's another one-story kind of area attached again to this shared space. And then three-level units have a central shared space with rooms above and below, and then have a half level with a bathroom. And the two-level units also have this kind of half bathroom condition. So really trying to stack space in a way. And thinking about this layer of assemblies from an outer shell frame layer, which from an outer shell to a frame layer, which is conceptually a poche space that leads to kind of this more interior condition that takes on a different materiality than the public spaces. And then essentially these aggregations and blocks link back out to the systems and the flows of the city. And moving back out now into the public spaces, ultimately this intervention attempts to react to these site-specific conditions and a system of parts that could hypothetically take a similar arrangement and be adapted to different exterior shells potentially. And then again, all with the intention of connecting back to the larger city. And that's all. Thank you.
Well, maybe I'll jump in. A really beautiful project. I think it's a really interesting idea, especially, it feels very appropriate to today, not only in LA, but also, everywhere in the world. We're dealing with these kind of crises of living. And so I think the program is really a great opportunity to start to introduce a new idea of public space in a very public location. Do you have any overall views, or I feel like you're kind of purposely not showing the overall, which maybe is on purpose, which is totally fine. But yeah.
No, these are currently kind of the views that I have.
Yeah. Well, I think that's okay. I think, especially with your theme of heterogeneity. So I guess let's talk a little bit about that. I think it's a really interesting idea. It's something we've been working on, for a while now, since Deleuze introduced the idea of heterogeneous assemblages, and we've been dealing with how to connect pieces together, parts together that can retain some of their own logics without falling into a continuous mixture. So they all kind of retain their own attributes, even though they're part of a larger aggregation. And so I think that as an idea is really interesting. And I think you achieve it in a few ways at a higher level. So the idea of looking at the city, different programs that are heterogeneous, even your different classmate sites is an assemblage of heterogeneity. I think the only area where maybe I would push that a little more is the unit itself, where it becomes kind of homogeneous. And I think that's the area where you want maybe the most expansiveness of different, personality types, different cultural attributes that people bring to a space, different kind of people that would exist in this realm might prefer the ability to kind of choose from a more heterogeneous mixture of space itself, form itself. So I think when you start aggregating the homogeneous units, the uniform units, even though they're reoriented in different ways, I think they retain a certain level of homogeneity that kind of doesn't allow for that mixture that you're looking for. However, I do think that you start to achieve it in the public space, like in the renderings above, where you start to mix the unit with the circulation, the interior with the exterior. I think it's a really beautiful kind of intersection of where these different mixtures actually do produce that kind of space that you're talking about, where it feels less continuous. It feels like you still can distinguish between a housing, a domestic unit, and a public realm, an exterior public space versus an interior public space. So I think that starts to flow through there in a really nice way.
Yeah, similarly, is there a overall plan?
No, I made more of kind of like a massing kind of diagram of
okay,
to those things like this, where I was just showing these kind of masses in relationship to each other.
Well, I'd like to see, maybe that would just help me visualize, a little bit to what, Corey is talking about is, the ways in which, these units are distinctive and non-homogeneous, but also, I don't quite follow the relationship between the climate and the pieces. I know this climate well. It has a tremendous amount of heat gain in over the course of the day, and because it's actually semi-arid, even though it's in proximity to both beach and mountains, it cools off at night fairly dramatically, and so it's a pretty dramatic swing from heat gain to heat loss over the course of the day. And since it's in your discussion, what I'm not seeing, and if you can go back to that end set of renderings of the interiors, because this is an interior design course. But what I'm not seeing in these interiors as much is what I would call kind of environmental attunement. And when we're talking about this kind of new living systems and the relationship of the body to the community to the environment, we're hearing a lot about people feeling like they're kind of encapsulated in their apartment and they don't really have an opportunity to experience environmental attunement, and so they don't practice recycling, composting. They're just not tuned in the same in the same way, and that maybe somebody with a yard is. Not that a yard is an example of environmental attunement, but I'm just saying that just seems more immediate to them. And this is especially the case in places like downtown LA, where real estate is expensive, right? I mean, this is not cheap in this area. This is about $39 a square foot. So just to give you a sense of this, and so you have to kind of take advantage of the fact that because you do have this high heat gain and this heat loss, a lot of people actually spend time outside. And LA is very, mild in that, even given that, at night, especially in this area, people just sort of pour out onto, onto the street. And I see a couple of places in the design where you're indexing that. I love this little Claire story with the plants and the kitchen image, and there's a lot of like really nice little cutouts and the kind of chthonic units that indicate that opportunity for attunement. But I also think it's a little what I would call finish heavy, and really focused a little bit on the kind of purity of these finishes in each of these programmatic zones in a way that I think might eclipse some of the environmental attunement and moving that environmental attunement. So not just break it up, like Corey's suggesting, not just break up this a little bit more to introduce more heterogeneity, but I would also introduce a little bit more open relationship to climate and maybe take down some of these finishes a bit so that you can create those opportunities a little bit more clearly.
If I may jump in, yeah, thank you for the great presentation. I think it was a very clear project, and I find that for someone that I lived in LA and spent quite a bit of time close to this area, I think that it seems very well scaled and seems to suggest a kind of an interesting kind of urban configuration. But I have to say though, there is an issue in regards to the brief and also in regards to the notion of ecology, which I'm trying to still kind of I'm a bit puzzled in a way, because it seems to me that specifically looking at this neighborhood and this environment, and a study of ecology might, which is difficult to determine where do you stop the analysis, right? Like there's a whole kind of interdependence of different systems, and you gravitated to look at networks of water and weather. But I would say some of the biggest impact on this area certainly has to do with the homeless population, right? So I feel like one of the central pieces of your design has to do with public space, and it's inevitable to think that there would be a form of occupation of the public space by a homeless population that is very present in this area. So I'm not suggesting that you're doing it right or wrong. I think that perhaps I wish that it would be part of the conversation or the project. For instance, the relationship of retail or the location of different supply or support networks for the homeless population. The project might or might not want to consider some of those things, but mapping that out, and potentially the relationship between the units, the definition of semi-public space and the definition of public space as such. I think that border condition, it's quite critical for a project like this one, right? And I think that it would kind of start revealing a series of attitudes that the project would have to the population of homeless in the city of Los Angeles, right? So it feels like it's a little bit missing. I like Corey. I think I gravitate towards the configuration of the units, the relation, the syntactical relation of repetition versus difference, and especially the difference I think it's achieved between almost the gaps that some of these units geometrically allow with each other in the access of light and the access or the potential for public space, which I think is very well resolved. Yeah, but I wish there was some kind of mention of the homeless population as well.
I think I would just offer a couple of other additional thoughts. I think I can agree that there's been some really nice work done on beginning to pull apart and understand the systems that are going into your design thinking and process. And the logic for me is the point where you're aligning your systems analysis that is in some ways the clearest, because you can move back and forth in terms of scale and ways in which the different systems have interaction. I think when that becomes loaded with program and becomes more formal, I think that's employing a kind of different logic, and it becomes compositional. It's interesting that I think that's where we're, starting to talk about it in terms of it losing some of its potential for heterogeneity, although it has the possibility for exploiting maybe the connection to the other elements of the systems that you've analyzed, whether that's more ephemeral and less explicit in terms of cohorts or populations that move through the space, as Jose's just bringing up, or as Corey mentioned, in terms of the circulation and the view in the middle here at the top, that you're showing, I think, at a couple of different moments. And it could be planar or linear or hidden, that you highlight through the plumbing as it moves, and then it begins to reveal itself at different more explicit moments internally in the project. I think that for me, that's an interesting element, the kind of connection between the systems and how that interacts in the more formal aspects of the programmed, what you call post-shade space. I think that has a lot of opportunity. And I think if you go back a little bit, you show there's one kind of elevation or side where you show the kind of figure ground of right there. Go forward one. For me, this is an interesting because not only is it kind of showing then the conceptual understanding of the plumbing as it kind of moves through, and I don't know that we would ever experience this as a scaffolding system, but the kind of idea that we would have these elements that move in and around the aggregation of the pods becomes very interesting. And again, I think we can see that the negative space becomes something that you could exploit even more, right? That the circulation systems, or as Dory mentioned, the kind of light as it comes in becomes something that you could then exaggerate. And maybe that's what you were already picking up on by the ledge and the clear story with the plant image. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity there. I think it sets itself up for when you move back and forth between the scales of a kind of region of multi-block down to the unit. And for me, that's where it becomes in some ways the most exciting or interesting.
Thank you.
Awesome. Fantastic. Thanks so much, Shay. Great way to kick this off.
Yeah, thank you for all the comments. Those are really helpful and insightful.
Yeah, I mean, those comments are, I think you've heard those in the past, some of them anyway, and I think they just, I mean, when you're dealing with something of this magnitude of just not just the scale, but the sort of the ideas underlying all this, I think it's a very fine effort to have addressed that much. Nice. Miriam.
Hi, everyone. I think I will also turn off my video while I present, just in case something happens.
Yeah, I would.
Okay, can you see my screen? So my project, I called it Urban Archipelago, and you'll kind of get to know why in a bit. So I started this project by thinking about one question in particular: what are the networks that underlie the urbanscape? We can begin to understand a living system as a scaleless apparatus or machine ranging from the body to the planetary. This living system of overlapping human paths and interactions extends across physical and digital environments interconnected by transit, social, cyber, and food networks. By understanding the urban space as an assembly of distinct parts reacting collectively to changing socioeconomic, environmental, and political conditions, we can further unveil the dynamic character of a living system. The existing framework of the city has been built on ideas of permanence and the myth of singular solutions. More than ever before, the pandemic highlights the inefficiencies within our present living environment. By designing architecture as a system of parts rather than a part of an unidentified system, we leave room for future reorientation and continued growth of interdependencies, which create robust and resilient infrastructures. So in the beginning of understanding a living system and a city as a living system, I tried to understand what are the different underlying features that exist within how we live in a city. And ultimately, I landed that it was sun, water, and food that comprise how we live on this planet, and that how we live is really ruled by resource, because we aim to produce and consume. And so I kind of like broke down what a living system was and the different parts. So we have food, power, education, recreation, home, essential needs are fixed there. And we have our den, our hearth where we cook, and our wash where we wash our bodies. And then we have the unessential needs, but we want those too. We have our luxury spaces, our communal spaces. So in trying to understand what are the networks in the city and outside the city, how do we receive food? We outsource it mainly from our farms on the periphery of the city, and most of the green space is outside where most of our population really lives. As you can see in this diagram, there's so much green space on the periphery, and as you zoom into the more condensed and populated places, that is eliminated. So I wanted to understand, how can we reintroduce this green space within the city, and how can cities be reimagined as the producers of resource rather than the consumers of resource? I looked into the building stock of the city, and on our site especially, it's interesting to notice that the high-rise buildings where most of the richer people live are all accumulated on one end. And then as you move down this street, then there's retail. It's kind of like intermediary, and then there's industrial. And as you move down also, you approach Skid Row. So this is a diagram of the population of homelessness. And so as you can see, as I described earlier, as you move down East 6th Street or East 7th Street, the density of homelessness increases. Also, in looking at the city as a resource, I was looking at like different buildings around my site. My chosen site was this abandoned, well, not abandoned, it was a functioning parking garage right now. But imagining how would LA look like if it was more walkable, more pedestrian? What if cars weren't the main way that we got around, and how could this space be reutilized as something that benefits people on the ground rather than cars? So here there were like a lot of solar panels around, and how could those be interconnected into the fabric? How could these all be connected as an electric resource? Ultimately, this project argues that dense urban spaces, that is downtown LA, in the context of this studio, must integrate and embed our agricultural networks within urban building fabric. Access to and production of food is essential to sustaining human life. For a resilient future, buildings must be augmented and retrofitted to act as sources of production for food, energy, electric energy, and water resource. I tried to use a reductive process, and I just wanted to understand, like, at its most reductive state, what is a home? What is a residence? And I ended up with the idea that it's a kitchen, you need a bathroom, and you need a room. And that's essentially what a unit is. And then I designed four units from these parts. So the first has 1 unit, 1 bedroom, second, 2 units, 2 bedrooms, third, 3 units, fourth, 4 units. And on top of that, each unit has its own kitchen and also a green roof. So embedding green space within the unit itself. And here's a more zoomed in look. I also designed these pathways so that when the units aggregate together, that these paths can interconnect units and create communities within the units themselves and the clusters. So I started out with small clusters, and then I aggregated them larger and larger. And from these aggregations, then I looked at our site, or my chosen site, and tried to see what contextual cues would change how these aggregations work and interact with each other. I renamed the parking garage El Lago. So here you can see the aggregations together, and these aggregations create the space inside. And so once the aggregations were placed within this parking garage that I'm reutilizing for residences and pedestrians, an internal courtyard is created, an archipelago of a sort, and people have place to kind of act as a community, see each other visually, and similarly, smaller courtyards as well. And then these courtyards can be connected to the larger city through a grass pathway, similar to how the High Line has revitalized in New York. So ultimately, the goal was to connect the poorer parts of this site to the more rich parts, and how can production of food and growth also be incorporated. One thing that I was looking at as well in this project was the use of hydroponics and growth through artificial controlled environment agriculture. So creating microgreens and people growing individual gardens with their hydroponic systems near their homes. These are just kind of small thumbnail plans as you go down into the site. So this is the top view and this is the first level view. And as you can see, at different levels, there are different amounts of space which could be utilized for the controlled environment agriculture, growing microgreens and such. And also the retail stores that exist there already were on the periphery of the site, and I didn't want to get rid of those completely because I didn't want to gentrify the area. This is just a top view. And then looking closer at this courtyard that's produced. And then this is a sectional view, kind of how these aggregations have people move. And then the void that's created inside as well. I imagine that on the inside of these courtyards, there could be greenhouses. So, you know, on one end, the controlled environment agriculture, that's for production. That's not really something that people would enjoy walking around and walking through. But greenhouses could house different types of plants also and could allow some type of environmental and kind of something fun for people to see and refreshing. This is an elevation. And then this is another view of how the different units kind of interact with each other and are facing each other in some places and facing away from each other in other places. And then also I wanted to point out that I used solar panels because I know LA is very hot, can use that. And then this is a render of the kitchen, which was one of the main elements in this project. And this is the hydroponic system right here. I imagine that might hold fish also, aquaponic. So ultimately, this project was about creating density. I think there is some economy associated with creating density and also benefit to people who are suffering from and experiencing homelessness. I think this area and the site did not need like a luxury hotel. It needs housing and also pedestrian activity to revitalize. And then this is a final render of that idea of this green pathway extending throughout the site and throughout the city. And that's it.
So I'll jump in that. So this is really an ambitious project, and I like that. I like a student being speculative and ambitious in a project like this, and also I like the way in which you're thinking of housing not just as a set of units, but also a kind of infrastructure that's inhabited. And I think that we're more and more coming to that. I think that there was a time, maybe 20 years ago when you would have said, inhabited infrastructure and everybody would have been, ooh, like, that just sounds awful. And now, it's like, that seems really nice, right? And we're thinking about it as a pedestrian thing and, and so forth. I will bring a little bit of reality principle into that though, which is sometimes inhabited infrastructure, the highlinification and all of that kind of stuff can backfire on you because it can subtract from the urban scene, and it becomes a kind of walkway of privilege, if you will, and especially in a city like Los Angeles, where segregation is enforced routinely by the presence of policing, and it's sad true. And I anticipate that same kind of thing would happen. We have lots of LA examples of sort of privatized, infrastructural buildings that, end up just kind of belonging to a privileged class, and then they die, because they're kind of an archipelago of their own, right? And so it's then they're empty, and privileged. So it's quite a worrisome spatial combination, but that doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. The other unfortunate limitation in LA is green roofs aren't allowed in Los Angeles. There's not enough water to have green roofs, and so they're prohibited by code. And so I really like the idea, instead of green, the promotion of the greenhouse, and thinking agriculture instead of lawn, right? Like even though you indicate some green space, I think that there's a, pardon the pun, a more fruitful relationship with thinking about agriculture rather than landscape as a kind of visual pleasure zone or something like that. And that, I think, is really interesting. That's all, this whole area, you could map this onto a map of food deserts in LA, and you'd be surprised at how much of a food desert that area is. There are no food stores. You have to go all the way over to 7th and on the other side of the high rises, 7th and Figueroa to get to like the Whole Foods, right? To get to the grocery store or something like that. There's no food stores, in this area, even though weirdly it's right on the produce district. It's basically bordering what had been called the produce district, but you can't, it is almost impossible to buy food in this area. So I really think that sense of the kind of agricultural destiny is very intelligent in this project. And I would love to see that be developed as more than just a kind of asset, but really like the mode of living, which I think you're starting to get into. And I think that the forms certainly suggest, especially those beautiful interior courtyards, kind of Portman-esque interior courtyards.
Oh, I have a question real quick for you. So you're saying that green roofs, there's policy against green roofs in LA, but not against agriculture?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's
yeah. The green roof is basically, they just know that it would take too much water. So, it's you could buy out the variance, which, is always a possibility that some rich developer is going to just buy out the variance to be able to have enough water to do a green roof. But right now they're prohibited by code.
Miriam, it's, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you said this is also a project where the housing is for people experiencing homelessness temporarily.
Yeah, I wanted to include them as one type of resident. I didn't conceive the project of only being for people experiencing homelessness. But yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I think that's okay. Yeah, I was just curious. But yeah, I just want to say, I think your plans are really beautiful. I think the variation from floor to floor is really interesting. It provides a lot of different kinds of spaces in the project that I think are really necessary. It's not, that kind of what we're used to in a singular building. And so I guess I'd question a little bit, like you really started out in an interesting way where you talked about these overlapping systems, including sun, water, food, but also including, you mentioned like the digital, all these kind of other systems that aren't part of those three. And I think it's really important because like at the end of your narrative, it becomes what one would expect in a way, because it's only addressing those three things that we think are necessary: sun, energy, food, and water. But actually, I think it's really the invisible systems that you mentioned at the beginning that are in many ways more important. And so I'd kind of question the idea that you're switching, consumers to producers. And I would actually maybe argue you should flip that model, because these are people that have never really been consumers. They've always been producers, and they never get the benefit of the things they produce, right? They're always at the bottom of the line, making things for other people, like the rich people, to consume in a more leisurely way. And I wonder if you could maybe address Dora's question by saying, you know what, this community here is actually going to be given access to things that others don't have access to, which are these capital systems, these power systems, these invisible systems. Like, hey, here you can have a green roof, and here you can produce where you can't do it anywhere else in the city. Here you have access to technology that others don't have, and this is going to allow you to produce in a way that you've never produced before, that will actually allow you to almost jump into the top of the consumer market. So I wonder, like, if there's a way to connect the end of your story back to the beginning and allow some of these invisible forces like capital and power and access to this power for the people living here to actually generate more than food, the basics, actually go beyond the basics, like into the territory that allows them to not just live, but actually produce living for others. But I really like the idea. I mean, I think it brings up a lot of really interesting issues, like how do we change the systems that we're dealt with currently, and how do we invent new ones? And I think this starts to enter that conversation.
Maybe following up on that, I really like the idea of, I think that your project already has a very, very strong foundation on the idea of creating, moving from consumers to producers. And I think that within this domain, the city of Barcelona, especially with the kind of Fab City initiative, and how potentially like makerspaces or Fab Labs could be used as a form of distributed urbanism, where every neighborhood would have forms of local manufacturing and kind of bringing production within within the city, could be an interesting model to look at. Because I think that what you're ultimately doing, which your project is currently presenting it as this kind of landscapes of gardens, it's a kind of it's a form of labor, right? It's a space for a labor practice, which in this particular case has to do with agriculture. You could argue that maybe everything will be automated, but I believe that there will still be, in this particular case, and perhaps in the relationship with different communities that might take ownership or appropriate some of these spaces, there would be a kind of a condition of labor that is interesting to reflect upon, especially when you're talking about production. For me, the issue, your project is at its most interesting at the moment, and it starts defining different pockets, different kind of moments that serve particular communities. So it feels a little bit unclear right now who would actually take part of this practice of agriculture or the green roof, right? Like, would it be, let's say, the homeless population that you're conceiving, or would it be people living, or would it be a secondary kind of enterprise that would actually kind of be overlaid and would operate completely autonomous from within this system? I think that once you start looking more specifically to who are the different constituencies that would take part of this project, you start influencing the design, not to just be like a large kind of landscape condition, but rather much more precisely perhaps consider a sense of ownership and property in a way within the scheme, which I think that they would have definitely formal and spatial consequences. But I think that the project is, as Dora said, it's incredibly ambitious, and I celebrate the attempt to kind of start to produce a productive economy within the city.
Actually, those two comments, I was thinking about microgreens. Like, during this project, I was thinking a lot about microgreens and how much money they're worth nowadays. So I was like thinking about how that production would be from the residents themselves, and how if those residents were people experiencing previously homelessness, that it could be like an economic driver. So then like Corey, you were saying, so then they are the producers and changing their economy. But like, I have a hard time understanding how these ideas are physically manifested in the built project. Like on some level, I do feel like these can be integrated, but then on another level, I feel like, especially like with the digital, with the immaterial, how does that really become built? So, but thank you for all of your thoughts.
That's the question of the studio.
Yeah, I mean, I would say,
how does architecture work in this way?
I actually quite like your building. So I think there's quite a bit in there that does do what you're saying. And I like your response. I think that's really interesting. You know, I was thinking like, you know, give not only agriculture, but give them a data hub or whatever, a computer system that can start mining Bitcoin for them, you know, and like allow this other kind of like give things, give infrastructure. And then I think maybe it's identifying what that infrastructure requires, like what is that's different from a housing project, like what's required in an agriculture, which I think is what you did. You produced a whole production facility embedded within this housing. I think maybe there are other kind of infrastructures that can be embedded in this, but I think that's a really interesting way to do it. And I actually like that it becomes ambiguous between the whole and the part. So like these larger things like the agricultural, the plant, the facility that you've created inside of this garage requires a very large footprint. It is a large whole within this other building, which then, you know, fractures it in a way that the units become parts. I don't know if you did this intentionally. I think you did, but I really like that you fractured the unit itself into parts so that the kitchen is like off from the unit. So it might be a shared resource. It's not actually embedded in the house, maybe in all instances. And I like that you would travel to it and maybe engage with the community through that collective, endeavor of making food. So there's some really interesting moments you've done there. And then spreading that further, I like this view that you've settled on because you have these like pieces that have almost jettisoned from your project and wedged themselves in existing context. You know, I don't know what's going on there with the little piece that flew off and attached to the other building, but I like it. And I would say, what if more of that happened? It became, it'd be the opposite. Like the worst thing in Austin, I'm sure this is the same in California too. We have laws about, affordable units and new developments, all this stuff. And everyone buys it out. Everyone pays, like the variant store is talking about, like everyone pays for the ability to not provide affordable units for the community. And it's just a fee for them. It's just a price. They make it back up when they sell the unit. That should not be allowed. And so it would be great if in your scheme, it was such a productive opportunity for people that they would say, I want a little wedge embedded in my building, like actually bring a few of those wedges, a few of those parts that have now, fractured and bring them into my structure. I would love the opportunity to, embed that and have opportunity generated from that embedment. I think that's really interesting.
Miriam, I think just following on Corey's comments, I think when I first was looking at this, I love the analysis and the kind of breadth of where you started. And then the moment that you started to create the units, the 1, 2, and 3, 4 unit modules and introduce that to the parking garage, I think that was the moment where I was trying to understand the translation of your analysis and that framework into the kind of figuration. And I don't know if you have more there that you'd want to say about that, but in some ways I was initially just understanding that as a kind of clear juxtaposition of one assembly logic to another, right? And Dora spoke about that in terms of the kind of infrastructure and appropriating the infrastructure that exists within that context, and maybe the opportunity to understand that a bit more clearly in terms of maybe the elements that exist within that context and how you can operate more tactically in that. But the way that we're discussing it now is very interesting because in some ways is to suggest that there are other non-physical systems that could allow the elements to begin to grow, and the system that you've introduced, the architecture that you've introduced, is just the beginning of what now begins to spread, right? And I would say, if we think about, the way that, crustaceans or barnacles work, right? Something that begins to plant itself onto a more stable entity and then grow as a system onto something else. What is the kind of what is the facilitation of that in order for it to begin to spread across a kind of larger platform or infrastructure, right? And this notion that you're providing, something that is currently not there to the homeless or to a cohort of individuals that would begin to occupy that space, or in the way that you've configured the program as it embeds itself down into the parking garage so that it creates an economy. I think all of those become really interesting and kind of make that argument for you in terms of why you kind of fragment the architecture and maybe even begin to distribute it into different parts of the blocks surrounding the space. And so I think that starts to really create a very interesting notion. Again, I'm not sure that that's the way that one would argue the archipelago, but it at least begins to kind of understand why you've pulled this apart and how you might understand this over a period of time and the growth opportunity that it presents.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That fantastic discussion, and I have a voluminous notes from this. Just this one alone is a great addition to the whole studio. So thank you very much. I think for me, like it's super interesting because it is about not just responding but generating things, and I think that is the ultimate impulse of this. And so it's not just responsive, but it is creative in that way. And so I think these are great additions to that question. So thank you very much. Jenny.
Yes. Oops. Sorry. Okay. Can you see that?
Yeah, there's some things on the image.
Oh. Okay, sorry. My screen is flashing for some reason. Let me turn my video off and try again. Sorry about that. Okay, is that better?
No.
Oh no.
Oh wait, there's still things on the image. I don't know what that is.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know why it's flashing. Okay.
All right.
Does that work? Okay. Sorry about that. I'm Jenny. I'm in my third year of the Master of Interior Design program. My project intervenes in the historic buildings of the Sun Trust Building and the historic entrance of the previous Paramount Theater. The programs are placed within these historic buildings as a way of redeeming spaces that have been left behind. The vacant spaces were once filled with life and community interactions, but have since been abandoned. My project allows occupants to become their best selves through the power of design and an inclusive community model. Every human craves a sense of place, community, and identity. This project is focused on listening to the voices, experiences, and cultural perspectives of all within the community. Spaces are designed to welcome the greater community, provide space for inclusion and connection, and house quiet spaces that allow residents and visitors to think, escape, and feel a sense of calm. The building uses indoor farming, solar energy generation, and water reclamation systems. The building functions with a symbiotic relationship between the community members, non-human plant and animal life, food production, energy production, and waste removal systems. So, My site obviously is Los Angeles. It's on 6th and Broadway, and houses different programs, as I mentioned, water sanitation systems in the basement. There's grocery, restaurant, coffee shop, and lounge. And then the second floor has workspaces and community event spaces. There's an exhibition space on the upper floors, and then there are residential units. So this is my site. The lighter areas are where other students within the class have their projects. Shay's, who you saw earlier, her project is here. I picked this location based on the proximity to this park area, and then just the transportation that's around, and then this idea of these historic facades and the history within those buildings is something that I was interested in developing further and keeping intact. I also picked it because of the orientation to the sun. So the sun comes from the south onto the edge of this building and allows for light to come into the main spaces. This is what the building looked like before my intervention. So lots of areas to build on top of, and then I came into these buildings as well. So this is what the new additions are the gray. So I added residential units here, and then I added a roof that has that extends up towards the sky and lets the light into the community spaces. So this is kind of explaining the skylights and focusing the orientation of those skylights toward the sun, which is this corner being the south. And then there are residential units in these levels that to get sun into that space, because there is a wall here, I cut into that mass and then brought the sun down into those spaces as well. This is that space from the interior. So this space has those views that are oriented up into the sky. And then the ceiling is a projection of the fish farming spaces from downstairs, and it's a live stream of those fish and kind of a community space where people can gather. And there's thought to different kinds of materials for acoustics and things within that space. This is the program. So the yellow is the residential. So these are all up above the community spaces. And so this is the new area. This is within that historic building. And then this is the exhibition space we just saw the render of with these skylights. And then there's community space all through here in the second floor going into food production with the fish farming and then the vertical farming. And then there is a grocery store here. There's a coffee shop, a kind of general lounge space, and then there's a restaurant that focuses on farm to table. And then thinking about those systems, there are solar panels on the roof for energy generation throughout the building. And then the fish farming, the water goes straight over to the plants to be used as fertilizer. And then the water can be used in different ways throughout the building as well. There's also an idea of free fresh produce to anyone that needs it in this space here. So there's just an area for people to come and have fresh produce from the building itself. And then going into the residential units, which are these again. So the idea behind the residential units is thinking about how much space we actually need to live. And so this kind of minimal envelope of 3 feet and then 6 feet for an average person of just kind of social space that we need. And then putting that into single person spaces of a bathroom, a living space, a bedroom, and a kitchen. And then thinking about if there were 2 to 5 people, how those would kind of evolve and change and how much space we would need in those spaces. And then developing the units from that based on those measurements and things and that minimal idea. And then the living spaces are created kind of as this envelope that's left over from those generation of spaces. And then there are different elements of beds that tuck into walls into these poche spaces and storage spaces and things built in around that. So this is a massing model of the gray being those units that I created based on personal distances. And then the black is these shared spaces that are a result of the in-between spaces between those units and what's generated, and then the circulation space that's kind of a minimal idea of what the minimal circulation would be. And then these are the forms of those original skylights, how they were generated, and then how it goes down and through the building into the main program of the community space. And then there's the coffee shop, lounge, and then restaurant, and those programs that are housed within that space. So this is the 3rd floor and 3.5 floors. So what I did is, the building being an older building had very high ceilings. And so in order to get more people within the building, I made each floor that was about 20 feet, I made them roughly 9 feet and added an extra floor in there. So these units are smaller micro kitchen units that have a small space for a kitchen, but it's a very minimal space that's meant for one person. These are a mixture of units for 1 to 5 people. And then these darker gray areas are the spaces that are generated in between that I mentioned that are workspaces, can be shared kitchens or living spaces or patios. And then this is the 5th and 5.5 floor. Again, just showing the 1 to 5 people units on those floors. And then this is an upper floor, just a few more spaces. So there's a total of 59 units that could have anywhere from 115 to 130 people within the community. So in this section, next we'll be going into this unit. So this is one of them that gets the sun from being up and toward this angle. And it's also close to this community space where there was that projection on the ceiling. This is the fish farming, and then this is the vertical farming and that food production on that side. And the community space is all housed within here. So this is the unit with this opening here. And then the micro kitchen has a sink and a very small stove. Acoustic materials are also brought into here and seeing down into that space. And then there's a small area for eating, and there's a desk area that I'll show how it converts in the next one, but just some shelving and just minimal spaces, lots of storage being built up a little bit. So there's storage underneath here. This is another view of that kitchen, and then the bathroom here. And then this is the bed and the desk both can be tucked away into the wall. So this is the version where there's the desk version, and here's where the bed's tucked in, essentially like a drawer. And then this is the version where the desk would be tucked away and the bed's pulled out, just to kind of convert that space and use it in multiple ways. Next, we're going back into this space, this exhibition space. So this is, again, that ceiling projection with the fish, and seeing into, these are the windows that are from those units. They get light from this way, but then also from the top. I also went through many iterations of different kinds of materials, ultimately deciding on one that was a little more minimal to focus on the projection itself, but just working through different kinds of things of a darker, more grounded idea, things that are lighter, more natural, and then kind of pulling in those blues. So that was my iterative process. And then this is coming down that staircase. This shows the community space. This is the main entry. The food production is over here. And just kind of having that idea of the glow from above, drawing people upward and encouraging them to use stairs instead of elevators. And then this is a community space. So seeing into the food production area and the fish farming, a space where there could be different events. It's a workspace community area for events, presentations, and maybe documentary screenings. And then this is another view just showing how the space works. Lots of area for community interactions and connections. Community space over here, food production over there. And then showing this fish farming in the really production side. So it's open so the guests and the visitors can all see how the food is being produced. And that's my last slide. So this is a recap.
Jenny, can I ask a quick question on your plan, one of your plan drawings? you show the poche that surrounds your floor plans. Can you pull one of those up?
Well, yes. I'll go to there's a better page. This one.
Right here. Yeah, so is the black here the result of having split apart the unit, already understanding that when they're joined together, they're creating an interstitial space that is a common shared space between units? And that's what we're seeing is the kind of residual space aligned with the individual unit here?
No, so the black is more a generation of these forms that are the minimal envelope. Then when those are brought together, that space that's kind of a loose envelope around all of them that's generated.
So I understand that more like within the multi-unit, but like in the micro kitchen unit, it begins to figure itself out away from there rather than kind of completing, let's say, small family unit, 2 to 3 people, 633 square feet, right? That's kind of completing an overall form. Whereas in micro kitchen unit, it begins to pull away from it a bit and figure outside of that. Was there some logic that defined how you started to make some of those decisions, or was it more about just juxtaposing a faceted envelope against the kind of internal program that was defined by the body radius and function of the internal program?
The smaller units were kind of adapted from these single person units and just taking off that larger kitchen. But then like the bump out spaces were, if this is built up a little bit, leaving some space for a staircase. So that's why it bumps out a little bit like that.
Gotcha. Okay.
Hi. So, okay, I love the pun live stream, and it's a stream of fish. So, I mean, that's I'm always into a good punning environment. And of course, that the difficulties of projection stuff is that, sometimes that they wouldn't work. But I think it's I think the idea though of creating spectacle in some ways out of something that is also, like I talked about last time, the food desert of that area is really important. And are you from Los Angeles? Do you know Los Angeles?
I do not know it very well. No, I'm not from Los Angeles.
I'm surprised because your interior renderings show a sensibility that is very LA, which is keep the historic facade, but revamp the interior. And so I see that in a few different images, not this one, although this one's a little bit, but some of the other images you picked up right away on a very LA kind of thing. And so my suggestion is just simply to continue with some of these LA tropes. And one of them is the throughput block. So if you could show me the block image here.
Which one?
There you go. That's fine. So where you have that vertical farm, I mean, instantly I'm like, okay, is that going to pay off? Because, in this, as I said, this area is really expensive per square foot. And Los Angeles has had a hard time dealing with the micro unit and the fact that it's getting expensive per square foot. I mean, when I moved to Los Angeles, it was $1 a square foot, right? For just about anything in LA. And LA was thought of as just having this low profile all the way across the city because you could expand in any direction. And that was the ethos. But now with downtown occupation and sort of the downtown revival that has happened, the price per square foot has become very dear, such that like SciArc SciArc parking lot, which is, you know, well known to anybody who's been there, they can no longer afford to have that just be a parking lot. Like they have to put a building on that because they're not getting their ROI on it in any way, with it just as a parking lot. And so, you know, I was kind of looking at the vertical farm and I'm thinking, oh, well, you know, not sure you're going to get the ROI on that either, you know, but then you have it sandwiched next to that tank. And one of the clear LA traditions of urban planning is the throughput in the block of urban space that just goes under. It's almost like in Italy, in Milan, the kind of shopping arcades, or in France, the arcades that Walter Benjamin writes about. And this is a golden opportunity to think in terms of the throughput block, and that's a way to reintroduce the commercial corridor. And it's already an accepted trope in LA, as much as some of the other tropes that you've picked up on correctly, especially with the historic fabric and the contemporary fabric kind of being in the same visual and aesthetic space. But it's a very complete project, and I hate to admit it, but the 250 square foot unit is a real thing in this part of LA, and commanding a higher and higher price. And so, you know, you really picked up on that. You have some beautiful quasi urban spaces, porches and seating and stuff like that. That's actually also an LA trope. You know, you go to the Ace Hotel, and that's the kind of space you go to in the Ace Hotel. That's the kind of space you go to in the Standard. So you've picked up on a lot. I'm actually surprised that you're not an LA native.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I'll add to that. This project reminds me so much in a very different way, but of Diller and Scafidio's project called Facsimile, which is really just an art project in San Francisco. And it's a screen. I don't know if you're familiar with this thing. It's just basically it's a screen on the outside of a convention center that's also an office center. And the screen projects sometimes what's happening on the inside. It kind of moves around, so it captures different scenes of the inside, but it also mixes in what she calls imposters, which are these kind of pre-recorded alternative realities that you think are happening inside, but are actually not happening inside. And on some level, your building's doing the same thing by keeping these kind of historic facades, but having totally bizarre and different interiors, you know, very disconnected interiors, which I would consider to be these like imposters. And I kind of wish, you know, I think it's a totally resolved project. I think some really beautiful interiors and beautiful moments. And I kind of wish there was a little bit of that embedded just conceptually in your project. So, you know, like the ceiling, you know, I wish that, you know, like Nora mentioned, projection doesn't always work, but also this is not really the projection of that fish farm. Fish farms are pretty gross. You know, they poop a lot and they're not clean. They're not really as filtered. You know, it's not going to be this kind of beautiful aquarium you're proposing. So I kind of wish you had, this to me is the imposter, right? Like this kind of fabricated reality of what you are actually projecting. And I wish a little bit of the reality were actually mixed into there sometimes, and that it was more dynamic. Because I think there's something like sarcastic that could be embedded in this about those Los Angeles tropes, which reflect a little bit on the society. And I think people actually like that mirror held to themselves once in a while, you know, whether it's pretty or not.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Thank you.
Yeah, I had the same thought about from the standpoint of the fish, right? I mean, my first thought about the fish farm is just the intense overcrowding it seems that the fish always have when you look down into that setting. And then when we started to see the analysis and the kind of almost the poetry of those drawings, but then we look at them in terms of the square footage, and Dora also mentions this, right? That the 225 square foot unit is a reality. I start to think about the amount of space. There's an intensity, almost like a grit about what would be confronted at some point and it's as if the marketing, the projection of the marketing of this versus the reality would hit some level of tension, and how you begin to kind of navigate that. And I think we can talk about that just because there is, I think, a really well done, not just set of images, but thought process that you've taken from start to finish here, and at different scales, and understanding of the relationship to the context, and can appreciate that, there's a skill and a hand here that has walked us through the project that is really, I think, very thoughtful. And so it's less of a critique, I think, in that regard, but it's something to kind of think about in terms of kind of the aesthetic of the project, and where you want it to land in that regard, and how you would utilize that, and how that would become intentional. I think the one thing for me that and again, I know you all are coming from different backgrounds in terms of your education. There's the ambiguity of the connection of the systems starts to maybe become, again, another opportunity, right? So we identify the vertical farm and the tanks, and even the circulation arms that connect the different bays of housing, and how the housing connects the units to the circulation systems. I think when we see those renderings, it gives the implication of how those elements connect. I think it works best in an expected sense when we see that from an interior shot. And I think, knowing your background, that would make sense, that we kind of get a feel for that space. The resolution of a kind of a roof canopy as it begins to kind of touch and interact with vertical bars of housing from the outside, or how the circulation spans between the vertical bars of housing, does not necessarily seem to be as well resolved, or the fenestration on the interior, the new facades could maybe have a little bit more consideration. But I think that begins to kind of pick at this a little bit more, and maybe not in a fair way, given that I think your background is really one that's concentrating on the interiors of the spaces in a way. But I think it's worth kind of just saying, because there's a lot of ambition here that deserves, ways that we can begin to kind of talk about the project in a lot of different directions, right? And to your credit, so it's a really nice project.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe if I can jump in. I appreciate the project. I think it's a very well resolved project. It really takes us through a very clear picture of how you're seeing the systems working together. So I want to make a comment, because I think that your project really creates certain reflections, which for me are going to come based on some reading, but that has to do with the nature of is this ultimately achieving some of the ecological interdependencies, the kind of the system relationships that you're trying to argue for. So I'm not sure, right? I think that there could be more accuracy on the system networks, on the diagrams of how much yield certain kind of systems might want to have. So I could see more development in that area, but I mean, this doesn't take from a very well executed project. I'm very provocative at that, right? One of the thoughts that I had was in relation to the book by Anand Giridharadas, who wrote this book called Winner Takes All, that really kind of tries to tackle how certain kind of corporate culture tries to subvert this kind of proverb of having a cake and eating it too, right? Like, how do you make, let's say, present a way of talking about ecology, or talking about maybe even branding, I would say. Corporate culture has been able to kind of paint a picture of doing good through certain changes, but not really critically realizing that perhaps are part of the problem, right? And the reflection here comes that I wonder if, in order to achieve the fundamental system changes that you seem to argue for, are we going to be able to maintain the kind of beautiful living conditions or the kind of spaces that you could portray, or would there be like a different kind of architecture that would result as a consequence of these radical changes of systems, right? I gravitate to think about also in Chicago, there is a project called The Plant, which is an urban farming facility that seems to have similar programs to the ones you have. And I think, as it was mentioned before, it's a lot more messy, it's certainly a more precarious project in many ways, but it also potentially engages with the smell and the different kind of atmosphere that are created by different forms of production. Yeah, I would consider to what degree can we really maintain this beautiful image of architecture when we really start kind of getting messy with some of the implications of this ecological thinking that I think you're putting on the table. I think that this is something that I don't have an answer for, but I wonder if things will remain the same in a way. So thank you for the powerful reflection. I think that this is kind of really coming all from your project. So that's great.
Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Jenny, for a really beautiful project. It's really compelling to think about the messier that the farming and the fish farming get, then this sort of like layer of highly calibrated atmosphere that surrounds it really could take on even more impact as an interface as you go back out into the city. So really amazing comments and thought-provoking. Thanks so much, Jenny. Beautiful work. All right, last project of the session, Blake.
Yes.
You might also, Blake, turn off your video while you're sharing. I think it helps.
Yeah, I'm totally gonna do that. My Wi-Fi kind of sucks too, so all the more reason. But hello, I'm Blake. And can we see the PDF?
Good.
Cool. All right. So living systems, these self-organizing, interwoven, and adaptable networks sustaining all life as we know it, are at their core maintained by a constant flow of energy circulation, or the constant flow and circulation of energy, matter, and information. Within these ecosystems, all organisms are constantly searching for life space level physiological needs, food, water, air, and shelter. Humans' innate ability to adapt to these conditions of our environment has produced a remarkably sophisticated civilization containing additional layers of constructed systems that ecological necessities. The most substantial and complex of these layered systems is found in our cities, hubs of culture, technology, innovation, and societal constructs. Life in modern cities serves needs and contains living systems unimaginable to prehistoric creatures. What happens though when life in cities fails to provide for our basic needs, and when the systems providing us with clean air, fresh water, nutritious food, accessible shelter are cut off, disrupted by climate change, polluted resources, prejudice, or disease? And so this project offers suggestions of architectural adaptations to our plague cities, drawing from the innate characteristics of interwoven biological systems. This intervention in historic downtown Los Angeles seeks to stitch, mend, fill, and bridge the gaps that disrupt the cyclical processes on which we rely. By cultivating uninterrupted, self-sustaining systems that provide residents with fresh food, clean water, purified air, and a temperate microclimate and supportive housing, the South Broadway Cooperative serves as a model for adapting to and overcoming metropolitan plight. And so this ultimately will free a city's residents, in theory, from their infrastructural binds, and it's kind of a reclamation of humanity's basic survival needs from our crumbling civic frameworks. In an effort to empower urbanity's most vulnerable communities, the semi-removed societal anomaly utilizes contextual resources to power a cooperative living model that is self-propagated and scalar. And so this urban adaptation relies on its mutualistic relationship with its context rather than deferring to a parasitic architectural trope. Like the mutually beneficial relationships between plant and fungi, it draws from existing resources to foster its own growth while reinvigorating Los Angeles's once thriving Broadway district. And so this plant and biological motif theme kind of carries throughout the project. The project is organized in a way that adopts a plant's basic structure and is guided by hydrotropic and phototropic principles. There's a root system below that gathers, produces, and stores the base needs of the system of the co-op, and then a shoot system above, where there's stem-like towers for circulation, and branches and leaves with the modular elements of dwelling units. And so in conceiving this intervention like an organic entity which lives, breathes, and functions in response to a pre-existing network of systems, the co-op mimics a naturally occurring plant growing in an urban setting. And by creating a framework to support human and non-human life, the cooperative will serve as a prototypical development that can age and green with its inhabitants. It's a structure that will thrive in maturity rather than bask in the glow of infancy and newness, and seeks to tap into downtown LA's underutilized roofscape in a way that literally brings it back down to earth. So we did spend the semester, I guess, as you've seen, starting from the small scale of like the room and the interior, moving all the way up to the large scale of the building and the city and beyond. But I'm going to present backwards. So first up, looking at the city of Los Angeles and kind of locating our site is in downtown LA here. And one of the things I first noticed when studying LA was the disparity in access to water and just general basic needs. And so these maps here on the right kind of show that water is kind of reserved for the wealthy residents of Los Angeles, and the wealthier suburbs are where you can, where people can generally afford to have an excess of water and access to green spaces. And I think these images really kind of emphasize that disparity. On the right is Skid Row and downtown LA, our side, versus like the green, lush, like exuberant lifestyle of what you might find in like Beverly Hills or something. Looking at the scale of the neighborhood of downtown LA, this just kind of shows how vulnerable a lot of the population is, and how they might need a new model for housing and living and working. The little maps on the right show the closest food resources, or actually just, I think, all of the food resources I could find. The closest is like a Whole Foods, which is not the most accessible nor locally supportive, food resource. And there's also a very large homeless population. And so in theory, this is a system that could be implemented in and adapted to lots of different historic buildings in the area and could kind of grow. So we were in these kind of blocks of our confines kind of for site selection between 6th and 7th, Broadway and Wall. And I was really drawn to these buildings on the bottom left here. They're all historic buildings of this like 1920s era, when this is on South Broadway Street. So at the time, the buildings were really, or it was just a really popular area. There's a basketball court on top of this roof here. And so I really wanted to focus on this building here. I was drawn to Detzman's, which was in its prime a department store, like a really large multi-level department store, with this really exuberant facade with all these terracotta castings. And so here you can kind of see what the interior of this building might have looked like. It had all sorts of amenities it was just mostly a menswear shop, but it was a really thriving building at its time, as well as the rest of Broadway. These pictures at the bottom show what the street looked like in the 20s era, and there's an initiative and an effort now to really bring back this the life to this area of Los Angeles. And so hopefully this project could do that. Here's just kind of a before and after, I guess. of the host building and my intervention into it. This here is like an overall axon of the intervention as a whole, which I'm suggesting as, a holistic, cooperative, living, working system. So this is, the dwelling units are up at the top. We have 85 beds total, 13 one-bed units, 21 two-bed units, and 10 three-bed units. Kind of following that plant-like structure, there's these towers that connect all of these branches. That's where there's stairs and elevators for flow of people, but also all of the ducts and pipes and whatnot for flow of energy and water. And then because of the arrangement of the modules, which we'll get into in a bit, there's lots of outdoor space, green space that you wouldn't find necessarily on the ground level of like the urban fabric in the neighborhood. So this section kind of breaks down the overall diagram of the building, where there's the chute system, which happens up top, and it's like the growth that happens off of the original building, which is down below. And that's the root system that has a market, food hall, a hydroponic farm. And so the thought here is that as the chute system continues to grow up, the root system could continue to grow down. There's these abandoned tunnels under downtown LA right now, like train tunnels that could be possibly tapped into and extend the farm or whatever amenities are needed to support the building atop. So I'm going to flip through the section here. There's also this little bar off to the front that just has some amenities for residents, a fire pit lounge at the top, some laundry, fitness center, and a little plunge pool. And so this is what I'm calling the root system, which is just how I'm engaging the original building. So this is the original Desmond's building here. And I'm kind of breaking it up into this food hall, market, and grocery on the left side. On the right side, there's the residential entry and a tower to go up. The back is where the hydroponic farm is, and then maintaining this historic facade. Little section axon looking at this 3-story market and grocery and the food hall and cafes, or little kiosks that happen on the main level here. So this is where I'm imagining a lot of the consumption of the goods produced here will take place and will help provide jobs and fund the lives of the people that live here. Additionally, providing jobs and also supporting the market and the restaurants, the kiosks and cafes that are happening right here is the hydroponic farming system, which happens in the back. Utilize a verticrop hydroponic vertical farming technology. It allows for a 3 times faster cycle than conventional farming and uses 90% less water. But the issue with all of this, and this all comes down to resource mining, kind of. And in my research, I found this technology that's mostly used for like emergency like disaster zones right now, but could kind of be adapted to support a co-op system like this. It's a biomass gasification technology, which takes plant waste and wood and compost and is able to generate energy, is able to generate water from that. So a little basic diagram of how technology similar to this would work. You take, the biomass, produces clean and pure drinking water, which could support the residences, the farming, and the rest of it, and also can produce the energy for the entire system. So the whole metabolism of this is kind of outlined here. Water and energy are stored in this central portion of the building, kind of like the heart, I guess, and is circulated throughout. So the water and energy is distributed throughout. There's an integrated external irrigation system that helps monitor the microclimate and the flora that's growing on the exterior of the building, we'll see in a bit, and is also supporting a radiant heating and cooling system that moderates the internal climate. So as a whole, the generation system happens over here on top of this building. The residential portion kind of stretches up and onto this building. And then the root system is housed in the original structure. This render shows a street view where you would have the entrance to the market on the left, residential entrance here. You can kind of see to this little alley, the farming system beyond, and then up here is where the market is going to happen. And I'd previously discussed this building as something that could age and green with its human and non-human inhabitants. And so with this ability to produce water in a dry climate, there could be really an excess of life, and this could become, with additional water, this could become like a really green and lush environment for humans and non-human inhabitants. Oh, real quick. I also have this little GIF that kind of shows how I'm thinking of this building, this intervention, as just one big living, breathing system. So this kind of shows how the irrigation might happen and just essentially water the building. So here we have the basic blocks that I use to build the modules, vertical circulation, semicircles, bedroom cubes, and these little elbows for the kitchen. And this kind of shows the process of how I came up with this worm-like shape and how those can be, how the components can be aggregated to create 2-bedroom units. In this branch, and then this one has a 1-bedroom and a 3-bedroom, and this one is 1 bed and 2 bed. And then this last type has a little extra room on the end for the rotation of when these stack and the circulation needs to rotate. So the base module we're working with looks something like this. And these were some of the techniques that I discovered to arrange and organize these, whether it's mirroring, stacking, you could stretch them out, shear or incline them to create sectional difference. So this is what the way that they're stacked creates these kind of alley-like spaces that I think could be really cool and oasis-like spaces in a kind of a heat island of downtown LA. And here's the top of what one of those spaces might look like. This also shows these two images, the spatial consequences out in the exterior of the organization of all the elements. So that stacking and rotating and mirroring creates these outdoor spaces. Moving down in scale, this is what a typical 3-bed unit might look like made out of these components. So everything is attached to these stem circulation towers that are structurally supporting it. Blue cubes for bedrooms, kitchen, and then the leftover space within this overall worm shape is what becomes like the living space. So a typical 3-bedroom unit might look something like this. Interior shot. This is in this space right here. So the living space where you can kind of see the edge of the kitchen and the patio beyond. And this is kind of, I mean, the theme here is that nature is kind of taking over building. And and kind of emphasizes the power of nature over man. So even in the interiors of the units, I'm imagining to be super vibrant and lush. And then keeping with this plant structure theme again, you can kind of break down the components into smaller components. So there's the cook and grow one, which is essentially the kitchen, and then sleep, clean, and work, which is essentially the bedrooms. And then if you could imagine kind of splitting that elbow shape in half, this is how that kitchen might look, where you have the greenhouse up top, a place for residents to grow their own personal food if they would like, and then the actual kitchen space below. And running throughout all of this is a structure in the base plate that's attached to either ends of the towers. Each bar connects to 2 towers at the end. And then we have the bedroom unit. There's, essentially a bathroom up here, a hygienic space, a desk area, work from home space. And then down below is this nook for the bed. And so as a whole, this is an intervention I've been thinking of as, like I said, a living, breathing, functioning network. It's responding to and tapping into the resources of the area, but is ultimately kind of doing its own thing within the urban context. So that's about it.
So if I get this proposal right, and that this is also what I would call an ambitious proposal, and not just because I think that the architecture is sort of, steampunky and flamboyant, but ambitious in the sense that it seems to indicate that it comes with not just buying a unit or renting a unit, but buying a lifestyle, right? That it's cooperative, it's plant-based. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah.
I mean, there is interest in LA, in Los Angeles to do that kind of thing and to do lifestyle development. It's mostly white, fairly privileged people who are doing those lifestyle developments. They thrive a bit more on the west side than east of Western Avenue, and they've proven difficult, right? You have this like 30-year plan, but oftentimes people move out and the lifestyle cooperative breaks down. It sort of starts utopian and then breaks down. How utopian is this project?
Super idealistic. I kind of just went full steam ahead with, this is unlikely, but it's a really idyllic way to live in a lush environment that kind of floats above the city and adapt to a city.
But that doesn't, just because it is idealistic and utopian, doesn't mean that there aren't some takeaways, right? And so it's and I think that the takeaways are quite good. I like the idea of sort of human and non-human living together, and that there's an attention to that. Unfortunately, and I feel like I'm the person who's raining on the parade all over here. Unfortunately, the majority of the non-humans in this area are either birds, which I think this would become almost an avian, haven, and vermin. Lots of vermin in this in this area. It borders on the produce district. It's like rat central, and it's amazing. It's like the rat kingdom that lives here, and they would love this place, and and I appreciate one of your interiors, you have a cat, right? I mean, that in a sense, you'd need to have like, non-humans that are patrolling, to make sure that, that all of, that the segregation remains, in that, uh, in that regard. And that it's a kind of abundant non-humanness and that quality, because I think that hasn't really been introduced at a substantive urban scale, especially in Los Angeles. When Los Angeles went to make a kind of public plaza park and had Ricardo Legarreta design, and then subsequent designs and so forth of like Pershing Square, actually started with an Olmsted design. It's become increasingly less non-human. It's like every iteration of that design is increasingly less non-human, and so I think that this is quite welcome, and I think could be instructive for the rest of LA, even if it itself is ideological and utopian in its own content.
Totally. Thank you.
Yeah, it somehow reminds me, I mean, first of all, it's really impressive presentation. You have, I really commend you for the amount of work. Like you took us through every scale, and every time I was kind of forgetting that there was yet another scale that you had really thought very thoroughly. So it's really impressive to see. But I want to second maybe like some of the comments from Dora. It seems to me that I celebrate the fact that you're trying to do this kind of utopian or a kind of concept ideological project. And it reminds me very much of the work of John Portman with like the Bonaventura Hotel or even the Renaissance Center here in Detroit, where I think that there was a point in time where such kind of grandiose projects were not only imaginable, but also happening, right? So it's interesting to think what would need to happen for such a project like yours to really take place. I would hope though that that the innovations that you're kind of bringing into the kind of the realm of coexistence and systems thinking between supply chains and production would also apply to sense of ownership, resilience towards, let's say, gentrification. When you think of initiatives like community land trusts or cooperatives, they really look at, they're quite ideological as well in many ways, because but they're kind of quite down to earth in the sense of understanding how the housing market and the affordability of housing has become really an issue. So as much as I'm 100% in favor of kind of considering non-human agencies, I think that like the human condition, especially when it comes to housing, it's still yet to be resolved, right? So maybe having also innovations or kind of aligning yourself ideologically to some kind of current ideas in regards to the affordability or kind of resilience of housing networks that would make projects affordable could also add layers and depth to a kind of a very ideological project. So sometimes form cannot do everything, and we need to kind of complement that with certainly understanding of policy or kind of even forms of governance, which I think would only add to the beautiful proposal that you have.
Yeah, Blake, I'm totally blown away by your project. I think that the work is just outstanding. I mean, a lot of work, really beautiful representation, even beautiful diagrams, good colors, everything. So what strikes me about your project is that it kind of, I don't know, reminds me of like the weird buildings that you find in small towns or even in Austin. You get these little like eccentrics that build projects like the building of trash, for example, in Austin, or there's one at Ron Rail just took a picture of that's like on the border of Colorado and New Mexico, where you get these people who build like houses out of bottles, Tinkertown in New Mexico, these weird buildings. And then you mentioned maturity at the beginning. And I was thinking like, is there an idea about the maturity of personalities that that might allow for those eccentrics to actually produce a community. So it's not, we always look at diversity in terms of culture and stuff, but there's also personalities, and we talk about gentrification, and a certain kind of person moves into Brooklyn and takes over. A certain kind of person moves into East Austin and takes over. And I wonder if there's a way to think about it so it's not at a macro scale. I mean, you introduced these idea of scales, but that maybe kind of there's a territory that's less gentrifying that can happen at a building scale and not a community scale, like a micro scale that allows for these personalities to aggregate at a building level. I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking free range here, but I think there's something really interesting about this place for eccentrics that doesn't take over a whole community, but takes over a building and lets it become that thing that they're so passionate about. I don't know. I'm probably misreading this, but I think it's super interesting.
I
really love that.
It's I mean, I think you'd have to just start off by saying the scope of the presentation is super ambitious and needs to be commended for walking us through all the different things that you're touching on in terms of the scales. And I think for me, it was interesting. There was a point where you're showing the kind of elements of the architecture that begins to interface with the historic fabric. And I'm thinking that there's a quality about that as almost like the folly as it's engaging with the historic fabric that really holds to the narrative that you set up out of the analysis that became quite compelling. And the idealism of where you were headed with that was intriguing as we started to peel that back and see the codification through the tectonic systems, right, and the way that you were beginning to illustrate the architecture and the various environmental systems and ways that you would begin to think about that making its way through the existing spaces into the new spaces that you were proposing. It takes on a kind of different way of becoming synthetic in that regard. It's fascinating to me to end with this particular image because, as I think Dora describes the kind of qualities of the existing context, it becomes kind of synthetic in a very different way, even though we're kind of looking at what at the end of your presentation were some really amazing renderings of the way that you see this actually manifesting, even if it is quite utopic and heroic in that regard, like the way that the living and the non-living or the way that the green and water and solid and architecture become integrated with the context. I think that for me that there's a synthetic quality here that kind of ties back into the beginning of what was originally diagrammatic, that is incredibly rich in terms of, I think, the way that you've attacked the project, and whether or not that was intentional or not, I think is the result of how we're able to kind of talk through it at this point. I think very, very well thought out, very comprehensive in terms of the way that you've begun to take on the studio intent. And then I think through the different mediums allowed that to bring forward a really compelling project. So.
Thank you. Yeah, in a way, it's kind of a dream studio in that we get to, and we were encouraged to work at all these different scales, and it's really incredible to see everyone's work at the end, like how it's addressing every every part of the system.
Blake, I just posted in the chat, but you should check out the Anarchist in Berlin. I had never known this, but I went to Berlin to visit and accidentally got an Airbnb in one of those buildings. I did sleep for like 4 days, but it was hysterical. Like mattresses thrown around. Just they basically overtake entire buildings and live in them like squatters. Super interesting that they can do that. But it kind of reminds me of that. I don't know. You should look into it.
Yeah, it has a Torre David quality to it for sure, as well. But but it's also very developer minded, right? Which is interesting. The way in which the units have their private space and and their square footages described and and so forth. It doesn't look cheap.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. it's like spend $1.5 million to live cooperatively, kind of scenario, which is San Francisco has plenty of examples of that as well.
I think what's interesting about it is that I think it could take on a lot of different. I think there's a fundamental like organizational methodology and an ethos that could take on a lot of different stylings and a lot of different price points and things like this, because I think it is a transferable set of logics. I think Blake really, in such a amazing way, like dealt with this question of like, just how do we make a project that invites people in to sort of like think about what architecture can do and what design can do. And so he went full bore into the sort of that aspect of it too, which I think is incredibly, exciting, right, to see.
Well, what's the clear tactic though that is really intriguing is excavating out the volumetric nature of the circulation and letting that circulation, so those circulation cores and the kind of circulation pathways, that would connect to say a courtyard or something like that, become zones for planting and and so forth. So in a way, it's kind of like wrapping units in the picturesque garden, right? It's a campus, but it's sort of a vertical campus, and that tactic is really good because, frankly, all of those circulation spaces in all of those developer buildings are left over, right? They're generous to the point of being able to read luxury into them, but they don't have, enough, attribute or character to be their own space. And I think that what's so clever here is that he's made them their own thing, and then it turns into a kind of building amenity that allows that building, and then there's all those like drip systems. And I love that one image, Blake, with the produce section misters, kind of like, misting the plants on the side there and everything. And first, what I was saying is that, with green roofs aren't allowed in LA, but these types of humid plantings are. And it's interesting because the green roof is seen as being water wasting, but the sago palm isn't, right? And so but you have to have like that kind of misting and system in place. But that tactic, right? I've got to say that tactic, I can sit here and think about, 25 buildings in downtown Los Angeles that if you excavated their circulation and allowed that to become green space would be huge advantage to the rest of the city. It would cool the city down.
Yep. I think that emanated from, Blake got a comment about water at the mid review and was like, no, I'm going to figure out how to get water and how to use water in a smart way. And so it wasn't, and I think that's the kind of, interaction with commentary that we want all students to have, right? It's not reactionary. It's like, how do we push the project through that, because that's something that I think is important, right? And I think that kind of level of thinking you see at all levels here and throughout the work, hopefully, that you've seen.
And I think it's important too that, you know, it's a sort of new sort of attunement to water as vapor or aerosol or, you know, mist or something like that, as opposed to kind of large water vectors, you know, or conduits. And, you know, one thing the pandemic for sure has done is it's changed our relationship to air. You know, once again, I think that, you know, at the beginning of the 20th century, end of the 19th century, we had a kind of revolution in our thinking about air, and that led us to modernism. And now we're having another revolution in our thinking about air, right? You know, because air is the stuff of pandemic and dust and climate change and, you know, and pollution and toxins and so forth. We're having a similar revolutionary moment about air. And, you know, we're going to have to reconcile our architecture to, you know, to our new understanding of air. And I think this project, and what's interesting about it, is that it takes air and water at those molecular levels, at the level of aerosols and mists and so forth, as opposed to, you know, the kind of pipeline approach and systems approach to that runs under all of our cities.
Well, thank you all for joining us and for the intense and really generous notes and conversation. I think it helped us all, and mainly it's just really exciting to hear what your takes are on the students' really fantastic work. We're running a little bit late, but if you had any final comments, it's you can. If you don't, that's totally fine as well. I'm greedy. I'm always like, we have great people, let them talk. But
those were my final comments.
Great.
I think that suffices.
Perfect.
I just say thanks for the invitation. It was great to see the work. Really wonderful studio for the students to engage, and I'm always impressed when there's interdisciplinary mix and different levels, and I think that really contributed to the wonderful perspectives that we saw even in these 4 projects. So hats off to not just the students, but how that was orchestrated throughout the studio, and really appreciated the conversation today. So thanks a lot.
Thanks, Brad.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think this is a wonderful studio. The setup it's clearly producing very, very provocative projects, very kind of productive friction in regards to what could be like a development, a housing development, and different kind of attitudes to systems and kind of networks. The thought that I kind of keep going back to, and I probably will take that with me to reflect upon, is how much do we have to change our own sense of desire of housing or aesthetics or kind of living style when considering some of these issues. I think that I find it challenging to consider that we might be able to maintain certain form or expectations for luxury sometimes, or aesthetics, or even some species. Like when I see this last project that we just were discussing, maybe we could find appropriate ways of using water, but sometimes we might realize that certain relationship, almost aesthetic relationships that we have to aesthetics that certain species produce might be something that we might want to question as well. And when we start kind of engaging with alternatives, right, perhaps things might look a lot different. And I think that would be worth exploring. It's something that I think that the studio has made me think a lot about some of these relationships. So I thank you for that.
Thanks, Jose.
Yeah, great work, everybody. I second all those comments. I think what was really interesting to me is this idea that you're starting with the person and moving from design from there. So as opposed to a top-down kind of overall approach. So I really appreciate what that generated and these kind of new ideas of living and how that idea of living might connect to the city and to this larger structure. Not from the building scale, but from the person scale. So great work.
Awesome. Well, There you go. You're right, Dora.
I just wrote to Clay that this is the new humanism, right? Is that the human is, you know, is in their biome, is in their environment, is in their community, is, you know, and is situated within that. And it's a tall order in a studio, but you guys were very speculative, and that's great. Yeah. I love it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we made some missteps, but when you start with people, that pretty much means that they're going to be there throughout. And so I think that's the main dumb thing that I did, like start with people. So we really appreciate y'all. And I owe you all one or two or three drinks very soon. Hopefully, hope to see you. Take care. We'll see you soon.
Seeing everyone.
Thanks for the
Good
invite.
to see you all.
Bye.
Thanks so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, second group down, very fun. We're rolling. Great work from the group, and really fun conversation. And so that will continue in the next session. I mean, hopefully what y'all are seeing is like, you know, inviting these, you know, people who are like at the top of their game in some ways, right? Like very, you know, people who think about these things all the time, not just as an aside, I think is really important to developing a larger discourse. I mean, how much did I learn in these two first sessions? A lot about the studio, and a lot about what you think about the studio too, in even more explicit ways. And so I think, you know, that's why we have to talk about things, right? And put work out in the world and see what sticks and what doesn't. That's how things get better. So we have a 10-minute break. I am going to retire to do some business, and I'll be back very soon. And we'll be up with Ivy and then Andrew. Are you second, Andrew? Yeah. I'm not going to share my desktop. I just thought I was going to share my screen here. Okay. Hey, Lisa.
Hi. Sorry. I just wrapped up my studio, so.
Oh yeah, no worries. You're fine. Totally fine. Totally fine. Waiting on one more, two more, one more.
Full Friday.
Yeah.
I'm excited for the work.
Yeah, some good, really good stuff to see. So been good so far. Very good conversations. I'm gonna stop this for a second so I can check my email. Oh, okay. I gotta get, gee, mini Christmas. Hello?
Hey, Clay, it's Alan.
Hey, Alan, I just resent it to you.
Oh, cool. Let me look.
Did it come through?
Let's see.
I'm sorry about that.
No, it's no problem.
Technological difficulties are our middle name, so.
Boy, howdy.
Right.
Yeah, it's a miracle. It's not going to my junk. It's not going to my trash.
Did it just come through?
Oh, no, there.
There, you see it?
I'll see you there in a sec.
All right, cool, thanks. Oh, gosh, sorry, y'all. Ivy, are you ready to go? Great. Hey, yeah. Cool. I'm going to do a brief introduction and then we'll get going. Thanks, Al. Augustina said she's running a little behind, so we'll just go ahead and get started without her, unfortunately, but that's okay. So I'll just give you all a quick rundown. The students really do a better job of this than I do, but I'll give you the basics of the studio. And so the studio is called Living Systems. It's a advanced studio that is composed of undergraduate interior designers in their last semester, a graduate interior design student, undergraduate and graduate architecture students. And so it's a pretty vertical and transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary kind of group. And so the title of the studio is Living Systems, and it kind of springs like many studios this year from this sort of current moment. And so thinking about the sort of radical forms of interiority that we've been kind of undergoing, and thinking about community, since we've been sort of rethinking what that means in this context. And so I sort of have been influenced a little bit by Donna Haraway and her writing about sympoiesis and sort of this notion of making with. And so thinking about that as a sort of contextual framework and a way we can build and address context within our work. And so not only making with other people, but how do we make with context or with living things that aren't human, and how might that let us think about or reconsider a little bit of what it means to be a designer, whether it be an interior designer or an architect. We took a position on interiority as a fundamental condition that transcends our current moment, and so we thought about we thought about living systems in the context of how we live and understand the city today, but maybe a little bit in the future, and you'll see maybe a few versions of that this afternoon. Also thinking about the notion of contextual response and collaboration through this notion of sympoiesis, and how that can inform and inspire the work, and how might it sort of like talk about an expanded, maybe not an expanded field, but an expanded level of responsibility that we have as designers. Through this process, we've been starting to understand and figure out how space is not a static thing, but it's always dynamically tied to people and things across multiple scales. And how can we think about or interrogate, conceive, and develop spaces using design as the most synthetic, creative, and powerful tool at our disposal. One agenda that I have is to stop talking about problems as something we're concerned about, and what can we do through action as designers, not as individual people with other interests, but through the lens of our professional work. So the living system in the context of the studio had a double meaning. So living system is at the basic level is housing is the sort of fundamental unit of what we need to survive and what that might mean for different groups of people, but also larger sort of notions of living systems linking to sort of maybe misuses or expanded kind of notions of ecology, but also linking to the urban condition. We thought about moving, or we sort of moved across scales, but we started with the individual or the person and the interior as the building block for all these things. And some of these things end up being highly interiorized only, and some become interactions with architecture or full-on buildings in and of themselves. And so that notion of making with context rather than just responding began with the body as the context first, not just a physical site. So we're trying to expand the notion of what context means to not just a building site. And finally, the thinking of the city as a resource. So not just as again site or a formal notion of context, but as a spatial, material, energy, cultural, socio-economic, and capital one that we should think about how we interact with in a more thoughtful way. So the site of the project is downtown Los Angeles, in a strip that kind of border this dashed line here is basically presents the formal boundaries. We know that the boundaries aren't really, they're kind of porous and it just takes the district, but that's what's known as Skid Row. And then we have the sort of the core of downtown and old downtown Los Angeles here. And so it cuts across an interesting swath of the city and interacts with those areas in slightly different ways based on the student. So the students were sort of, at least I tried to confine them to this general zone, and they were allowed to sort of select within that because it has a range of building stock is part of the reason. And so there's a range of between, you know, I wouldn't say high rise, but there's sort of mid-rise kind of buildings, and then parking garages and surface parking, and then low rise kind of building stock. And so you get really an interesting kind of cross section of typology there as well. And we also, or at least a lot of the students uncovered that there's a lot of like actually empty buildings there, commercial spaces and things that have gone vacant in recent times. And so here you can see that kind of that area with this bisecting street as being the kind of edge of what is, or this street here as being the edge of Skid Row. So that's the sort of 50-second overview of things. I think Ivy will do a great job of explaining that, but were there any initial questions that I could sort of address for y'all? Great. Ivy, take it away.
Hello, let me share my screen. And then I will have to turn off my video just so I don't lose connection. Okay, so my project is intended to be a vibrant community hub that provides shelter and fresh food for the people and animals it serves. It rests at the intersection of 7th and Main Street at the boundary of Greater LA and Skid Row, a neighborhood in downtown LA known for homelessness, addiction, and mental health issues. During the 1970s, Los Angeles city planners tried to contain Skid Row residents, or what they called the quote-unquote undesired populations, in a containment zone. These boundaries of the containment zone were designed purposely to be unpleasant with the lack of trash services and heavy police presence so people wouldn't leave the Skid Row zone. As a means to incentivize the quote-unquote undesirable populations to stay, city planners created community benches, bathrooms, and other programs that had very little impact on the community and ultimately fell flat. This region of downtown LA also faces the issue of food scarcity. It is located in a food desert, which is an area where at least 1/3 of the population lives greater than 1 mile away from the supermarket. Looking at the diagram here, within a 1 mile radius of this site, there are only 5 stores that sell fresh fruits and vegetables, and all of these stores function as more of convenience stores where most of their aisles are filled with non-perishable food, and they feature only a small selection of fresh produce. Due to its location on the edge of this containment zone, my project aims to create a bright and lively experience that will create a once previously non-existent connection between the people of Greater LA, the residents of Skid Row, and the larger environment. In order to bridge this gap, the project is made out of 6 components that make it into a living system: human shelter, cultivation, economic stimulation, water resource, species habitat, and power resource. In addition to this, the project has a symbiotic relationship with the city. The project provides fresh produce, instills a sense of community, and provides shelter for the city. And then in return, the city provides diverse social groups as well as solar energy and water for the project. In this axon, you can see how the 6 components that I previously mentioned materialize in this space. And then zooming in, the project consists of 5 different levels. On the ground floor, the existing office and stores of the site remain intact, while a new grocery store is introduced in this purple section right here. And on the second level, there's an indoor vertical farm space in blue and a small green garden space. And the 3rd floor has a variety of resident units as well as an outdoor cultivation space. The 4th floor features multiple community programs like a cafe, a courtyard, and a health clinic. And lastly, the 5th level is a rooftop cultivation space. Zooming into the individual components that make up the project or the living system, the ground floor is where the first component, economic stimulation, resides. The ground floor has a market that not only addresses the issue of food scarcity, but provides job opportunities for Skid Row residents. As you walk into the space, there's a lobby to the left for residents who live in the upper level of the building. And the outer wall of this resident lobby is covered in a bright and captivating wallpaper that will draw residents into that lobby. And then within the market space, there's also an opening on the ceiling that allows shoppers to see how the produce that they're buying is grown on the level above them, which leads to the next component, cultivation. Before beginning this project, I conducted research about how much land it would take to sustain 1 person for a year with traditional soil farming and indoor vertical farming. I then began to see how much land it would take to fully sustain a community of 44 people, which is the amount of individuals my project houses. And then lastly, the number to fully sustain the whole population of downtown LA. And although my project cannot fully sustain the whole community, it aims to be a supplementary resource of food for the people that it serves. In order to do this, the project will have a variety of growing methods to produce efficiently. And the location of these cultivation spaces are based on the environmental factors like temperature and sunlight hours. And the indoor farms located in the color blue massing right here are located on the north side of the building, which receives the least amount of sunlight. And then the outdoor traditional farms, which are colored in this dark green color, are located along the south side of the building, which receives the most sunlight. Indoor vertical farms are only limited to growing leafy vegetables and herbs. So the outdoor cultivation spaces are intended to grow the produce that the indoor farms cannot grow. And the second floor hosts the indoor vertical farm. The indoor cultivation space is located here with the storage for all of the equipment needed. And then along the circulation space of this level, there's a species garden where above the species garden are multiple hydroponic tubes that grow different strawberries. And these two renders show the variety of farming on this level. So there's intensive vertical farming on the left, and then hydroponic outdoor farming amidst all the landscaping here. And then above this level are the residential units. And I began to design the residential units by examining each program of a home, so eating, sleeping, and cleaning as modules. And these modules were then developed around the idea of concealing and revealing different moments that carry out the action of the program. So looking at this eating module here, this surface can be pulled up along a hinge to reveal a dining moment. And then there's multiple areas that pull out to reveal different storage moments. And then these programmatic spaces, these modules were then morphed into programmatic spaces whose proximity to one another were based on function and comfort, which can be seen here. So eating was placed further away from sleeping. And then these programmatic spaces were then arranged to create units, which were then aggregated, which resulted in the final aggregation of the units of this project. And these units became different unit types where one person could live in a single unit, a family of 3, or just a group of 3 residents can live together, and then transitional homeless housing. And then they were placed within the building context with the building programs such as like the outdoor cultivation space that I mentioned before. And this ultimately resulted in the 3rd floor, where the single family and traditional units are located along the north side, and then the south side has that outdoor cultivation space that I just mentioned. And in each type of, in each unit type, the programmatic modules shown before are expanded to accommodate the amount of individuals in the unit. So that eating module that I showed before expands where that small dining surface that's revealed is now a larger dining surface in the family and transitional units because of the larger individuals that those units serve. And zooming into the transitional unit, it's actually composed of 2 units that are separated by an operable wall. And this wall allows the homeless population residing in these units to have the ability to open up their more public spaces like their kitchen and their living room together to promote a sense of community within the 2 units. And the atmosphere of the transitional unit is intended to be a well-needed contrast to the atmosphere of current homeless shelters. The units are clad in light plywood that brings a sense of warmth and coziness to the space. And then the bedrooms have a wide variety of storage for clothes and personal belongings as well. And then these renders show that kitchen space in its concealed moment, and then in its revealed moment where you can see the operable wall is opened up. And then the kitchen also features a large occupiable window, which has this soft textile seating surface that is contorted to the comfort of the human body. So somebody can sit here in a variety of different seated and lying positions. And then as a resident leaves their unit, they're greeted to an open outdoor circulation space that is adjacent to that outdoor cultivation farm. or garden. And then moving up to the fourth level is the next living system component, which is the species habitat. On the fourth level, as well as the second level here, there's a species habitat that is intended to be a home to the native honeybees, monarch butterflies, and western tiger swallowtail butterflies of the area. And similar to the mutualistic relationship of bees to nature, these species gardens are designed to provide a mutualistic relationship between the diverse population of LA, the native animal species, and the built environment. So on the fourth floor, there's a species garden over here. And then there's also a variety of community spaces. So there's a cafe that cooks and sells the produce grown in the indoor cultivation space here to the left. And there are health and employment clinics located here that provide services for the transitional homeless residents of the project. And to the right, there is a courtyard that is part of the rooftop of the second building that this project leads into. And along the perimeter of this courtyard, there are cultivation spaces and then a greenhouse. And then this render shows that outdoor cafe seating that are next to the species garden where humans and the native animal species can coexist. And then as you pass that species garden and you walk further into the community space, you can see that there's a variety of events that can be held in that space year round. So there can be morning yoga on like spring days, and in the fall, there can be evening music events and performances that can be held by music groups that consist of Skid Row residents like the Messiah Project. And then behind this courtyard space is a greenhouse that embodies the fifth living system component, which is water collection and water resource. So the roof of this greenhouse concaves to allow rainwater to collect, and then the rainwater is then moved through a pipe, and then this pipe pushes the rainwater into a tank where the water is stored, and it can be used to water the plants in the greenhouse or to water the multiple levels of outdoor cultivation space within the project. And then lastly, the last component of the project is energy generation, which is on the outer facade of the building. And this facade consists of 204 36-cell solar panels that are located on the south and west side of the building, which receive the most amount of sunlight. And in total, these panels generate 36,720 watts of power, which can be used to power the LED lights that grow the plants in the indoor farm on the second level of the building. And then in this section, you can see the different living components working together throughout the levels. And on the rooftop of the building, there are skylights that shine light down to different spaces on the lower levels of the building. And then you can see in this render, the fifth level of the project, which is that rooftop cultivation space where the skylights exist. And then the different gardenings that can exist on that rooftop level as well. So through these 6 components of cultivation, economic simulation, water generation, or water collection, energy generation, human shelter, and species shelter, the project becomes a living system of 18,500 square feet of soil farmed, 23,514 square feet of vertical farming that weaves the diverse populations of LA into one space. And it also has connections to other buildings of LA, such as another students in this class named Audrey, her project located behind my project, which focuses on like air filtration. So it has a relationship with my project as well.
Could you, great presentation. Could you show us the axonometric that you showed towards the beginning that, and we can talk about how the program is distributed and what's existing versus your addition. we're being forced in all of these linear narratives, right? Instead of the wall full of beautiful drawings. So hard.
Yeah, we still haven't figured out the best way to end yet, but
we've tried them all. They're terrible. Okay, so the existing the building on level 1. So that's a standard kind of like a dumb box with a storefront system already on it. The one with the curved edges down below, is that on level 1? Is that also, is that the form of an existing building on level 1? There.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So the project takes over 2 buildings.
Right. I just wanted to make sure. And what are they like? You probably had a photo of them at the very beginning.
Of the existing?
Yeah.
So the existing building is a strip of different stores and offices. So there's restaurants, there's like a tailor shop, a shuttle, and then the space that I'm proposing, this new market, it was actually split in half, where one side of that space was a market itself, and then another side of that was a discount store.
Okay. And then the building next to it on the corner or inside,
and the building next to it is office space, and it's also like the transportation service too.
Okay.
I don't want to jump in, and Alan, if you had more comments,
No,
or if you're still like, I think we're all still kind of taking it all in. I will say, Ivy, it's really, really awesome to see the project. It's awesome to see you. I know I was on some of your reviews earlier this semester, so I think that you've really, to me, like taken on some really, really provocative and innovative ideas. And it's interesting because I feel like every time I was like, oh, I wonder if she's going to think about this. And then like you would move to the next slide. And I was like, oh, she did think about this. And so I think that to me is the sign of just like a really thoughtful and well done project. I mean, like, I think Alan is maybe raising some kind of points about thinking about street front, and I know everyone here this is an interior focused project, but it does kind of make me wonder, like, what is the experience still coming from the street, like into this retail kind of experience? Like, how do you still signal that this is a remarkably like innovative building, like onto the exterior? How do you kind of think about that like lobby as you come again from like interior up into kind of like the potential like level 3 in terms of, is there a transition kind of space that you're kind of suggesting? But I think that since you've kind of gone this far in terms of thinking about how really like an interior focused project in the city can be dictating ways of life, I think that this is fair territory for you to be thinking and claiming what those areas are. I was kind of curious about maybe what your thoughts on the retail experience is, because when you kind of were talking about this, to me it is proposing a really innovative concept of being able to buy produce and then see like its relationship to cultivation. And so that's where, like, again, like you answered a little bit of the question that I had, because you had that open atrium space up to the level 2. But I wonder from like, as we kind of all think about like what is retail, like obviously like the Amazon world and the shopping world, I think can all be rethought. And I wonder what thinking about the shopping and the produce experience in even a more innovative way could be like. Like, I think you kind of still have this remnant of this farmer's market that I think it speaks well for what you're kind of suggesting in terms of there's a directness about the food that you're procuring. But I think there's still maybe more interesting ways to think about like expressing like the shopping experience, or like how do you still tell the story even more from like does that level 2 ever really come down to level 1? Like, can you think about the experience as a shopper of understanding that there's all of these kind of different kind of components that are you're growing your food within this like self-sufficient building. To me, like the story of a retail experience is important to kind of potentially like tell. I had another kind of like could you go to maybe the retail view? Like I liked that there was this kind of consistency in some of the materiality, that there's this warmth of wood that I thought was really beautiful. But I almost still wonder if there is like you could have maybe introduced a little bit more of that material palette of like, what is the story of materiality? Is there a consistency? Does it grow? I mean, because especially when you go maybe to the next slide where you see up into the level 2. Yeah, so like now you have these two like disparate kind of material worlds. And is there a way to like marry that? Is there a way to tell the story of of growth like through things that are warm and accessible, or do you bring a little bit of that cultivation world down below? Like I think that there's an opportunity to think about a cool new weird like materiality version of, is it hydroponic meets like natural wood? Does wood become really, I don't know, sci-fi, or does sci-fi become really organic? And I feel like that could be, to me, something that could maybe add another layer of consistency between the different types of spaces, and just kind of maybe bring a cohesiveness across like the different kind of levels and program. Because like, I'll just have one more final comment and then I'll let other reviewers speak. Because especially when you also went to like the, can you go to one of the rooftop where you were showing the seasonality use of that space? To me, like it's so well done, but it almost felt like it was a tad bit expected, and that I felt like that maybe a couple, yeah, so this one, I was like, oh, is this a park though? I mean, it to me, this could be anywhere. But I feel like there's something like really remarkable about like your building and your building identity. So how could you still imbue that through like every single level of material choice? And that's where I was like, you know, is everything wood, or is it, again, like, do you bring up some of that, those glass? And I feel like if you go to another slide forward, where you were showing maybe another, yeah, like this water resource view. One more, yeah, go back. Like, to me, this was actually much more interesting. Like and I think that maybe in plan, I would be doing yoga next to this space, but like, this is the experience that I want to see because it tells the story of your program. And so like, to me, when you kind of still think about like, how do you translate that into the bench or into that other kind of landscape moments? Like, those are the exciting kind of design choices that I feel like you could be using your skills as in interiors to be thinking about. But I think it's really showing the strength of program, and it's beautifully done. So thank you.
It's a very, very comprehensive proposal. And, you know, at the beginning, when you showed the initial, the exploded axonometric of the program distribution, when one looks at those axonometrics, they could simply, those could be 4 different blocks, right? The way that you're working is very, first of all, your section, the way that you're working sectionally is very interesting, right? the way that we come in and we see through here and there. When you show your section and we see the links that you're making for light and view throughout the floors, it's very successful. But when you see this diagram, those could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 separate blocks down the block. You're treating it very urbanist, almost like a criticism would be pancakey, but this isn't pancakey. Like every floor is like a different urban plan. But and sort of they seem to learn from the vernacular, the kind of dumb vernacular that you were given. And so, oftentimes I would think, well, couldn't there be a lot more sectional, cross-sectional relationship between these layers? But you do have them, and they are like layers, and they are like different streets. And I think it's interesting. Sometimes that's just accentuated by the fact that you're using these different colors and whatnot. But when you show the final image and we see it from the corner, actually, can you take us there real quick to the last one where we kind of get the view from the street? Your planning is really interesting. That one. So it almost works for me. I mean, this is successful, right? But it's still hard to read it as a cap to I think there's a decision that needs to be made, how much you want to treat that joint between the existing buildings and what you're adding to them. It's an interesting question. This project, when I was hoping you were going to say, when you started to talk about the wood, because it's beautifully rendered in your project and very thoughtful and very warm, right? It's very human. But I was hoping you were going to say this was a cross-laminated timber building. I was really hoping that the kind of agricultural, the kind of cultivation that was being explored would even extend to the level of the not food, right? That it could, because timber production is agriculture. It's managed by the United States Department of Agriculture, right? And so those ties to nature, if we want to call them biophilia or not what we want to call them, those multi-scalar and multi-dimensional connections to nature throughout the project would really benefit. And there's nothing that you're doing that couldn't be done in timber. And what's so good about timber is that since you are adding to a buildings that already exist, that already have their foundations, that are really hard to deal with if you're adding a big heavy stuff on top of them. Timber is lightweight, right? It's self-insulating, it's acoustically insulating, it's thermally comfortable. It is a strategy for adaptive reuse that will become more and more sort of the vanguard of adaptive reuse as it gets wider and wider understood and manufactured. But I would really encourage you to think about not just in terms of the building materials that would be, let's say, grossly timber, modern mass timber, like cross-laminated timber or something, but also what else could you be doing to sort of holistically add to the cultural and economic experience of these different populations that you're so deftly putting together in this building? What if what you were growing also could be materials for craft production or materials for building components in the building? What if you're growing cotton and then you're doing like weaving courses, right? Or something like, how can we really think about all those wonderful possible dimensions of cultivation? And the other, one other point to think about would be, I mean, this is so much about sort of resources in, resources out, and there's the crosses between resources and through the section of the building. So I would think you would also be looking into composting toilets and, talk about sort of food waste and the recycle and the creation of soil, because soil is one of the resources that you're going to need for your exterior gardens. So, the project brings up all kinds of really lovely topics, and it looks great. And go to one of your floor plans where you show the homeless transitional housing. I wanted to say one thing about that plan, and then I'll be done. That's a great section, by the way.
Thank you.
It just looks like a timber building. So when I look at these transitional unit plans, I like the intention But I would say the relationship between the private sleeping rooms, the private areas and the central areas is too active. So for instance, if I want to get away from you, I have to close the door in your face. It would be more sensitive perhaps to locate to get into the side or the backs of those units rather than to have them open out. I understand the intention is that it would be somehow creating community between this and that, but really it might simply become a situation where someone has to be rude in order to get privacy.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
I had a similar question or thought about this as well. Only because I sat on a review recently that was about a mobile bathroom unit that basically could serve the underprivileged. And so they were really talking though about the need of security. And, so I think that if you imagine you have all of these belongings that if you've been pushed out of your house, right, and you're in a mobile transition, like the need to like see all of your belongings is actually really important. And so like, I wonder whether or not there's a place for storage, or is there a locker kind of system, or like, is there a way that you can still think about adding a sense of security to this process, even if this is a transitional like unit and you are kind of allowing them to move into a maybe more typical kind of unit. But I think thinking about those elements that maybe provide that transition could be another kind of layer you could factor into this. But.
Yeah, those are amazing points, I think, and I think, Ivy, that those would come up in a development. I actually can't believe I didn't think of the privacy angle because that's actually incredibly important, and maybe because I was seduced by the space itself, and I think I was. But it's really beautiful, But I think one thing that Ivy did that's really great and on this level was that the transitional units and sort of maybe let's call it maybe market rate kind of housing were mixed. And so that I think that's a very thoughtful addition to the overall programming and organization of the project. And so it's really and there's been numerous notes earlier in the day about that. So this is one of the few projects that actually did it explicitly. So really great work, Ivy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I totally forgot in my late day brain freeze that to do introductions. So we went through the whole thing. And so I apologize. That was extremely rude of me. But from the School of Architecture, we have Lisa Jansen joining us. Lisa has been in a review earlier in the semester. So I think that's not new, but Lisa is an adjunct professor in interior design and taught a really great graduate level studio this semester. Augustina Rodriguez is also an adjunct professor in interior design, and she's been teaching, kind of co-teaching in a way with Nerea Feliz this semester. And so and they've dealt with, I think Augustina was really interested in being on this review because it's not exactly the same kind of territory, but it is this question of how we deal with the heady problems of today. And how do we
and the utopia aspect of it, the dystopia, utopia.
Yeah, and you'll see a range of that. I mean, I think maybe the projects in this segment are mostly utopian, but we also are trying to deal with the current as well. So it's trying to be contemporary, not futuristic, but still maybe dealing with idealism. So thank you for joining us. And then we have Alan Bruton. Thank you, Alan, for joining us. Alan's the director of interior architecture at the Hines School of Architecture at the University of Houston, and is associate professor there, and a really great thinker and designer, and really happy to have you here as well, Alan. Thanks. Andrew, are you ready? Muted. Usually it's me you have to unmute.
There we go.
All right, the housing gap. Our section of Los Angeles is full of century-old stone buildings that won't get torn down, and that the development is mostly limited to renovating these buildings and filling the spaces between them. This condition drives the aesthetics of the area. The dark blue part of downtown here is the hyper-wealthy part, which is expanding into the light blue area. The teal area is the opposite. Downtown has recently seen a massive influx of luxury apartment towers in the blue zone for people who work in the office buildings downtown, but still lacks adequate housing solutions for the people who work in the restaurants and retail that support them. People choose to commute over an hour each way instead of getting a 700 square foot apartment for $2,000 a month. Local ecosystems with houses connecting directly to jobs will help alleviate this problem. For the future of urban infill, I'm looking at a common typology of wasted space in the urban environment. The site I've chosen is the gap above a small building surrounded by significantly taller buildings on a narrow site. A crack in the concrete where nothing is going to grow on its own. So this is on Main Street, the same street as Ivy's project, looking south-ish. A vacant gap in the skyline surrounded by density. Here you can see the urban context of the block. The block has an astonishing 40 storefronts, including a hotel, restaurants, and retail, while the surrounding apartments are out of reach to anyone at $15 an hour. By filling in these gaps, we can create an ecosystem for the surrounding restaurants and retail shops and their employees, short-term housing for people who are moving to LA. I envision this project as a city initiative to connect new workers to jobs by filling in the cracks of the urban landscape. We started this studio by deconstructing the domestic unit down to its basic parts and then broke those parts down to their bare minimums. Horizontal surfaces like counters, chairs, and beds, and the offsets needed for circulation. By starting the design with the bare minimums, extra space can be distributed between the programs in a calculated way. At this point, a housing complex is essentially a collection of furniture and their offsets. So I analyzed the standard programs within the domestic unit and looked at what programs can share space, what programs conflict, and my daily routine in the programs I go through. Every way I looked at it, the private space is separated from the other spaces that have overlapping programs. So my research looks at artists like Audrey, whose work questions assumptions in the standard domestic space and really just tries to re-envision what things could be and what things can overlap. I also looked at recreational vehicles for efficient use of small spaces in multiple programs in the same space. So the design of my unit starts with a bed, seating, and a cabinet with a sink influenced from RVs. These pieces are combined into a single piece of furniture with storage packed into the poche. These pieces are then trimmed and finally made into a cabin that is itself furniture. So in plan, you can see that there is enough space to get ready in the morning or to sit and watch TV, but not really enough space for two people at the same time. For scale, the circle is 5 feet in diameter and the rectangle is a full-size bed. Here you can see two of the units in their final 3D printed form. The roof form intersects with the cabins, allowing for HVAC and other connections. The cabins are not fully modular because of the differing intersections, but that is not a problem for on-site 3D printing. The cabins are the off-white 3D printed ASA material, and the dark blue parts would be painted. ASA is more durable than ABS, has lower gloss, and is more UV stable. So I explored dozens of weave patterns, and the decision eventually came down to scale. 3D printing has its limitations, but excels at intersecting forms and patterns. So the goal here was to try to make things look a little less synthetic than they were in the earlier design. So the cabins are connected by an outdoor walkway with two bridges between the sides. The slight offsets in the floor help to define each cabin's personal area, which is increasingly important with smaller units. 3D printing the roofs allows for infinite flexibility in light placement, and the pattern from the facade continues here. So with 3D printing, you can do pretty much anything except a 90-degree angle for a roof because of the overhang. Because of this, you generally see things go into more organic shapes because that's easier for the 3D printing to reach up to the roof. But even in these 3D printed versions, like on the right, where you can see the scale of a crane printer, they're still not quite able to print the roof. So I believe that a lot of 3D printing architecture relies on the layering work of Nadir Khalili and his work on layering with the super adobe, which itself comes from Iran and other mud hut dwellings. And you can see that in just about any 3D printed projects in architecture right now. So the idea would be for the 3D printer to be a robotic arm mounted directly above the column after the floor plate has been installed. And then the side pieces and the top piece would be connecting and printed offsite. So the overall layout is pretty simple. All 24 cabins are out in the back of the site, and then the single building in the front of the site has 4 living spaces and a shared space down below. The entrance would be cutting into the existing building, and then the gray area down here would be giving some square footage back to the existing building that we've taken, and some storage, because one of the hardest parts about moving to LA, storage is just, and having space in a small unit is just completely out of reach. So back again to the all furniture diagram. Here we see the 24 units and then the furniture that's in the shared living spaces, and then with floor plates added, and then once they've been turned into the pods. So I've chosen to just have 24 units because we were trying to design a community size. I believe that's just about as large as you can be and still know all of your neighbors. But these units and this kind of idea can be expanded almost infinitely to provide additional housing in the cracks of the urban landscape. So here in plan, you can see there's the large walkways that connect everything, little pockets of outdoor space for everyone. And then the shared spaces here where you have the kitchen, seating area, and living space all wrapped together. In case people don't want to be outside or ADA, 2 of the units or 4 total of the cabins are indoors, and a couple of them are a little bit larger. Here you can see the interior render of the living space. And one of just the realities of LA is looking straight out of this site, you're looking at a parking lot in the back of other buildings. I didn't really feel like it was the best view or needed a completely glass curtain wall. So this way you're getting natural light in without having too much of the direct view into the parking lots and back alleys. So with the facade, I went through several iterations. Originally it was a lot more open, but the more I looked at this site and the realities of this site, the smaller the gaps got. So during the day, the project doesn't stick out, not trying to, doesn't tower over anything, just kind of laying back into the shadows. And then at night, it would also ideally be emitting more light out into what is a very, very dark area at night and following the design of the back. Here's another render shot at night looking at the pods, and you can see how the underside platform of the pods connect. And then here you can start to see that there is some ground space down below, and the idea would be probably have to be fake grass because it's only getting about an hour of sunlight a day. But the extension, the add-on that I put on the ground floor here will have a flat top, and then we have a bridge over the gravel roof and existing HVAC systems on the existing building. That's it.
This is a great project. I really like that you're using sort of a woven pattern to kind of play down the sometimes the nature of, I mean, kind of 3D printing and concrete kind of has a grainy effect anyway, but the fact that you're adding an additional layer that's really intentional, I think is really, really effective to make it feel hospitable. The units, I know that you mentioned that they're not completely identical, right? Each unit. So I wonder, do they all have a column? Are they all supported by a single column?
Yes, they're all supported by a single column except for the ADA ones that are inside of the building structure.
Okay. I guess that's one thing that jumped out at me is like maybe there could have been some opportunities to find different mounting systems for these things. Like, do they want to be, and I don't know the logistics of it with the surrounding buildings really, but like wall hung versus mounted on a column to possibly take a little bit more advantage of the outdoor space, because I love the precedents you're looking at, Andrea Zettel, and then the other caravan. I'm not sure who I guess you were just looking at that conceptually, but like the one thing that they both have in common is that the setting is outdoors in nature, and they're trying to that's almost like the point of having that like mobile structure, is so that you can kind of choose where to spend your time. I can't imagine them picking an urban setting to kind of go to in a caravan. I mean, I've seen a little bit of that, but you get what I'm saying. And so maybe there's opportunity here to find different mounting systems to create a more hospitable environment, like on the ground level, and maybe play up the sky element. You know, that's really the only access you have to the natural environment. So they already are roofed systems, right? So it's like the double roof. I get why you're doing that because of the, you know, how to integrate your infrastructure and the HVAC systems and all of that. But I wonder if it's like a double roof. So I wonder if there's like an opportunity to completely blow that out. And, but I don't know. I guess I'm not really understanding how the roof is working, and maybe they're just hovering over the individual pods and you are open to the sky. And I'm just not seeing it in, I guess, the representation. But
That's
it's
fair.
a really cool project.
Yeah, I guess I didn't talk about the roofs at all. The idea was for the roofs to be connected to the existing buildings to the side, but then there would be connection points in the back of the pods. But like the top roof of these pods don't touch.
And I'm
but
sorry if
yeah,
I
they
missed
do
this.
take away the sky element.
Okay. Sorry too if I missed this in the brief, but is the 3D printer on site, is that like a requirement of the brief, or is that just something unique to your project?
Unique to the project.
Okay, that's very cool. I like the on-site manufacturing. That's pretty awesome.
Certainly the most lovely thing, I agree, about the project is the way that you've thought about the different weavings, the different ways to distribute the material. And you could imagine that might even be a kind of, it's great that they're all different. Then I would wonder, there's so many ways to include more dimensions of difference in this, right? So it might be that those different weavings might even be performative somehow. They might open or they might get wider or smaller based on whether they're facing the sun or not, or if it's about ventilation, or if it's about comfort. Like if I get closer to the wall, then it's smoother. I want you to look at, coincidentally, I came from a review earlier today where there was a student working on a Martian, we have a program in space architecture at U of H, which, you know, it shouldn't be surprising, but because of NASA and all that. But I was on a space architecture review, and that's of course the definition of the extreme interior, right? Is pretty much is about as extreme as you can get. But they were showing a precedent that let me see, I type it in. Marcia, the space station Marcia, that was just awarded a contract by NASA, is 3D printed. And I think that you would learn a lot from looking at it and its sections, because you even though your shells are gorgeous, your interiors are very conventional, aren't they? Right? I like when you show that slide that shows just that collection of furniture as if there were no walls. It looks like an old Burerlandschaft diagram or something. It's such a gorgeous idea where you could think of, you know, how is it that if I didn't have walls, I didn't have to think about walls or columns or anything. Dial it back if you get to that one where you show just the array of furniture as if you walked into a furniture store. And it's just all out there on the floor. Where is that image?
This one?
It's the 2D one.
That one. So I mean, this is a really innovative way to if I were to redo the project, if I were going to redevelop it or develop it, I'd say, what if you just made the right kind of arrangements of furnishings, you know, as if we had a pod for one person, 2 people, 3 people, or 2 that can be divided in, and you just sort of negotiate it. You would do it in the community. You'd kind of negotiate. There would be like a performance, you know, seminar, and everyone would make, you know, their arrangement, And then you would use those arrangements as a way to make difference between the different kinds of pods it would start, it's almost like a Adolf Loos kind of realm plan idea. First, you make the initial interior arrangements and then you build the architecture around it. And so where you got to in the end was a little more conventional that this would propose, right? And it's so fluid and it's so informed by like Constant or Guy Debord or Bourlandschaft or somebody. These are the endless floor plate kind of, it could be a really innovative planning project. And so those two things I would say, think about that process in your planning, and think about the way that the weavings could be, or the enlayment would be performative perhaps, and think about how those columns might also be hollow and might be the infrastructure for plumbing and chases and air conditioning and electrical and all that kind of thing. Because right now they're also just kind of like columns, you know.
Yeah, thank you.
As I say, it's really, really exciting to see the project now. I feel like it was really, really inspired when I saw it previously, and very, very well done. I was going to say, so I felt like you described the pod as being a piece of furniture, and am I mishearing that, or was that was correct? Okay. And so I'm going to ask another clarification, because it seemed in like your last slide that you were kind of pulling apart the circulation. So is the circulation something that gets 3D printed, or is that something that's fixed?
Well, the one thing I don't think 3D printing can do, what slide am I going for? The one thing I don't think 3D printing can do is the floor plate strength and the compression. So I think that the floor plates would have to be put together with metal and then everything clipped onto it.
Because I guess the reason why I'm kind of still asking this is because it seems like the system that you are setting up for yourself is more of an aggregating assembly. It just like, you go in, something gets printed, you know, like, and then basically though, there's an individualized kind of component, but then it keeps building upon itself. And it's like, it's transforms, but it transforms in a fixed kind of way. And I think that was where I thought maybe Nerea in the mid-review kind of had brought this up about like, what is the idea of if these things like get moved, you know, and to me, like if you are 3D printing a movable house, that could be a kind of fixed kind of component, or like what happens if you want to take that and move it down the street like 15 blocks. And I think that's where there's this part of me, like it could be this interchangeable system that I think like everything about your project to me is suggesting that you would want more interchangeability. And that's where I would like, if you could think about the development of a floor plate system, maybe, so that if you had your 3D printed pod, could you still, you know, come up with like 3 different configurations for what your circulation system might be outside of that, but that the pod is a movable piece of furniture that could also be inserted out, taken down, and like, you know, moved across the street. Because to me, it's like a project that like, it almost feels like it's like a wasp nest, you know, like I could just imagine this being like I could find it in all of these different like crevices of LA, but it would have a different, like it would build upon itself differently, but I don't imagine it would be fixed. And I also feel like it's a project that could be, it could be out in the desert. Like we could see this in Joshua Tree, you know, or like, and so like, how do these things build upon themselves if they're not stuck against a wall? And I almost think that you could be layering in 1 more, like 3 more different like levels of really kind of thinking about this as a piece of art. That to me would give you even like more flexibility of really kind of pushing the different kind of configurations that could be created here. But I think it's really beautifully done. I love the thought about the textural kind of components. So yeah.
In a funny way though too, he did introduce this 3D printer, and I guess it lives on site somewhere. in some kind of utility pod or something. So in a way that's the thing that moves down the street and rebuilds
all the buildings.
Yeah, that's like the beauty of 3D printing. You can take that kind of anywhere, you know? So I could see it completely like Lisa saying, and I can also see you arguing the flip side of that.
Yeah. One of the things that Lisa, when you bring this up in terms of they're being mobile, like so let's say 3D printed in the parking lot next door and then assembled or aggregated, that also might speak to a kind of economic model that the project could benefit LA, like transitional development, basically. But taking over spaces sort of for a while. And then, kind of in a more nomadic sense, like you increase the value, well, you gentrify, but you gentrify in a different way. You sort of increase the value of the site temporarily, but while there's no economy, and then the economy comes back and the developer actually starts to develop the site and you move your stuff to the next vacant lot over between two other buildings or something, as a kind of a cyclical sort of boom and bust cycle.
Completely.
No, I think those are great comments, Andrew, and I think it's a really beautiful place to land in this semester. I was super skeptical about all this, I have to say, and you totally pulled it off, and you pulled it off in a really beautiful and super thoughtful way. And I'm really super excited about the project and think it's really beautiful. A project I didn't realize, or a book that you should look at. It's by this guy, Peter Testa, who was starting to think about robotic fabrication well over 20 years ago in architecture. And he has a book called Robot House that you should look at. And I can't believe I'm just now thinking of that, but that's what final reviews do, right? They uncover the missing links, but that's really, really fantastic. I would like to see one of these 3D printed, even a small one. The other irony is the robot arm that you would probably use to print this is from a company called Wasp. So
yeah.
Excellent, Andrew. Congrats.
Thank you. Yeah, the one idea that I dropped early in the semester that I wish I would have pursued was doing 2 different sites and then allowing the cabins to develop in 2 different situations. I think that would have been a lot deeper.
Yeah, what are the differences between the location with the same system? I think that's always a good thing. But next semester when I bring you back.
But what a great model to kind of address the housing gap, because instead of like infill gardening, it's like infill housing.
Yeah, I mean the most provocative statement that Andrew made this semester was the one about the housing linked to jobs. I mean, it's such a simple statement, but it's a really profound kind of idea. And we've been talking all day about the economics of all this, and I think this is one that truly, really kind of tries to address that. So, nice work, Morgan.
Thanks,
Morgan's
everybody.
ready.
Great feedback.
Thank you, Andrew.
Hello. Okay. Can y'all see that? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I can't see y'all. So like everyone else said, in this studio, we dove into the idea of community and what it means to like live with people you may or may not know. And then I explored what it would look like for people to work together to live in a more sustainable and self-sustaining life through the use of gardening, both on the individual small group scale, through the units, which we'll go into later, and the whole community scale, like the building as a whole, and really have all the parts of this project work together towards the common goal. So earlier on this semester, we kind of broke everything down into where things come from and like the different things that feed into spaces. And I dove into the kitchen and broke that down further. And I really studied like the way humans interact with space on a small scale, and that led to different iterations, which I won't go into, but it did lead to this idea of like a core. So this bottom iteration, where this like core serves the whole kitchen. And that led into this idea on a bigger scale of like how a central core and shared storage space can like serve the whole unit. And then I took a step back and studied LA to pick the site that in the little section of LA that Odom suggested we look at. And I wanted to pick a building with sunshine in mind because I was going to include gardening. So I landed on the Bartlett building on the corner of South Spring Street and 7th. I liked the facade and I liked a lot of things about this building and the way it interacts with the sun. I looked back on some color studies that I did a couple years ago, actually in front of Odom Studios. And I wanted to take this inspiration into the ways I interject and interact with the building. And I also looked at this light study that I had done in Tammy Glass's studio. And so breaking the building down, there are, apart from the unit's 5 main supporting programs, the green is the gardening space. The magenta is like a larger growth space that is on the top of the building. Kind of a gym / fitness space, a workspace, and like a pool area. So getting into the gardening space, I carved it out of the building. And there's like a hidden meditation space underneath it. So there's immense value in learning that comes with growing food and plants as a community. It fosters togetherness and unity. It empowers individuals to provide for themselves and for others. And it opens the door for learning about nutrition and benefits of different types of foods. On the south-facing corner of the building, there's a carved-out space for community gardening, this whole area, where people can come together and work and encourage one another in their common goal of like growing things. This like installation, I guess, of colored glass, there's only 6 colors, but when they overlap, they create more colors. And then underneath this is a meditation space where my goal was to create a space that fostered wonder and almost like a removal from real life, kind of where you could press pause. I love pressing pause on life, so yeah. Okay. And so zooming out to like the units and how they interact with the garden on like a smaller scale, each unit has its own planting space on their balcony, both in-ground planting and vertical wall planting. The units are all connected to these balconies, like you can migrate through easily, and this provides opportunities for sharing resources and partnership between neighbors. And most of these windows are original, like to the original facade. The ones that I interject, so I've added a few, are stained glass. And so, yeah, or not stained glass, colored glass, whatever. But I really kind of did want to keep most of the integrity of the facade. In designing the balconies, I studied the ways the sun interacts with the building throughout the day and where would be most ideal to put them. And then like the angles of each of them are slightly different to provide the one underneath the like, adequate amount of light. And then there are 21, so basically these units all together can provide space for anywhere from 101 people to 230 people. And And the layouts of the units were very purposeful. Like that was kind of what drove the rest of the spaces and where I took their location in the building. Because the east, southeast, and south sides of the building are the best for growing and plants. So I placed more of like the 5-part systems on that side of the building, so more people could be interactive with that. And then, yes. These floor plans and space planning derive from the idea of the core back at the beginning of the presentation to serve the various programs and provide settled privacy between spaces while still fostering togetherness without like having isolation, because that's something I've struggled with throughout this COVID fiasco. And so like, yeah. And then for the kitchen cabinets, I explored the ways like we could use colored cabinets in there. And so some of the upper kitchen cabinets are colored glass and then over that are windows to the adjoining spaces. So when you open a cabinet, the colors cross to make new colors, and this can be experienced in both the kitchen and those spaces in that area and the adjoining rooms. And I think that, and that's a render of them when they're like open and closed, or closed and open. And that's my project. Well, I should do that. Okay.
I can start off, if I may. First of all, I like that you're really taking on color, as a sort of primary means of providing sort of experience. And go back to your color study real quick. And while you do that, I'll show you. I just got a new color toy. You see them. Facebook's probably been trying to sell you on them too.
That's so cool.
I feel like I need that.
It's so meditative. It's really lovely. So it's all dichroic, and the way that these studies are so beautiful, and the reason I bring them up is to think about is they're very volumetric, and even the color studies that you did in Tammy's studio, there's this sense of walking through projected color. And I think that your project could benefit from a little bit more of this sort of color volume thinking, right? You're working with color beautifully, but like for instance, where it falls apart a little bit for me is when it becomes like the sort of ceiling, the decorative ceiling device that's outside, right, where it's just the slits. I could imagine here. I'm going to bring up the real meat of what I think is going on here is when you talk about carving the building out. That's really powerful. Like, and it's like I carve out the building. And usually with like buildings like this, at least if it were in New York, let's say, the cities are really picky about the volume of the building, and you can't like add to the volume of the building, or for instance, maybe. But what I would imagine that what you're doing is when you're carving out the building, then what are you replacing it with? And maybe this is where you really think about volumetric color. So like right now, when I look at your drawings, you're very precise in the way that you want things arranged and the way things look, and it all looks very nice. But the building, the original building itself, is probably a little bit grungier than I got the sense of in your renderings. But then there would be the old and the new. And there's a joint in between the old and the new. I don't know if Clay had an opportunity to talk to you at all about the artist Gordon Matta Clark. So if you want to, go look up what it means to really dig into a building. It's messy, and there's the joint in between the building's old part and the new part. And then your part would be this like pristine, beautiful, smooth, colorful sort of insertion into something else. And then maybe what you do is the something else that you take out is what you redistribute to make all of your new construction with, because that's material. And why not use that material?
I think I was kind of similarly thinking about something like that as well. Morgan, very, very well done. Great job. I love your exterior. Like I feel like there is something that is really just beautiful about thinking about this relationship of making these pushing balconies out and then pushing things in, and that there's this, you kind of created this organic-esque like feeling about the project. But then to me, that is where I think Alan's point is kind of going, because the wood slats here are speaking to that kind of organic like fight with the existing like building. But then I think that the quality of some of the more like pristine color or stained glass, like it almost is in competition with the story that you're telling from this material palette. But I think that like you can still use color in a way that would be more cohesive to kind of still thinking about like color can be organic, right? You know, like it can have a grittiness to it. It can have an ombre. It can have a gradation. It can be tonal or it can be bright. Like, so I feel like you could almost really play with that as a quality of the building facade that I think could be really kind of powerful. And like, then how does that actually also enter into the building itself? Like you kind of are starting to speak about it with that kind of like green kind of center pod, right? But I think there could be even more of a stronger relationship of telling the story between interior and exterior that I think could be really interesting.
I agree with the comments regarding the color, that it's being used, that it could be pushed and it's being used a little bit decoratively right now. And I noticed that you mentioned a couple of times the idea of the core. And I wonder if it could have kind of appeared there and taken on the more, I guess what stood out to me, if you don't mind, if we go to your floor plan, I like that you're rethinking the idea of the core, because this is utilitarian the way you have it, but it's like, this is like a multi-floor building, right? And usually the core is used for circulation. So maybe it would have been interesting to have more translucency there and having it be maybe like a little bit more of a traditional use of a core, you know? Because I'm not sure that, you know, I wasn't convinced when I saw the plan, but then you showed me the rendering and then I was like, okay, I totally buy that could be used as an element to kind of increase privacy with this open floor plan. But the idea of like kind of stepping out into the eating area from the restroom is kind of just like, I kind of want those program elements to be pushed to the perimeter, and then having the core be the glowing cube that Alan was showing us. You know what I mean? But it's a really beautiful project. All of your drawings are really beautiful.
You could even use the way that you show that diagrammatic axonometric, you know, and I know that your colors are diagrammatic of program, but that could be a device that you use to actually explore what these zones of color might be in reaction to each other, relation to each other as people move through.
That makes sense.
What is the introduction of color? And I'm sorry if I missed it, but like, what was your articulation of it for the, you're obviously very drawn to it and it sets the entire tone for your project. What was your thinking there in introducing?
Towards the beginning, I had trouble like with a direction on how to go about I guess, what is the word I'm looking for? Like how I'm going to change or like
your intervention.
And so I've always been mesmerized by color, and I was like, well, this is my last studio that I can possibly do this. So it was kind of just, I was inspired, and that was something I could run with, and I was stuck. So yeah.
I love your color studies, and I love that it was that kind of stayed with you from like a previous assignment. But the way you did your study on the temperature in the sun and the heat on the building and all of that kind of thing, I would have loved to have seen like a rigorous study of the color applicable to this project, because every color has its own frequency that's tied to time, So like, how do you start to really interrogate the use of color? I mean, some colors just make you feel like you're about to have an outer body experience, like how cool would that be to kind of really exploit the power of color? I think naturally it just does that when you use it as a material. And your project is naturally doing that, but like it would have been cool to kind of see that rigor, the same rigor as you're diagramming with the sun studies applied to the color specific to this.
Totally. Yes. Let's do that, Morgan. Weekend project. But I think it's really interesting to think about that relationship between the excavation and the volume of color. Mixing those two things. And the Matta Clark, we did look at Matta Clark, and actually my original dream. I mean, granted we bit off way more than we could already chew with the studio as it was, but was if we removed that it would be reused. Anything, I was actually going to hold them to that at one point, but then I had to give up of some sadistic ideas that I had. But I think it's still something super interesting to think about as a reuse condition. Great work, Morgan.
Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you. Sterling, last but not least.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect. Let's get this screen shared. All right. And we all see this, right? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, sorry. You might not see us. I was shaking my head vigorously.
Yeah, I know. I realize it.
I apologize. Okay, there we go. Well, yeah, my name is Sterling, and this is a quick preview of what my project looks like finally. But before I continue, I kind of wanted to quickly brush over my motivations getting here. This project is about me and a lot of people like me. And right now, the story of me is life isn't super great right now. And there's reasons for that. So when I examine myself, I ask myself why. And the reason why life isn't, as fun as it used to be is because we're in a pandemic right now, or that's a big factor at least. And because of that, a lot of us are stuck at home with everything, all of our responsibilities, school, work, family members, children, and a lot of our interaction is now stuck to, Zoom right now, which, to be fair, has been doing a good job, but it's nothing like seeing people face to face. And statistically, the rates of depression has, been rising, myself included. And an ongoing problem is the feeling of isolation, especially at home when we consider how the world might adapt to becoming, people working from home. So things need to change. Our living situation needs to change. And looking at myself, I've come up with a statement. Remaining at home is necessary, at least sometimes, but being in the same place specifically is proven to be very unhealthy. So looking at those two things, I think of the home as a group of places with an envelope around it. And those places can be things that you might imagine as program. But in the current situation that a lot of us are in now, a lot of that has been jam-packed into one spot. And for a lot of us, all of that is literally in one spot, maybe from a bed and a desk or just a bed. So what needs to change about this is the home envelope can still stay uniform, but there needs to be sections, spaces, and there needs to be separation between these things that, sometimes we can't afford, but that it's necessary. So on the left side of this diagram, I have things that you would ideally do by yourself. On the right side, I have things that you almost kind of need to do out in the open, or that I would prefer to do out in the open. And in the middle are things that you can kind of go in between. So that's a kind of general relationship between these programs. Quickly to go into the genesis of where my design kind of starts to take form, we go back to where I started to create individual components of a room that would create a room. And then I did that a few more times to where I created many rooms. Then I aggregated those rooms together to create a unit. And then I did that a couple more times with different ideas of people in mind. This one has a few more people. This one has specific types of people. This one's very unique and actually has college students that want nothing to do with each other, but all still want to share a kitchen and dining room together. Moving on forth, those create communities. This one's like a courtyard community, zooming into that. This one's like a kind of on a linear situation, zooming into that. And this one is absolutely insane where it branches off into infinity, zooming into that. Now we're gonna look at my specific site in LA. I chose the corner of Southwest Broadway and 6th Street. That building is on that north corner of that block. At first, I actually just occupied the roof of this building. What I ended up doing initially is just taking that footprint and finding points of circulation and infilling that with the plans I already had existed. So I decided to see what that would look like in 3D. Or actually, one thing I tried to do really importantly was to consider my outdoor spaces. I wanted to achieve those red boxes, which are like interior courtyards, kind of like atriums. And when I thought of atriums, I really wanted to put a hip roof on top. So zooming in here. So I have this really huge complex hip roof that looks like a mess, but also kind of like a funny mess to me, but I kind of got mesmerized by it. So it was important that I kept kind of something about hip roofs. And then moving on from this to the final idea, the hip roof kind of really started to take over. I have a bunch of roof channels that are spilling off the side of these two buildings. So the main difference between the last image you saw and this one is, well, obviously it's pushed over to the edge of the building. It also reaches across an alley to a second building. So these are actually kind of enveloping two buildings. If you can see in some of the images, you start to see an alley where one of the channels starts to kind of duck inside of. And the main difference between those two buildings is the larger one that's in front of us, I'm analyzing as a residential building. And the one further back, the skinnier building, is the one I'm looking at as more of a commercial building. So this is just a basic plan of one of the lower floors with some of what I've added. I will actually it'll start to appear what I've added and what I haven't added. This is the rooftop where I did most of the work. To the left is most of where the residential stuff is. And to the right is where most of like the workspaces are. And that's kind of what I imagine as an important space or important separation of program of being able to go from where you're productive and being able to go to where you can literally sleep, and then places in between like kitchens, dining rooms, random general spaces, stuff like that. And then plenty of courtyards in between. This is kind of how that's mostly set up. And this is the top floor of that right section looking down on the roof. The right portion has another floor on top. This is kind of a general section cutting through the middle of the building. Everything has tone is what I've added. Everything that doesn't is kind of what was existing. I'm imagining all the empty spaces as existing units. I don't really know what those plans are, but there are a couple of things I'd like to add to them. Zooming in, this is kind of looking at a couple of those. So what you see mostly is what I have as the addition I've added to the roof. And then towards the bottom right there, there's like something I'd like to inject between every 2 units to kind of connect 2 units. And that would be like a general room that could have a stairwell where you could go upstairs and downstairs into that little half level in between. That could be a bedroom or a living room or storage or something like that. But there could be some verticality in these units. So zooming in, this is looking at just cutting through part of it. I'm showing a living room to the left and one of the outdoor dining rooms. I'm showing kind of a bathroom and a hallway and a bedroom to the right, as well as one of those balconies that are just mostly private to that bedroom. And then one of my interior courtyards that has a tree coming out of it and someone planting over there on the right. And then looking back at that little interstitial, like the connecting the 2 floor space, this is what I was imagining in between them. And this would just really stick there in between both floor plates. And this is a plan showing kind of where most of my detailed work was going on. This is zooming into one of those more public places of the residences, looking at just a partition between a dining room and kitchen and a living room. This is one of the bedrooms on the outer perimeter of it, looking towards the west. And this is a quick scope of view showing this perspective that's coming up right now. And this is just looking at one of those courtyards and living rooms and a couple of cabinets in the back. And this is the last slide.
Maybe go back to the overall plan, Sterling.
This one?
No, the other one. Go forward.
That one?
The go forward. The one that has all, the one that's populated, but that's not super small.
Oh, the one I zoomed into. This one.
Yeah, that one. Stop there. Yeah.
Were you guys given like a number of units or like population density or anything?
They had to think about that.
Okay.
Yeah, we were specifically told to determine how much a community is.
Cool. Well, I'm definitely picking up on the closeness and the community aspect of it. And also thanks for being so vulnerable and like interjecting that into your design and not just dropping the class and you like are working through it through the you know the challenge of the assignment. I think that's really awesome.
Thank you.
For me, I would love to see that thing take over the entire block and allow for folks to have more space. You know what I mean? Larger floor areas, because that's kind of a little bit, that's going to kind of get you to a healthier mental space, in my opinion, for me, like the ability to kind of spread out a little and just have it be like this parasitic thing across an entire block could have been really cool. But I love the concept.
Yeah, one of the things I liked most about living in West Campus was that like I lived next to a university where everything I felt like was in my reach. I could walk outside and then go to a library or a hidden space or walk around just to go nowhere. And that's kind of what I'd like to be able to walk around where I live.
Yeah.
And this is that way.
Like complete opposite of, let's say, like Dobie Mall, like where you're like stuck in that building and you can never escape. You could get lost in there and die and nobody would know. But we're all stuck in. I really enjoy the spirit of this and the very cohesive process. And I'm assuming that you didn't have the existing floor plans of the interiors. Those can be really hard to find, unless you get like a real estate site or something. You get lucky.
They might exist, but I mostly speculated on what they would have looked like based on the windows I saw inside and where I saw a lack of windows where I assumed circulation was.
Where you've ended up on this is really great. And I think that you could interleaf in another little chapter in there, which is about this is what the floor plates probably look like, right? And then we would see not just sort of your matrix inside a gray void, but we would see, the cutout. We would see the walls that were cut through. Whether you keep them or not, it would just be a great sort of way to say, no, we're gonna put them like your process showed, where we just start to aggregate furnishings until we start to create communities of various sorts and separations between work and play and exercise, and all that kind of stuff. I think that as a floor plan should get in there, the existings and then your intervention, and then go forward. And some of that might even remain. Some of those existing walls and nonsense might be there. Again, trying to get at this difference between what's existing and what's new. I love that you're hanging on to the domestic metaphor, the metaphor, if you will, of the pitched roof as that being the domestic, that's the home. I mean, if you're going to do it like you did it, you do it all the way, and you have, and I really appreciate that. And especially that it's apparent in both plan and in section. And so we really get a sense that there's a change of point of view. Like, you know, I've had this fantasy myself in my apartment. I have apartments on either side of me. I've had these fantasies of cutting through because I need another room, man. It just, but I love that and we're also spending like way too much time in bed and looking at our ceilings that we don't really, you know, I'm very familiar with my ceilings now. But I like the fact that the domestic symbol is present in both plan and in section, and it emerges from the building in both of those directions.
I was going to say, I don't know if you've read this article. I think it came out earlier this year by, I think is it Beatrice Colomina, who's a professor at Princeton. And she wrote an article, which I would definitely recommend you read, that's like centered on the bed. And basically it's kind of just talking about how this object that, you know, previously to this past year, we've kind of had like one relationship kind of to it, or maybe like it was a relationship that was already kind of starting to encroach onto other aspects of our life. But like all of a sudden the meaning of a bed has taken on so many kind of different levels and contexts. Like we've seen it like in the news media, we've seen beds in convention centers, we've had beds, you know, that have kind of been, they're on, you know, cruises, like beds, there's shortages of beds, there's, you know, beds that have been put into Central Park, they're like a relationship to the bed and working in the bed have all kind of been fundamentally kind of pushed. And I think that there's something that is, and even I think talks a little bit about Hugh Hefner and how like, you know, like it kind of going back to the 60s, and he, you know, basically kind of created his empire from the bed. But to me, it's like really interesting just to still think about like, and I feel like you're starting to suggest about like all of these kind of different kind of activities that are emerging from new kind of relationships of furnishings. But I almost think that like if you kind of put your head on, like you could almost like push that even further, you know, like what does a house like look like if you totally orient it purely from the bed? Like if you had to like, I'm running my Zoom meetings, I'm running my, I don't know, like I think if you could almost like push those adjacencies even further, because I feel like you're suggesting that in terms of the context of the project, which to me is like really, really thoughtful, and it feels very timely. But I also like wonder like, how do we even expand upon that like further? Which I think like the project is at a level that you really could be asking those questions and even proposing something on a wholly like different like level. I mean, like even like what does the bed change, you know, because it's like we're kind of still showing the bed as, you know, you have a full and have a king size bed, but do those even work for us anymore? Like, you know, like what is the vision of what a bed is now?
I wish I could put my bed away.
I mean, yeah, it's a fair question, you know, like what is the materiality of a bedroom like now? Like I think that like we could reinvent all of those things in the context of this past year, or propose something completely new, and considering we're all kind of using these spaces differently. And I think that those are kind of important to be asking ourselves. Like this is one small thing, and then sorry, I'll let other people jump in, because I love the insertion of the section within the, like if you go to your section of the kind of like that room within the yeah, so here, yeah. But so this similarly though makes me like wonder, because like you're kind of creating this exterior space in an interior level. And it again like makes me like I love thinking about, you know, like I'm a teenager and like I need to like escape out of my bedroom and climb out the window, and yet now I'm like in this interior space. And but like what is the surface of that that existing room, or do you bring greenery in? Like, do you kind of subvert the relationship to what you think is outdoors, but now you're pulling it into the inside? Or do you invert it? Like, do you make a kind of hyper kind of calm environment? I don't know, like, but I think that challenging those kind of like relationships and creating like spaces of interiority that suggest, you know, nature or suggest exteriority, to me are really exciting and interesting to look at. I feel like I love the system that you kind of developed for yourself, because I think it's creating unexpected but kind of like very poetic spaces. So.
And you think, you know, eventually, hopefully, we're not going to be in this situation forever, right? They're promising us that we aren't. And so, you know, your space would then just be taken over for other purposes. You know, more people would move in, the people will go back to the offices. What used to be office spaces or exercise spaces would become more apartments, or families could. This is a base where you've arrived without using it as an explicit precedent. Maybe you did look at like what would be called a mother-in-law's apartment layout in Italy, right? Where it's very common for a whole floor to be owned by a family for multiple generations. And they just, and all of the rooms are interconnecting. But maybe for 20 years, these doors are locked. And then the family renegotiates when a new baby comes in, or an uncle comes, you know, has to have a place, and they open the doors and they make another apartment without, they don't have to do anything. It's just all a matter of like, everything opens up onto everything else, and it's all close offable to everything else. And yours does that without, but much more, in a more sophisticated, also more playful and sensitive, current kind of way.
Yeah, it feels polemic. I mean, highly polemic, this project, but I think building in those weird temporal changes over time would be incredible, right? Like, and I think it's still a little unclear in terms of what you get when you project back into the building, but this section kind of alludes to that. And I'm like, what? Oh, I'd love to see what that actually is when this interior becomes an object in the interior, you know, like that's super weird.
And to Lisa's point too about sort of, you know, what it makes me think of it like a bunch of different sort of Alan Wexler projects, where what could be a bed in this room can just push through and become a bed in that room. Or what is it take? He's doing his installation now for the Venice Architecture Biennale, and so he's posting all these lovely sort of drawings and photos of those installations. He'd be, I think, good to revisit your knowledge of, revisit your familiarity with his work and see how some of his ideas relate to the way that you're working.
Yeah.
Alan Wexler.
Alan, yeah, I'll type.
Double L.
Double L. Okay, that should be easy to remember.
Yeah.
I know a lot of Allens.
Great. Thank you, Sterling. Really fantastic work. And I love the drawings. I mean, that's why I wanted to look at that plan again, because that drawing is just so beautifully made. So yeah, that one.
Thank you guys a lot. You really boosted my confidence. I appreciate all the feedback.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. And that is a wrap. Wow, what a day. Thank y'all so much for joining us and for your really thoughtful and incisive. I was going to say insightful, and I said incisive, but comments. I don't know if you had any sort of parting words. These are, I think everybody's graduating. I might have it wrong, but I think is everybody graduating? Did I get it wrong?
I am not.
Sterling's not yet. Good. So we can hang out more.
Perfect.
Gosh, you know, I think that, you know,
almost all are graduating. So this is a, and some of these I had in first year. So this really starting to make me feel like I'm getting way up there in age. Way before this semester.
I wish I'd seen the rest. I wish I'd come earlier. The projects are, I love the brief and the questions that the project is asking. And I think that the work is super interesting. And also just anybody who's working this well during these times,
Right.
you know, congratulations. And what a horrible year to be graduating in, but okay. At least it's bad for everybody.
Yeah, right. It's a universal.
I was going to say to all of the students that I've had, congratulations. It's really, really nice to see you. To everyone I haven't seen before other than in Clay's studio, congratulations also. But I was also just kind of going to maybe say, I think it speaks to the premise of how Clay set up the studio, just how important like thinking about and being innovative in programming from an interior level can really be really, really powerful as a design tool. And I think that really shows in all of the projects and being innovative about how you think about that. I think I've spoken about this a little bit in professional practice, but that programming does not need to be in the land of architecture, that the interiors and thinking about it through the human scale, I think can really start to create new ideas of adjacency and use. And I think you see this in a lot of the projects. But so well done. Thank you. Nicely done, Clay. So
thank you.
Good studio.
Yeah, and also the program, I mean, I think ultimately, like if they got anything out of this, I hope it's that context is not just a site, and that programs aren't delivered from somewhere else. And so, and hopefully there's a lot in between there, but hopefully they at least got that. And I think they did based on the quality of the work we've seen in this session and really all day, really amazing projects. So thank y'all for joining us.
Having
hang around 1 minute. We have some housekeeping work to attend to, and but I hope to see you all soon in real life, as they say.
Yeah. Great weekend.
Bye. Thank you guys. Enjoy your
Thanks,
weekend.
Alan.
Bye.
Thanks, Augustina. Thanks, Lisa. All right, we did it. Jiminy Christmas, that's a long day. Great work though, really. I mean, every session was thoroughly interesting and great reviews and really interesting comments and discussions, and you know, we weren't just talking about like, I don't know, all the garbage that I didn't want to talk about. We talked about ideas today, and I think that's the most important thing. But that's only because the work was good. We didn't have to say like, how do you do? I did have to get a little bit annoyed about the section one, like